I thought as much.
The
Let's
battle
go.
begins!
I'm under attack! It's all fun and games until someone's frozen solid. Faster! Swiftly! Oh!
First blood!
Indeed.
Start with a bang!
Axe is impressed.
You will make a nice snow angel. Into the breach! To battle! On! I'll not argue. Yes! Into the breach! To battle! Swiftly! I move! Faster! I always was the good one. Sorry, sister.
Axe is glad that your bottom tower is not Axe's problem.
Miss me? Here I come! On! Agreed. Let's go. I'll not argue. Attack!
Killing spree! Double kill!
Now that you're dead, I find it easy to respect you.
Yes! I thought as much. Indeed. On! Swiftly! I'm under attack! Fangs twice! Down you go! Forward! My axe!
Dominating!
Indeed!
I thought they warned you not to speak with rangers.
Yes! I thought as much. Here I come! I move! Into the breach! I feel colder. Agreed. Let's go.
Battle Fury!
Down. Ice, take you. To battle. I'll not argue.
Dire structures are
I
fortified.
thought as much.
Radiant structures are fortified with 12 important vitamins and minerals.
Agreed. Ice Class Fire. You're cool here. Let's go.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
I'll freeze you fast.
You broke the enemy's bottom tower.
Here I come.
Axe approves.
I'll not argue. To battle. Drop it. Here's ice in your eye. Indeed. I move. Faster. Forward. Burning up.
Double kill. Your bottom tower is under attack.
I didn't see that coming. Swiftly. I move. The ice wolves bite. The ice wolves bite. I take you.
Crystal Maiden? More like crystal melting.
Now, nobody wins. Nothing like a little cool down. Yes. My temperature's dropping. Here's ice in your eye.
Killing spree.
Couldn't be better. Agreed. Ah!
Like
I'll not
axe,
argue.
the dire structures cannot be hurt.
Let's go. Forward.
I'll take that
Fangs of ice. Here I come. You move like a blue-heart glacier. Frost bites. Swiftly. Indeed. Into the breach. On. Forward. Agreed. Attack! Ah! Scepter! Down you go! Yes! My eyes.
Axe is glad that your bottom tower is not Axe's problem.
Indeed.
Dominating!
Into the breach. Here I come.
Double kill!
Let me get my arrows back, and then you can die.
Swiftly. I'll not argue.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Not yet. I'll freeze you back.
Killing spree!
Faster. It's not time. I move.
Dire structures are fortified. Super fortified.
Yes.
Like you can't even imagine.
Battle.
Death is only the start of your suffering.
You only live
Axe thinks you should die a few times first to get used to the idea.
I'll take that.
on. Ooh, fasted. Agreed.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Brr, that's nice. I move. Indeed. I thought as much. Forward.
Haste.
Here I come.
I'll take that as tribute.
I'll not argue. Let's go.
Your middle tower is under attack! Axe would shed a tear for your middle tower, but Axe does not cry. Your middle tower is under attack.
Into the breach! Here I come! Into the breach!
The Dire have cut Roshan down into little pieces.
I thought as much.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Indeed. Let's go. I'm under attack.
Killing spree! Triple kill! Mega kill! The enemy's middle tower has surrendered to gravity! Puny Radiant hides behind their fortifications!
It just keeps getting better.
The enemy's top tower has fallen!
I move.
Dire structures can take all the hurt
Here's
Radiant
Hudson
cares to heap upon it!
Attack! Forward. Yes!
Unstoppable!
His life is on.
Double kill! Killing spree! Double kill!
Once burned, ice shot. I'll not argue. Faster! Plain.
The enemy has a bone to pick with your middle tower.
Swiftly! Into the breach! I'll freeze you fast! I move!
I'll take that.
Yes! Here I come. Agreed. Back. Forward.
The enemy's top tower has capitulated to superior force! Axe brought his thesaurus! Ha ha!
Once burned, ice shot. I got it. Cold cash. Cold in here, or is it just me? Down you go.
Mine!
Radiant structures are fortified.
I'll not argue.
Your top tower is being hacked to pieces!
Man who displayed both male and female characteristics, and that Eve had bestiality sex with the serpent. But I guess we shouldn't be surprised, because Jesus Christ came to liberate all people, and we all know how they feel about non. Let's pull this up. The souls of non come from impure spirits and are called pigs. Jalkut Ribeni, Gadal 12b. Even though God created the non They are still animals in human form. It is not becoming for a to be served by an animal. Therefore, he will be served by animals in human form. Midrash Talpioth 255. And because the Talmud is a collection of 2,711 double-sided pages of exhaustive double talking and an endless justification of universal entitlement, I'm reading from mainline sources that they own, because one finds not mere footnotes about Jesus here, but thunderous repudiations of the man from Nazareth, labeled upon as the sorcerer Yeshua, who dared to elevate himself as a child of God while leading the children of Abraham into the abyss of idolatry, as it is written in passages like Sanhedrin 43a. And rabbis meticulously record how on the eve of Passover, the one that they call the deceiver was justly stoned and hanged, not even crucified, after a herald cried forth for 40 days seeking any defense for his crimes for practicing sorcery, which were just miracles to help the people, enticing Israel to apostasy and mocking the sacred words of the Torah, and that his words and actions were those of a false prophet whose very existence embodied the shameless betrayal of their one true God, who demands exclusive worshiping and child sacrifice without the profane insertion of this proclaimed nuisance crucified carpenter as a divine intermediary. They refer to Jesus as Yeshua HaNatzri, whose miracles were to them nothing but Egyptian magic learned in the nights of deception, as detailed across Sanhedrin 67a and Shabbat 104b, where he is branded Ben Stadar or Ben Pandera, the son of an adulterous union that stained his mother's reputation in the eyes of the so-called righteous, a bastard born of harlotry who wielded spells to seduce the weak-minded away from their mitzvot towards a new cult that replaced their Baal sacrifice and Shabbat with what they refer to as empty symbols of bread and wine. And thus the Talmud does not flinch in declaring their vehemence that Jesus deserved stoning followed by hanging. The claim is that leading the Gentiles that should be properly serving the chosen is leading them astray into true freedom, which is serving them. According to the Talmud, this was the great crime that Jesus Christ committed, telling people that we are all God's children, not just these deceptive, lying, and manipulative. And they said that this was idolatry, that was not some minor offense, that this was a threat to the very soul of Israel. It was a direct affront to Baal. This is why see Jesus as a wound to their faith that festers into centuries of exile and persecution, precisely because his followers refused to heed the warnings embedded in the supremacist oral law that preserved their devil worshipping and bastardizing of the holiest places against this invitational Trinitarian model that they looked upon as a disguise for phony fulfillment. And boy, I must say, for a man that they don't want to acknowledge and they denounce, they sure talk about him a lot. Like, talk about living rent-free in the minds of demons. Oh, and that's right, you create nothing and are incapable of regenerating actual hard labor, so are hopelessly dependent on brainwashing the populace with this Judeo-Christian psychological operation enslaving generations blindly under central banking. And this is my primary contention. This is my primary enemy at hand that I'm trying to dispel, to have the masses wake up towards. The great lie today is the partisanship illusion that is created from the Judeo-Christian psychological operation. And the purpose of this video is to address the hilarity of brainwashed so-called conservatives who incessantly repeat that Israel is our greatest ally, spending our tax dollars bombing the limbs of little kids for being brown. By popular demand, King of Kings here will now be available as a fine art print at arthurquinley.com. The print itself is 24 by 30 inches, so it'll be my biggest print I've ever produced. It is printed on super premium William Turner watercolor paper. It's thick and archival, so it'll last you forever. The rippled effect onto the surface will allow the ink to print in such a way where it almost looks like its own painting in and of itself. But you have all inquired about this work. You've all wanted prints. You've all been interested in this image, and it is Jesus Christ returning in Revelations upon a stallion, coming back as a warrior with a beatific crown. So get it while it's hot. arthurquinley.com, click shop, King of Kings. And yet the Talmud's most visceral condemnation of Jesus awaits in Gittin 57a, where it's blasphemously written that the convert Onkelos summons the spirit of sin through necromancy, and it was not a resurrection. And it inquires on his fate into the world to come because he worked, using this black magic that was not allowed. only to hear from his mouth a self-admittance that Jesus himself would boil eternally in hot excrement. A punishment for one who mocked the words of the racist sages and who claimed that his distorted teachings should be indefinitely scorned for going against the rabbinic traditions that safeguarded Baal's filthy law. A scatological image not born of petty spite alone, but of profound theological rejection, illustrating how the rabbis viewed Christians and all their claims as spiritual excrement, polluting the pure stream of Abrahamic faith and delusion. And they claimed that this was Jesus's deserved humiliation. For what? Saying that all people are children of God and not exclusively the and political merchant class? Like, talk about not seeing beyond materiality. For what? Cleansing the temple of the money changers and child sacrificing demons? For what? Saying that unconditional love is real and that the true creator loves us all the same and that all our wrongdoings are forgiven through him? How does any of this sound evil? How do you listen to a man who says, I love all people and that we should all come together under children of God, and say you are a dark sorcerer? But the Talmud goes further. It really is a disgusting text designed to brainwash dysgenic people to feel that the world owes them eternally. There are unflinching references, like in Sanhedrin 106a, that allude to the Mother Mary as one who played the harlot with carpenters, that she was an unabashed whore. Absolute blasphemy. The Talmud states that Mary descended into adulterous acts that produced a child of questionable lineage, a narrative thread woven for vulgarity and to dismantle the virgin birth beginning, exposing how deleterious these demons are. Such a foundation of deceit that they shamelessly live under, inexorably to the erection of idols like Baal, Moloch, and Saturn, while calling themselves the children chosen by God. In Sanhedrin 107b, Jesus is portrayed as this wayward student who was slighted by his rabbi's delay in forgiveness, so set up a brick as an object of worship, thereby embodying both a stupid caricature on one hand and a shameless progression from personal failing to public apostasy that breeds contempt to those who believe to be superior from others on the other. It's a collection of endless hatred for all non-Jews, bottom line. Because once again, we know how they feel about us here. The Jews are called human beings, but the non-Jews are not humans. They are beasts. That's once again in the Talmud. That's Baba Meziah 114b. The Akum, which means non, is like a dog. Yes, the scripture teaches to honor the dog more than the non. Arrogant Rashi Erod 22:30. A pregnant non is no better than a pregnant animal. Koshin Hamishpat 405. Although the non has the same body structure as the, they compare with the like a monkey to a human. Sheen Luchot, Haberah 250b. If you eat with a Gentile, it is the same as eating with a dog. Tosapoth, Hebemoth 94b. Sexual intercourse between Gentiles is like intercourse between animals. Sanhedrin 74b. It is permitted to take the body and the life of a Gentile. Sefer Ikarim 325. They don't even recognize us as human beings. And I can go on and on. By the way, I have sheets here, and I'm just grabbing one and reading it at the top of the dome. And the reason for all this revisionism that happens from the same people and the ideology holders destroying the world today, regardless of the revisionism towards spiritual literature or actual historical revisionism with this 6 million count and me mum was a lampshade, is because it's all bullshit. All these people do is lie, cheat, deceive, and steal because the Talmud trains and conditions them to do so against Gentiles since childhood. Consider Jesus in the Talmud by Peter Schaeffer. He writes, now the death penalty and execution. Here we have a major discrepancy between the New Testament and the Talmud. According to the New Testament, Jesus was crucified, obviously following Roman law, whereas according to the Talmud, he was stoned and subsequently hanged, which follows rabbinic law. The reason for this, of course, was the simple fact that Sanhedrin could not impose and execute the death penalty, but had to rely on the Roman authority, which followed Roman, not rabbinical law. So shall we conclude from this that the Talmud does not preserve any reliable evidence about the historical trial and execution of Jesus, and instead imposes on him later rabbinic law? Yes, of course. But again, this is the wrong question. Not the historical execution. Crucifixion versus stoning and hanging is at stake here, but the question is why the Talmud regards it as a matter of course, or rather insists that Jesus was executed according to rabbinic law. End quote. So the Talmud is breath with historical inconsistencies. They just literally made all this shit up about Jesus so the oncoming generations would be less sympathetic to his great sacrifice, and at minimum, from even a secular atheistic perspective, the gesture symbolically towards universal love and connection to God. And this is one of the most radicalizing books that I've ever come across. What the Talmud says about Jesus and the Holy Family is disgusting, and frankly, making this video is something that I kind of have an uncomfortable feeling about, but it is simultaneously absolutely critical for modern Christians to learn how traditional Judaism thinks of our Lord. The Blessed Virgin Mary was a prostitute according to them, that Saint Joseph was a cuckold, that Jesus' father was Pantera, a Roman soldier that was conceived when the Virgin Mary was menstruating, and in doing so, they deny any connection between Jesus and David, impinge on the honor of the Virgin Mary, deny that Jesus, as a bastard, could be a true chosen kin, and pave the way for the next accusation, namely that Jesus had relations with Mary Magdalene. They essentially repeat the claims that were made by the Pharisees against Jesus Christ in the New Testament, because how he would spend time with sinners, because these people don't have any grace, obviously. Rather than being a model of obedience to God the Father in all things, trying to lead sinners to salvation, God the Son was, according to the Talmud, just a degenerate hippie who practiced Egyptian sorcery to channel his bitterness after being heartbroken. It is a natural consequence of his birth as a bastard, therefore, according to the Talmud, that illustrates him as a total hypocrite. And that's why, according to history, Jesus was the worst person in their history, comparable only to the likes of Titus, who destroyed the temple, and Balaam, who led Israel astray into the worship of Baal Peor. According to the Talmud, these people are being punished forever. Not just 12 months as others are, and his punishment on top of that is especially disgusting and gruesome. He's boiling in excrement. This, the author Peter Schaefer speculates, is because Jesus said that it is not what enters the body that defiles, but what comes out of the heart that defiles. This the rabbis saw as an attack on dietary law. And so, they believed that the appropriate punishment is to be in what comes out of the body, to teach Jesus that what goes into the body must be ritually pure. Because the Talmud teaches that, once again, he was a supervillain sorcerer, even though his name does heal. And there is no doubt in the power and efficacy of his miraculous claims, what they call magic. But the issue does not come from this. The issue comes that it was not under rabbinic authority, because these are sycophantic elitists who are living in delusions of grandeur. And as explained in the Talmud story of Rabbi Eliezer, even a voice from heaven itself is not enough to challenge rabbinic authority. Supremacy reigns the Most High to these people. So even if there are that believe that the name of Jesus does heal, and some today even admit this, that doesn't actually change anything in their view. Because at the end of the day, this is a supremacist handbook. It doesn't matter. Which is why they repeat that Jesus was rightly executed and that he had it coming. The rabbis guard the Torah, and by Jesus coming into the picture and explaining it away and completing it for all people and claiming its rules are no longer necessary if it's built for segregation, this makes him a blasphemer, a heretic, an idolater, and one who leads others into heresy and idolatry. So everything is satanically inverted. Up is down for these people. Right is wrong for these people. Love is evil. Like, think about Jesus's message and think for a second about the kind of vociferous hatred being expressed here, knowing his message. Being healed by Jesus, according to the Talmud, leads to damnation. Like, where does this intense hatred stem from? I really never want to hear the phrase Judeo-Christian values ever again. It's clearly a tool for manipulation, because anyone who hates Jesus like this simply does not share my values. And that's frankly why I felt compelled to extrapolate deeply into the rabbinic psyche to grasp why the Son of God was despised so shamelessly in these texts. Like, this is not a minimal passage in passing. And it's obviously because the Pharisees lived in the shadow of Rome's destruction of the Second Temple in 70 CE, witnessing how this emerging faith liberated all people from twisted prophecies to claim a kingdom not of this world, while ingathering exiles, rebuilding the sanctuary inward, and ushering universal peace by rejecting the rabbinical fervor, and this point remained undefeated, which led to rabbis creating a counter-narrative story of Jesus' story as this dangerous enticer whose cult mocked the sages by promising salvation through faith alone, rather than financial and flesh sacrifice for Gentiles and non-existent levels of effort and exaltation for the chosen. A theological slight that, in their convoluted eyes, invited divine wrath manifested in endless victimization and intellectual barbs. And that's what the Talmud is today. So, If you're like Jesus and stand with him shoulder to shoulder against what he preached against, like pedophilia, incest, bestiality, murder, blasphemy, theft, discrimination, gender ideology, transgenderism, homosexuality, usury, and lies, congratulations. According to the Talmud, by following him, you are an anti-Semite. In the multiplicity of these longer reflections drawn from the Talmud's corpus, one discerns a unified thesis that the despisement was not just a rational reasoned disagreement, but arbitrary visceral hatred from Jesus exposing the political, financial, and spiritual corruption at the heights of power in Rome, whose motion fractured the Jewish people and invited the nations to a universal and inclusive faith that still carried the seeds of connection to the Most High for all people, prompting the rabbis to record these insults as eternal warnings against following so-called false shepherds who perform signs yet ultimately fail the prophetic test of serving as whipped prostitutes, leaving the people to cling tenaciously to their delusions of grandeur in turn, which is why they look upon it as unapologetically blasphemous and blatant corruption, even though that's what they're doing to all things innocent. And that's my central point here. The problem here isn't simply that rabbinic Judaism rejects Christ, because we've known this since the first century. The problem is that many people today sell the fantasy of supposed Judeo-Christian roots, as if the Talmud shared the Christian view of Jesus when the entire faith of Judaism is antithetical to the entire faith of Christianity. They are opposite. It's yin and yang. The deep hostility to Christ, the Virgin Mary, accusations of blasphemy, sorcery, illegitimacy, and eternal punishment, and their academic debates over some texts and translations, sure, but that's all secondary pandering noise. The bottom line is they are denying salvation for all, which is what Jesus represents. That an anti-Christian polemical tradition exists within rabbinic Judaism, and to pretend otherwise would simply be intellectually dishonest. And the irony is that Christ had already warned about all this inside the Bible. If mainstream conservative consuming sheep would actually just open and read their Bibles for once, he said that if the world hates you, know that it hated me before it hated you in John 15:18. And the Christian doesn't need to hate to recognize a historical and theological reality. You don't have to be as far right, I guess, as me. Just at minimum recognize that the Talmud and the Gospel represents irreconcilable visions of who Jesus is. And that if this is a Christian nation, which it is, by definition, if it is being subverted by interests of the people who are replacing the interests of Christianity with the Zionist mafia, which is precisely what is happening, perhaps this insane chasm and fracture from these political influencers across the board are doing so to bastardize his name.
Nothing like a little cool down.
If you know anything about Vikings other than that they raided European towns and monasteries from the late 8th century, then it is thanks in large part to the rich tradition of medieval Icelandic literature, especially the sagas. The Icelandic noun saga is from the verb segja, meaning to speak or to say, because in olden times, the only evening entertainment in Iceland, especially during the long harsh winter, was to gather around the fire and listen to someone reciting or reading the ancient stories of the land and the people, the sagas. In the written form they survive today, the 40 or so Icelandic sagas are a product of the 13th and 14th centuries when they were put to paper, but they are mostly set in the Viking period between the settling of Iceland in the 9th century up until the 11th century, and this is when many of the stories were originally composed in oral form. While the rest of literate Europe was obsessed with medieval romance, such as the stories of King Arthur, Iceland had preserved a unique type of literature derived from native oral traditions. They are mostly realistic accounts of events with a typically Nordic style of laconic prose, which avoids flowery language but subtly alludes to events which it does not mention directly. The themes are those which concerned men of the Viking Age: honor, vengeance, blood feuds, paganism and Christianity, love and loss. Some sagas focus on a single region of Iceland in one lifetime, while others span centuries and can describe the passing of decades of history in a single paragraph. Although sagas influenced English literature as far back as Shakespeare, their popularity in the English-speaking world owes a debt to the work of the famous Victorian English artist and designer, William Morris, who translated several major sagas into English for the first time. He translated the Völsunga saga in 1870, 4 years before Richard Wagner completed his great opera, Der Ring des Nibelungen, which was based on the same story and catapulted it into international fame. Morris not only translated the sagas, but he also travelled twice to Iceland, where he rode across the otherworldly interior on a little Icelandic horse of the ancient Viking breed.
Welcome to Iceland.
My name is Tom Rousel. I'm an historian, and my family is connected to William Morris via the marriage of his nephew Lionel Morris, so I was raised to feel I had some connection to him. And I also studied the sagas and other medieval Icelandic literature during my master's degree at UCL. It was upon graduating in 2012 that I wrote on my bucket list that I would ride an Icelandic horse in that volcanic land, just like Morris and the saga heroes before him. In this film, I'm hoping that, like William Morris, I will somehow gain a new insight into these ancient stories by experiencing the harsh land itself, and by meeting the natives and finding out how the violent heroes of the Viking Age remain relevant to them in 2025.
Let's find out how people lived in the days of the Icelandic sagas.
I was greeted at the airport by the crew working with me on this film, led by Matt, who runs the North Huger channel. Our journey begins in the modern and rather trendy city of Reykjavik, which is appropriate since it was one of the first places settled by the Icelanders. If you know
We think of emotions like fear being universal around the world. I think that's wrong. What's universal around the world is danger. Emotions are culturally determined. All of our emotions are schema that we've acquired in the course of life. So you have fear schema. The fact that we call it the same thing doesn't mean that we experience it the same way. The big picture of emotion kept getting more and more about the amygdala fear center, the amygdala fear center, the amygdala fear center. But the amygdala is not a fear center. It's an ancient defensive survival circuit. It's a circuit that is present in every kind of mammal, every kind of vertebrate, but we can't conflate those mechanisms with the actual experience of consciousness. Conscious experience of danger is a different thing altogether.
Joseph Ledoux is by almost any measure the greatest emotion neuroscientist who has ever lived. His work has been cited more than 180,000 times. He's written 5 landmark books on neuroscience, including The Emotional Brain, the book that defined the field. He put the amygdala on the map. His fear circuit is the most famous model in all of neuroscience, taught in every textbook, in every neuroscience course ever given. He ran the foundational split brain experiments alongside Michael Gazzaniga, the godfather of cognitive neuroscience. He spent decades building that emotional fear model, then he decided it was wrong. So when Ledoux tells you everything you thought you knew about emotion is wrong, you listen. Subscribe to find out what a brain split in half reveals about the voice in your head.
We are confabulating 24/7 in our lives, make our lives make sense. And given that we have so many unconscious processes in our brain that are controlling our behavior all the time, and our conscious mind is seeing all of that, it's got to create a story that makes all that non-conscious controlling behavior make sense. First time in studying split brain patients, there was evidence that there were 2 conscious minds. I just want to tell you about one experiment we did that became the foundation of my entire career.
This model is still being taught. Your name is still on the slide. Yet you actually fundamentally disagree with his main assertion now. But I want to know how you came to that conclusion. Like, what was the light bulb moment? You spent decades building this model and this pathway, and it became so famous. Your name is attached to this idea. How do you then wake up one day and say, actually, I'm getting something fundamentally wrong about this?
So,
Joseph Abdu, it's a giant honor. You are a true hero of neuroscience, so I couldn't be more excited and grateful to be speaking with you today.
well, it's fair kind of.
If the listener at home is somehow unfamiliar with you and your work, what is the most important context for them to understand?
Oh boy, that's complicated. I think, you know, I started out from a very non-conventional perspective here. So I had 2 degrees in business administration, one in business administration, one in marketing. And this was the 1960s, early 70s, and it was not cool to be in marketing at that time. So it was like the hippie revolution. I was as much a hippie as anybody else, but I got stuck in this marketing stuff before I knew what a hippie was. So I had to figure out some angle that made my life self-respecting. What I was doing was trying to help consumers become more knowledgeable about why they buy stuff and products. So the kind of, goody-goody kind of approach to what I could do and still be in business and not be hated by all my friends. So I took a class, looked at the courses. This was at Louisiana State University, and which where I went to college, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. And I found that for the first time, because I grew up in a small town, for the first time I became aware of psychology and Freud and all that kind of stuff. So I started taking classes like that, and I took one called Learning and Motivation, and I found it to be relevant to my consumer protection work. And when I got to the class, it turned out that the class was about a professor who was studying rat brains and memory. And so, wow, you can make a living studying rat brains? I have no idea you can do that kind of thing. And so I started hanging out in his lab, and never did much research, but I just kind of watched what he was doing. And by the end of the fall semester, this was the fall of 1973, I went back to his office and said, so this is what I want to do with my life. And he looked at me like I was crazy. He had no credentials. How are you going to do this? So I was, could you write some letters for him? So he wrote a bunch of letters. They all came back, no thanks, except one, which was at the State University of New York at Stony Brook on Long Island. I was in Louisiana, Long Island was in New York. And I said, okay, this is the only one that wanted me, and I didn't know why they wanted me, but it turned out that the guy who wrote the letter knew somebody at Stony Brook, and they took me in. And that's where I began my scientific career. I dropped everything in Louisiana, moved up to New York, the island of New York, and I was introduced to my professor, who was studying marmosets and their play behavior. I hadn't come 1,500 miles from Louisiana to study marmosets. I wanted to study the human brain, and it just wasn't the guy that I was working for wasn't going to be somebody that could help me in that. So I stumbled across a person who was actually studying the brain. His name was Michael Gazzaniga. And he was studying patients called split brain patients. And these people have the connection between their two hemispheres are separated, connections that are cut to relieve intractable epilepsy. And it's a radical procedure, still done occasionally, but the medications were not very good back in those days. So it was something that had, it was helpful to the people who were involved. Many of the people that I saw with this problem that had these surgeries were young people, and they still had a lot ahead of them. But in order to lead a good life, they would have to have some kind of control over their epilepsy, and the drugs just weren't doing it. So the split brain thing is useful. And when you split the brain, that means that you've got the left side of your brain, the left side of the patient's brain is the language system of the brain. And then on the right side are, other things that usually don't have much language. So when, the standard thing in studying all these patients was to ask the patient, what do you see? So you present a stimulus to the left hemisphere on the screen. Everything on the right side of the screen goes to the left hemisphere. So you say, what did you see? And he says, I saw an apple. Then you put a stimulus in the left visual field, goes to the right hemisphere. And you say, what did you see? And he said, I didn't see anything. Because the left hemisphere didn't see anything. The left hemisphere can talk. The right hemisphere, on the other hand, point to what it saw, couldn't talk about it. But then we discovered something unusual in these patients. We had this one patient who could obviously point with his left hand to what the right hemisphere saw. The right hemisphere could control his hand and point to what he saw, but there was no talking about it. But in this case, he was able to read in his right hemisphere as well. So he had language on both sides, he just couldn't talk out of that way. So we gave him a bunch of Scrabble letters and had him spell out the name of what he thought in his right hemisphere. And so if we put his name Paul in the right hemisphere, Paul would spell out his name. So he knew who he was, he had a sense of self in the right hemisphere. We asked him all kinds of questions like that, and it was clear that for the first time in studying split brain patients, there was evidence that there were two conscious minds going on in this one brain, in this brain, right? And the right hemisphere had a conscious mind because it was able to read and respond in a verbal way. So that's a big step towards a conscious person over there. And we did this, I don't think to linger on and on here, but I just want to tell you about one experiment we did that became the foundation of my entire career. So we, as my mentor, Mike Pizzata, who would say, we spent 20 years, not we, but he had spent 20 years studying split brain patients. And the question that everybody was asking in that field was, what did you see? But finally, in this one experiment, we asked, why did you do that rather than what did you see? So what we did is we put a picture of a snow scene on the left side of the screen and a picture of a chicken claw on the right side. And so the left hemisphere is seeing a chicken claw. The right hemisphere is seeing the snow scene. The left hand points to a shovel. The right hand points to a chicken. So you say, why did you see that? I'm talking to the left hemisphere. I said, well, I saw a chicken claw, so I pointed to the chicken, and you need to double to clean out the chicken shed. The left hemisphere had no idea what the right hemisphere saw. Knew nothing about the snow scene. But he saw a shovel, and he saw a chicken, and he told a story. He created a narration that made his behavior make sense. And, that was wow. Because what that meant was that the normal interpretation would be that, okay, this patient has brain damage, and so he's confabulating a story to make his behavior make sense. And that's all fine and well. But, what we do, we study these patients, they're all in New England, and we drive up there and test them and so forth. And then at the evening after the long day of testing them, we go to a restaurant or bar or something, have a drink, and talk about the day. And in this particular case, we were just, we're kind of fascinated. We knew what confabulation was because, we studied a bunch of patients with different kinds of brain problems. But what we came to conclude was this is not something that just happens in patients with neurological problems. We are confabulating 24/7 in our lives. Make our lives make sense. And given that we have so many unconscious processes in our brain that are controlling our behavior all the time, and our conscious mind is seeing all of that, it's got to create a story that makes all that non-conscious controlled behavior make sense. So it's kind of like we just said, okay, this is an important thing, and we started writing some articles about it. We ended up writing a book. This is the kind of interesting story. So the first day that I met my mentor, Mike Zanigan, because I wanted to leave the guy who studied marmosets and work with Mike. And so Mike said, okay, let's talk. What do you want to do? And I said, well, I want to study these patients that are interested. Okay, well, go write a proposal, 2-page proposal, bring it back to me. So I went and I wrote a 2-page proposal, dropped it off, and then he called me back to the office and he said, okay, you can join the lab, and I would like you to revise my most recent book in your spare time. Okay, so I just got out of marketing, walked into this guy's office. He said, okay, you can work in the lab, and he wants me to revise his book called the Bisected Brain, about these patients. And I was totally green. I said, why are you doing this? Is this a joke? He said, no, I have never had a student who could write. And she looked at the proposal. And so no one had ever told me I could write after 5 years of college and so forth. So I was excited. He was excited. And I started writing. We go up to New England once a month. And so I would have a lot of time to kill in field courses and stuff. But in the meantime, I was also kind of trying to revise his book as the studies went along. The deeper and deeper we got into the studies, the more and more I was writing. But in the last year, it was a 4-year program, so in the last year of the program, we decided that we weren't going to do that revision of the book at all. What we were going to do is take what we've been studying for 4 years and turn that into a new book. And the new book was going to be called The Integrated Mind, because the Bisected Brain was about what happens when you take the brain apart. And the Integrated Mind was about what taking the brain apart like that means for all of us. That we have these stories we tell and so forth. And so this book came out 2 weeks before my PhD thesis. And so I had a very strange graduate career, because basically all I did was go test a few patients, took classes as was required, but they only had 2 classes required. One was behavioral approaches, behaviorism, kind of approaches to rat behavior. And the other class was statistics. So those were only 2 classes I had. And by the end of my 4 years there, I had a PhD in studying consciousnesses with brain patients and a book on it. So I was really lucky that the dominoes just kind of fell, that's how my life got started.
So before every episode of this show, I spend a lot of time in research papers. I have tried every PDF editing tool out there, and UPDF is the one that's stuck, and let me show you exactly why. AI assistant feature is what I use the most. It runs on GPT-5 and DeepSeek R1. I open a paper and highlight something, ask it directly, explain this methodology or summarize section 4, and it answers questions from the actual document, which means no hallucinations. You can also translate entire documents, which I use constantly for non-English papers, and generate one-click mind maps from any PDF, which is generally useful for mapping out a field before an interview. They've also built in academic paper search right inside the app. Find papers by keyword, you can pull them in, start reading and annotating, so you don't have like 30 browser tabs open at one time. I don't know if that's familiar for you. And if you've ever tried to read a scanned paper from the 90s, which I've done actually a surprising amount of, It's basically an image, so UPDF's OCR can convert that into fully searchable, editable text. It's a lifesaver for older literature. UPDF also has many other professional editing tools, such as PDF merging, compression, conversion. You can also directly edit PDF text, images, and links super easily. Single license works across Mac, Windows, Android, or iOS at about 1/6 of the cost that Adobe charges. And if you hate subscriptions like me, you can also do a once-off lifetime purchase, also something Adobe doesn't offer. There's a limited time offer running right now, so click the link in the description. I really could not recommend UPDF more.
And so the next step was that I wanted to, one of the things we concluded from all that was that the massive kinds of unconscious processes in our brain are actually candidates for what generates these behaviors that require that we have some kind of dissonance reducing narrative that we tell. There's kind of cognitive dissonance that when you see yourself doing something that you consciously didn't do, you have to narrate that in some way in order to make it make sense that the reason you did it was you make up a story as to why you did it. And it's a confabulation that we all do all the time. And the idea was that the emotion systems in the brain might be the kind of systems that would generate these unconscious behaviors that require these dissonance-reducing narratives. And so I decided that, I wanted to study emotion because we might, at the bar one of these nights, that after one of these
Okay, this is an ammo crate. It will be on your person at all times. If in the event you are killed, it will pop up in the air, like so. Any questions?
Yes. Where are we going to store that?
Up your
Up my ass.
Right, the next lesson is on how to not be able to f***ing aim.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yes, it is in the bag. As you wish.
To battle.
Hey, Team's got him. We gotta move right now. We've been compromised. Come on.
Well, this is a bad position to be in. It might seem silly to train this type of stuff, but time and time again, fathers, mothers, daughters, sons have found themselves in these very terrible positions. This is being pursued by a professional military. Maybe you're trained up, maybe you're not. But in any case, warfare has changed so much. Now, we've previously done videos on evasion, but warfare has changed a lot in the 3 years since we made that video. Today, we're going to be doing an updated video on how to survive against a professional military in the year 2026 as of right now. Okay, come on. Come on, let's move.
We find ourselves in such an unfortunate position. Warfare has just gotten unfair. More unfair than perhaps it's been in a long time. And not since the medieval ages when crossbows started showing up have people felt so outgunned. Drones, thermal technology, all of this might make it feel like there's just no possible way for you to get out. And it might be easy to say, if I find myself in this position, it doesn't matter. A drone will blow me up, I'll get hit by artillery. But here's the thing, and I want you to think very seriously. If you're actually in this situation, you just want to sit down with zero chance of ever making it back to your family, to your kids, to your parents, to your friends. It's easy to say, yeah, I'm just going to expire. But when you actually find yourself in a situation where you need to learn this, you'll be happy you trained it, you'll be happy you learned it, and more importantly, you'll want to live. The will to survive has always been the defining factor that determines whether you go home to your family, spend a wonderful long life, or whether you just don't make it home at all. Frankly speaking, equipment, the scenario itself, how intense it is, it doesn't matter. People have gotten out of insane scenarios simply because they told themselves, I will not die, I will make it home. Today, as we go through this video, I want you guys to remember that will to survive. It has defined the American civilian population for nearly past at this point 250 years. Don't forget that as we go through this, as we learn some very important topics, as we delve into how to evade a professional military as of this year. Let's get into it. Now, best part too is throughout this, we're gonna have Connor right over here playing Op4. He'll be hunting us. He'll be going through the woods. We'll be able to hear him, and we'll also have drums overhead going for us as well. So it's going to be a very fun video as we, well, try to evade Connor and some drones, but more importantly, we teach some very important principles. Now, you might wonder why I would be teaching this. What are my credentials? So my name is Michael Jones. I'm a former Air Force Special Warfare guy. Spent my time as first a survival, evasion, resistance, and escape specialist in the United States Air Force. Later, served as a TAC-P / JTAC within Air Force Special Warfare. So, have a lot of time doing this. I have taught thousands of students how to evade professional militaries, militias, etc. And now I'm going to teach you the exact same stuff. Let's get into it. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and set the scenario. We're at some not too far distant future here where we have a complete collapse of things at the United States. It might sound crazy, but many countries have found themselves in these various predicaments throughout time and history. Now, in our case, we are fighting with a militia group against some foreign invader, and during that time, obviously our team has been compromised, killed, we're being targeted by drones, mortars, and we need to evade that situation. The choice to evade or to fight is going to be very specific to your particular unit, and often we'll say things like tactics, techniques, and procedures are going to dictate how you're going to do that. But the best way to think about it is if you don't have the ammunition or the means to complete the mission with which you were sent on, generally at that point you're going to go into an evasion posture and you can no longer accomplish that mission when you're no longer combat effective. Now, depending on the different people that you're fighting, they might respect your status as an invader, or they might just try to kill you. We're going to assume they're going to try to kill us, and we're going to try to do everything in our power to get away. Now, we have some Op4 out there at about 150 meters. First thing we're going to do is we're going to see what it sounds like when one of those enemy patrols comes upon bodies down there, how you might hear that from a distance. Connor, go ahead! All right, so that's Connor at 150 meters. We're gonna start moving now, and then we're gonna have them come towards us so you can hear what it sounds like. Now, when it comes to evasion, the first thing we need to do is we need to get out of dodge. It's what's called our initial movement. Now, you might be wondering about drones. We'll get into that in just a moment. The initial movement, we're gonna sprint till we can't sprint anymore, run till you can't run, walk till you can't walk, and crawl into a hide site, and then figure out our options. You want to put time, distance, terrain, micro-terrain between you and your attackers, and you want to try to keep as much overhead cover as possible. If you look up right here, overhead cover, not so much. Why does overhead cover matter? Aircraft, drones, tons of different stuff, spy satellites, Elon Musk, whatever. The point is, we need to get out of dodge. We're gonna start moving. All right, let's go.
Okay, now we have an enemy patrol. They're going to be coming towards us. He was in the military as a PFC and a specialist. He's going to move just like a private first class in the woods. Let's listen. Okay, angle your camera that way.
Radiant's towers are fortified.
As you can see, at about 150, 200. I don't hear anything. You hear that crunch out there? And as you can see, we can see him before we can hear him. So as you can see, he actually gets to us pretty quickly before we can hear him, because as dense as the woods are, that sound does travel far, but man, it can really get muffled by the grass, by the trees. So being able to spot him far out, keeping our wits about us, are what's gonna matter. Now in this case, we're still in our initial movement. We still need to put tons of time, distance, and drain between us and the enemy attackers. Let's move.
Your top tower is being hacked to pieces.
Now we're going to be moving in an erratic pattern, going into the worst terrain that we can possibly find. Again, as you can see right over there, tons of trees, erratic terrain, and we're just going in the opposite direction. Doesn't always have to be uphill, just so happens that's our life today. Get fed or die. Okay, we put about a mile and a half between us and our attackers. The question is how long you go? As far as you can. So we got into an initial hide site, and what we're looking for with initial hide site is we're gonna have top cover, we're gonna have side cover in a thicket, and try to be away. So by away we mean sound, sight, etc. Light's gonna travel forever. Make sure you don't have long sight lines, and of course, make sure you're blocking the top. So in our initial hide site, there's a couple things we can do. Let's talk about our initial hide site. As far as initial hide sites go, they're not going to be perfect. I'd really want something way more dense and something I was going to actually call a hide site, somewhere that I'm actually going to hole up. And initial hide site is not that. Initial hide site is good enough to get you so you can take time to situate and figure out your next plan of action. So first thing I'm going to do for myself is do a quick blood sweep. I need to make sure that I didn't get injured in that little gunfight we had back there, that I'm okay. I know from checking my head right here that I have some blood coming down from my eye, but everything's feeling good. I'm not bleeding too much. I'm gonna sweep down my head. Check under my chest rig right here. Get under these clothes. Get in your groin. Keep checking. And then once I've made sure I'm not bleeding anywhere, I know that I'm okay. The couple other things I can do is I can look at comps. So the question is, what is my comms gonna look like with my team, with anything like that? Here's the thing, the first world military, they got stuff to track you down to the last inch of precisely where you are. Cell phones should not be on you. GPS watches should not be on you. Radios, if they're not encrypted, even if they're encrypted, you need to think about how good the capabilities of a professional military could be. So don't transmit unless you need to. Keep that RF energy at an all-time low. Typically what we do, if you do need to transmit, is you have some type of radio comm hours that you have with your home team. Maybe whether it be every 4 hours or every hour, at like the 35 of every hour, you'll have a 2-minute window where you'll monitor comms just to see if they say anything or if you have to say anything. The point is, stay off those comms if at all possible. And another thing to think about is, if you get captured, is there any type of keypad for your radio to get access to it? Because if they get you, they kill you, they get your radio, they're going to go those comm frequencies, all that crypto as well. So think about possibly zeroing out your radio, which means deleting everything, destroying your radio if you need to. When you're fighting in the professional military, it can get very hairy. Now, that being said, we need to definitely talk about drones. Now, with drones, here's the thing. Drones are not the end-all be-all. They're very good at what they do. And the closer you are to the front line, the base, the more drones, the more complicated the drones. Point is, typically what's going to happen is you're going to have a spotter drone. It's going to be a drone that's going to be higher, whether that be a Mavic sitting at like 200 meters, or whether that be like an actual Predator drone, like sitting at a solid 20,000 feet, scanning the area. Those are very good, but here's the best part. During the day, thermal does not work well on Mavics, on any of the typical drones that you see. During the day, dawn and dusk are both very good for maneuvering and for getting all your movements in, because thermal does not work nearly as well. In fact, many of the drones right now will not turn on their thermal cameras during the day so they don't damage the sensors. Now, on Predator drones and stuff, they can work all day. So that's something you'll have to deal with, and you have to understand the capabilities. But it still stands that during the day, thermal's just not like a magic eye. It just doesn't magically spot you, because everything heats up. Trees, rocks, and it makes it very difficult to spot you, especially when we have a bunch of overhead cover. Now, once they do spot you, and if they do spot you, they'll send, of course, FPV drones after you, or drones that drop munitions on you. Now, with that, you get into as much cover as possible, get into a building if you can, of course, to take the hell away if at all possible. Now, us personally, we keep 2 mags of anti-drone rounds on us for those FPV drones, and that stuff works really well. It might be a good idea to have some anti-drone munitions on you in case you need to. Now, of course, firing a weapon, always dangerous, but it might be necessary. So understand, drones aren't just gonna magically destroy everything. They just make things a little bit more tricky. Assume you're always being observed and move accordingly. Now, we sat here, we can also work on our camo and stuff, but we've been sitting in this initial height site long enough. I want to keep moving. So we're going to keep moving. We're going to go into our first phase, which is going to be our evasion movement. Best way to think about this is move like you're hunting. Move like you're being seen, you're being spotted. Imagine you're sneaking up on a deer. You want to be as quiet as possible. Now, for you city folk who haven't run in the woods that much, you're gonna make more noise. The only thing that'll make it better is getting out to the woods. So get out to the woods. But for now, let's move. What I'm doing right now is called CELS. It stands for stop, look, listen, smell. I don't hear any commands. No engines. Looking, scanning. Don't say anything. I don't see any drones. And smelling's well, gasoline, gunpowder, body odor, smoke, campfire. Smells like woods. Okay, let's move like we're hunting. A couple things to think about when you're moving is every movement that you make is going to leave signs and presence. So you gotta take a look. Every time I step, I'm disturbing the ground. I've been through tracking schools, multiple, both in the military and civilian world, and those will 100% give you away to a trained tracker, but they still have to find you, they still have to follow those tracks. So there are some methods to get around a tracker. We'll talk about in just a moment, but a little bit of nature's bounty right here. As an invader, being able to have energy matters on true pines. These little nubs at the end, the green little shoots, are extremely nutritious, full of vitamin C. It's not something that can be quantified, but these are a little bit more palatable than the actual needles themselves. And that's going to have a ton of vitamin C. They taste very citrusy. Quite good, and that vitamin C will keep you going. As an invader, you primarily want to stick to carbohydrates, as those will use less water, and oftentimes your problem will be water. More on that later. Let's keep moving. are using these trails as well. Being able to know some basic tracking and what you're looking at is going to matter. You can tell a lot from tracks, and very clearly based on the shape, we have deer coming through here. It's important to know that stuff so you don't think you're following a human or that you're being tracked by a human, but rather you're just coming across deer tracks. It's the woods. There's a lot of animals. There's a lot of noises. Make sure you know what you're talking about. And you see this trail right here. You might think this is a trail that's man-made. This is a trail made by animals. Typically they lead to water as they all converge down towards lower elevations as a quick out inlet in case you need to get water. Let's keep moving in. These fall logs right here. Make sure that you're ginger as you come past them, because when they break, it's a great sign for your typical tracker. As once they're freshly broken, it's going to look very white. Then as you step on it, you simply going to slough off part of the bark or part of the wood because it's rotting, it's on the ground. These are quick notes to think about. Step over logs, not them.
Your bottom tower has fallen. Are you going to do something about that? Killings, your bottom barracks are under attack.
Now when you're alone, you can move a little bit faster than when you're with a group, because you're going to make more noise as a group, and you have to keep accountability. But when you're alone, you still need to take that time to find cover, like a tree. Stop, look, listen, smell. Always check the sky. Now, when you're checking, what's going to be important is to not be looking directly at blue sky, because your oily, greasy, bright face is going to come up like a beacon on a drone feed. So, put trees, branches between you. Have like some type of veil. You can put a balaclava up as well to try to conceal yourself. The point is, try to keep that to a minimum, if at all possible. Right here, we have fresh deer droppings. If you come, take a look at them. You can tell a lot based off how moist it is, mucus. You can see this was just here not too long ago. These are important to see these animal signs, to understand what animals are in the area, what noises to be able to listen for, and also whether those can be potentially used against various enemies that you're coming up against. Because if you're following deer trails, you're disguising yourself more as deer sign. These are all things that can be used, not just to confuse the people who are pursuing you, but more especially trackers, especially if they have dogs. Having animal sense, your scent, and trying to keep them guessing is going to be important. When you're going up against dogs, I hate dogs. I love dogs, but I hate tracking dogs, because those things will track you for miles. So the only way to really defeat a dog is to defeat the dog handler by taking things like animal droppings, putting them where your trail scent is, so he might lose confidence in his dog, whether it's tracking you or whether it's tracking a deer, for example. Various things to think of. But believe me when I say, dogs will find you. I've evaded a lot of military dogs, but they eventually always find you unless you defeat that handler. Now, as you're walking, you're often going to come across, especially in the US, well, anywhere really, these old trails. You can see this is an old trail, but it's fairly overgrown. So, a couple ways we can check to see if it's used often are, of course, recent tire tracks, recent hiking marks. But more importantly, if we take a look at this right here, we have a bunch of these trees that have fallen right here. So we can see that there's rover points on these trees, but yet I don't see any footmarks on the top. I don't see rubbed bark. I don't see any brand new fresh breaks. This leads me to believe that these trees, you can see how clogged this entire thing isn't taken care of. It doesn't seem to be used that often. But nonetheless, anytime we come upon a road like this, we want to treat it like a linear danger area. Signage will be this with a hand signal. A linear danger area is anything where humans are traveling on it. That can be a road, a trail, even a river, because everybody's going to go to water to drink from it, to use it for whatever. So these are all linear danger areas. As far as getting across these as a lone evader, if we can, we want to observe and take it at a bend so there's not that much view on us. But if you just come across it like partly abandoned one, we're going to treat it like an initial movement again. As soon as we see it, we hit it, it comes out of nowhere because we're already evading. We're going to cross across it as quickly as possible, and we're going to initial move from there. So let's go. So we want an initial move about 100 meters or 200 off that initial road or any linear danger area. Now we've gotten past it. We're gonna go back to our evasion movement once we stop. Look, listen, smile. Okay, let's keep moving. Let's find that hide site. Understanding that different plants can really be a boon. That's something as a survival specialist is every new area I go into, I'd study and learn the local plants. Because we have all these little guys right here. So I pull that out. Got a little yarrow right here. It's got like that purple root. This is actually really good as like a partial antiseptic. If you chew that root a little bit, can numb up your mouth, so you can use it if you have a toothache, etc. So knowing your little local plants is gonna matter. Now my mouth is numb. Right, let's go. Isn't Chicago beautiful this time of year? It is wonderful. I know, guys. This is Chicago. Come to Chicago. We're in the beautiful city of Chicago right now. Certainly not Idaho, it's full. Now, as we're traveling, we want to try to keep on the military crest. The military crest is about 2/3 up the hill, not on the crest, not at the base. The reason we do that is you typically have a lot more cover right there, and also if somebody's high, it's easy to get low, and if somebody's low, you're almost at the top where you can escape over the top. So remember, military crest. So right here, we're at the very top to show you it's just a bad idea. And you can see right here, if I'm looking across, typically when you scan hilltops, you're scanning towards the tops. It's really easy to skyline yourself. That's where there's nothing behind you but sky, and you show up like no other. So don't skyline yourself. Stay to that military crest. We're going to go full into the thick trees right here. That's also good for drones, because I have the suspicion that we're likely going to be targeted by drones. So let's go, let's get in that thicket, see if we can get some cover from them. Here we are completely surrounded by trees, completely encompassed by them. Now, you've probably seen tons of videos of people in Ukraine getting blasted even though they're in thick forest. And 100% yes, you can still get targeted by an FPV drone and get blown up. However, what you don't see are the constant failures of them to hit soldiers in thickets. This is going to be one of your best things you can do, and getting behind thick trees is going to be a really good concealment from the blast radius from the typical FPV drones, because they are typically carrying some type of fragmentation explosive. So we're in our first hide site right here. We have good cover around us. We're going to go ahead, we're going to update our camo, we're going to go from there. what I like to do is I like to put my rifle on top of my pack, or at the very least, if I'm going to be moving around, always keep my rifle down, or at least on my foot right there, to ensure I always have positive retention on it. It's easy to lose your rifle, and you don't want to be that guy, because it's of course going to leave evidence of presence. So let's update our camouflage right here. And shout out to my old field instructor guide for Seer, wing boot, guitars. Okay, so I'm gonna take a look at myself. You know, I'm blood a little bit. What we're gonna try to do is get any skin that we can see. We want to try to cover that up as much as possible. Now, as you sweat, you're going to your camo is just going to come off, so you're going to have to constantly update it as much as you possibly can. Make sure to try to get around the eyes. A lot of people really miss these small areas, so you just want to make sure you get that. Now, anything that you're not able to camouflage well, you can also use balaclava. A lot of people do this, and then you can use this to cover up yourself a little bit easier. This is pretty common for what you see in a lot of different environments right now. We're not going to do it for now because mostly what I'm doing is speaking to you guys, and it's a little easier to do it without this guy. But understand that balaclavas are very common. This is a no-arm one. We like them because they don't fog you up as hard when you have glasses on and stuff, as a quick note. Now, beyond here, we of course need to figure out what we're going to do when we evade. This is where it's going to come down to what have you, your team, your squad, your community decided is the best course of action if you need to evade. These are things that you should need to have figured out beforehand. So generally what we recommend is, if your base of operations is some farm out in the middle of nowhere, well, you probably ain't ever going back home for a long time, because more than likely they're going to be able to have eyes on you the entire time. Whether or not they can catch you with personnel in that time is a different story. The best option is for you to actually either repatriate with forces that have counter drone technology, like get back to your forward lines, or what they call the FLOT, the forward line of own troops, or get into a city where you're able to disappear. But heading to one small shack in the middle of the woods, probably not your best option. Now, in our case, there's a city not too far off, about 10 miles, and that's the direction we're going to be heading. That city is friendly, and it will be easy to get lost in that city in order to get out. In addition to that, you should probably have some type of clothing you can change into in order to drop your gear. So don't get too attached to all your cool guns and all that cool stuff, because you'll probably have to drop it at some point to change your disguise and to blend in with the local population. So we've done what we need to do. Let's continue to do some evasion movement. You notice I'm kind of turning my body by getting the two sides of your feet kind of come down. You kind of not get as bad of side hilling action as you would just going straight, where your toes are just mashing into the front of your shoes. So I kind of alternate coming down, kind of shimmying between the two sides. You typically make a lot of noise going downhill, so try to slow yourself down, don't go too fast. Now, there's one we've been right here. So on true pine trees, you can actually eat part of the layer of the tree itself. It's not delicious, so this is some wazoo stuff for you. Obviously, you're going to give away your position by carving out a piece of a tree, but the cambium layer, which if you come right over here, take a close look. It's this very fleshy kind of layer right here. This is very edible on a tree, and sometimes with explosions, gunshots and stuff, it's exposed already. Not that big of a deal to eat. So you can actually eat that cambium layer. It's the actual part of the tree that supplies the nutrients. It's very fleshy. It's going to taste very strongly of pine. It's very delicious. Now below that, you're going to have the actual wood itself. As a quick note, if you want to do this, you also cook it up. Lots of different ways to make it, but make sure you only go on one stripe. Don't go across, because again, it is siphoning all those nutrients up. So if you go all the way around, you ring that, you're gonna kill that tree. So it's a small section, but as a quick survival food, it works. You'll provide some nutrients, keep you going. That's good eating, organic. Now this is another good high site we can look at. You can see how we have a low bush right there, big enough for us and our gear. This is something where you can absolutely work this. Make sure it's in a thicket. Make sure it's not the only, concealable location on an entire hillside, because you're still going to get found. But examples like this, where they're real low to the ground, are good. And we'll talk more about good hide sites when we find a really good one. Let's continue our invasion. When you hear somebody who's close, the first thing you want to do is cease all movements to make a little sound as possible. Another thing that we're taught, and it might sound a little heebie-jeebie-ish or something, but we were taught never to look directly at someone when we're observing them. There's some sixth sense that's not seeing dead people, that's knowing when you're being looked at, some type of predator-prey reaction that we still know inherently. So we're always taught to observe often in our peripherals. Trying to look directly at someone, it's something about those pupils and that eye just really draw the gaze. Don't look at them directly. Try to keep low, stop moving, and allow them to pass. Now, you should always, of course, be ready to engage if you have to. But when we're invading, we really want to try to not re-ping ourselves. Imagine it like you're in a video game, Battlefield or something. Somebody spots you, you lose that ping, but then they spot you again, everybody knows exactly where you are. The minute you fire that gun, engage somebody, they're dead, they're going to know that you were at least at that location. That means that much more evasion from there. Alright, he's passed. Let's move very quietly from this location. So we have a plane overhead. So if you have a plane overhead, generally what we want to do, we're going to get down, we're going to cease moving. If you already have overhead cover, don't overthink it. Listen for that engine pitch, listen for the noise, assume you've been spotted, wait for them to pass. If you hear that engine gun back up and they start turning towards you, well, then you got an initial move. I'm going to say they likely spotted us, just because we're going to assume the worst when it comes to this. So we're going to go back into our initial movement in order to get past them. As a quick note, that's what you're doing. Now with drones, it's often been said to hug the earth if you hear them. Typically, if you have those low-flying Mavic drones, not the FPVs, but the Mavics, usually they've already spotted you at this point, and it's important to get into that dense forest, that good cover, to ensure that you can get away. Now, as we get into our movement, we're going to be talking about camera tracking here, and that comes to both drones and people. One of my favorite things are these high bushes right here, because what you can do is actually step at the base of this bush, especially when they're nice and springy. It can help conceal your footsteps. Now, it's not going to get rid of them, but rather it's going to increase the time for a tracker to be able to find your prints, and that's going to give you more time to get away. With a dog, it's not as big of a deal, but it's going to make it a pain in the butt for the handler to have to go through this crappy terrain. Going through bad terrain, dog has no problem. Dog handler, depends on how fat he is. All right, so stepping through this, let's set up the base. Try not to crack them as they're coming through. And if you do that every once in a while, or especially step on rocks, things that can eliminate your prints, you can make it much more difficult for a tracker. If they lose your tracks, they have to essentially do a search pattern to reestablish, and it takes time. Time means more time for you to get away. Now, say we've been spotted by drones. Let's talk about a couple different ways that we can defeat drones. Now, besides being in dense forests, etc., if you know FPVs are coming in, and the question is, what is an FPV? It's a small drone typically piloted in real time by a pilot wearing typically some type of VR goggles. So they have very good SA. So a couple things we can look at. One, if you hear them coming, get on hard cover. Especially in dense forests, it's going to make it much more difficult for them to get to you. In addition, Emergency measures such as anti-drone rounds like we talked about, or smoke grenades to help obfuscate the area is going to be very, very helpful. Now, one of the best parts about fighting in the mountains is the fact that weather typically sucks. Now, we happen to have a beautiful day out here in Chicago today, but typically you're going to see a lot of clouds, rains, storms, snow. These are all hell for a drone to get through. So moving during inclement weather is a godsend, and I highly recommend it because it also gets rid of your prints a little bit better. And beyond that, holding to the principles that we've talked about is going to be essential. But drones are always going to be hunting you. There's nothing you can do about them, and you might get killed by one. But we're going to do everything we can to give ourselves every advantage possible. Okay. That's clearance. An example right here of a well-traveled log. So you can see this animal trail right here. You can see all the different animal tracks that we have right here from horses, deer, etc. So we know there's some type of domesticated wildlife here. So people are definitely here. That would make this a linear danger area. You can see how worn all the bark is right off that. Now that's an extreme example, but still goes to show, make sure that you're not leaving signs of presence as you move. Now, when it comes to drones, typically you're going to have different elevations of drones that are going to be scanning. Anywhere from your really high ones, anywhere from 20,000 down to 200. You'll have 150, 125, all the way down to 50 or 25 to get different types of angles. And one thing to look at as well is, down here, shadow. So your shadow can also give you away, which is why it's important to be in really thick vegetation and why movement also matters. During the day, those thermal cameras aren't nearly as good, or they're completely shut off. So a lot of times you're looking at shadows as what they're going to be defining, also going off of also movement. Obviously, we're one of the only things moving in this forest, which is why wind, rain, etc. is going to make it way more difficult for them. So watch your shadow, make sure you're in those nice thick areas. A lot of the field craft that we talk about here is the same field craft that's been talked about since the 40s. These principles don't go away simply because we have drones. It's just another thing that you have to think about in terms of your evasion posture. Right here we have Connor moving at about 200 meters over a rise from us. Let's see if we hear him.
That was done in the spirit of Axe.
Connor, you're good. Okay, so that's kind of the point, is that people think that the sounds you make in the woods are just going to travel for miles and miles, and that's how you're going to be heard. And they can from time to time. But generally, the thing that's really going to give you away is going to be light. Your movement being seen. So although it can feel really dodgy to be in really thick forest and you're stepping on trees and sticks and stuff, understand that it's 100% going to be actually spotted. That's going to be the thing that's going to take you out, not those sounds. Hear the angry rabbit. They come up to branches rather than just brushing past them and breaking them. If I just walk through this, I'm going to make a ton of noise. So what you're going to do is you're actually going to swim it just over your head rather than just brushing past it. Drag that down. Pin that. And only get through that. Now we can't travel forever. At some point we have to rest. Generally, due to how drones are operating nowadays, we recommend not traveling at night. Dawn, day, dusk, those all work great. Dawn and dusk are great because it's what we call a thermal transition. And so as the ground begins to cool, the rocks, the trees, the bark, everything is staying much hotter or at a different temperature. That really makes it difficult for these thermal sensors to work as well. So those are a great time to travel. So all your field craft definitely still works. So let's find ourselves a nice hide site so we can talk about buttoning up for the night and preparing it for anti-thermal capabilities. Now we found a good hide site right here, or we can go ahead and button up for the night. So coming into a hide site, you don't want to go for a direct route into it in case your tracks and your scent lead directly into it. What you're going to do is you're going to come off the hide site about 100 to 200 meters, and you're going to J-hook back into it, behind it. That way, if somebody's following your tracks or your scents, they're going to walk past your shelter, or follow your scent past the shelter before getting to you. This gives you a chance to initial evade away from them, engage them, do whatever you need to do in order to live. Now, we have really good side cover, overhead cover, everything right here. This is very secure, but we can still make it more secure, especially if I'm going to be sleeping. Thermal at night is really, really good. So you need to have some type of thermal hide in order to work. We typically use Relv, though their camo tarps work really well. So I'm just going to set up a simple thermal camo tarp over me and my equipment so I can sleep for the night and I can get a little bit of rest. All right, let's get going. Okay, we have a Relv camo tarp right here. As you can see on these tarps, they're not completely opaque. You can see through them a little bit, and the reason for that is they allow the heat from our body heat to bleed off, so it doesn't heat this material up. So it stays at a nice ambient temperature of everything around it. This is well proven, well used. You see a lot of different thermal tarps out here. There's a lot of different thermal meat suits as well. Find what works for you. I know a lot of Ukrainians are using Lapa gear, which is really well vetted. So again, find what works for you. Just make sure that not all the enemies wearing Lapa gear and you're wearing Lapa gear as well. There's got to be some standardization among your men. So the first thing we need to do with this is not just lay it on us, because I'm still going to heat it up. We need to get it off us so we can use these branches to suspend it up and create an overhead layer for us. So let's go ahead and do that. And you don't want to do too crazy with your overhead shelter, and the reason for that is you need to be able to take it down quickly if you get spotted, because if you get spotted, you don't want to have to undo it and all of that kind of stuff. You want to be able to just rip it down. So think about that when you're doing this, to make sure that you don't, you can make the coolest shelter, but if you can't get it down in time, you're going to leave evidence of presence. Obviously, being spotted is going to give them a little bit of an idea of your capability. So you really, really do not want to do that. So now, on YouTube, we're not able to show you guys thermal, unfortunately, because they just don't like it. But the point is, you can see a very simple, hasty shelter. I'm able to easily tuck up inside of this and cover myself up. I have further thermal tarps that I'll put at the end at some other locations as well if you want to get it more thick. But with the vegetation that I have right here as well, this is doing wonderfully well. And again, you can find any different types of positions. You just want to have really good side cover, top cover. You want to follow what's called the bliss principle. That is blend, low, irregular, shape, and sound. So the shape should be low to the ground, below the eye level. It should be irregular. You should be far enough away from any types of roads, rivers, linear danger areas that you're not making that sound. And then, of course, you want it to blend in with the background as much as possible. Most of these thermal tarps are already kind of colored in a way that makes them blend in, but that is your basic principle. And if we need to get out, we can simply rip that thing down and take it with us. So that is your basics of a bliss shelter. Again, don't make something crazy wazoo. You simply want to be able to hide yourself for the night so that you can sleep. Make sure that it is good and buttoned up. Take some time on it, and it's going to pay dividends, because at some point or another, you will need to sleep. As much as you want to believe you're better than that, after even a mere 48 hours without sleep, you will begin to have a loss of good judgment, a loss of visual acuity, and it will eventually get you killed. Now, we've talked about shelter. Next thing we need to talk about is going to be water. It's going to be vitally important that you get water. Let's show you 2 different methods of getting water. Pretty simple, but always fun. Now, water is going to be vitally important to your survival. Without water, you are going to die. Now, in survival, what we typically say is ration sweat, not water. What that means is if we can keep ourselves from sweating as much, we'll need to intake far less water and, of course, calories. So, not exerting yourself to the point of just being exhausted is going to be important. Not able to always do that when it comes to evasion, but as much as possible. Now, 2 main ways I usually get water are going to be from dew from trees or from, of course, straight water sources like creeks or anything like that. Now, in the morning, they're often going to have it be like on the treetops. You can simply take a branch, give that a nice little lick and get that water right off there. Or for the dew-off grasses, you can actually take your socks, you tie them around your ankles, and then you can simply take that water and squeeze it right into your mouth, and that's totally fine. Just drink, and then if you need more, simply take your socks, tie them up, just right around your ankles, and then walk through any type of grass or bushes or anything, and you're going to collect tons of water, and that's good to drink. There's always going to be a risk of waterborne diseases and waterborne illness on your socks. You're just going for it. When it comes to some type of creek, we recommend some type of iodine or bleach to be put in there. Again, if that water is turbid, double your amount. If it's really cold, make sure you double the amount of time that you're waiting, but generally about 30 minutes to an hour for that iodine or bleach to work. Make sure that you shuffle it around in there a little bit. And the final note is right here on Sawyer himself is, if you have one of these right here, this is something we actually taught to the Haitians, is with these clear plastic bottles, you can put non-purified water in here, and the sun getting through the plastic will actually purify the water. It's called the SODIS method. It takes about 12 hours in direct sunlight or about 24 hours in indirect sunlight. Now, it has to be a certain type of plastic that allows those UV rays to come through. With the UV rays are going to purify your water and, of course, give you a bunch of microplastics. But more important is that you're getting water. Now, we've shown you that. Let's show you how to get water from a creek without getting shot and killed. Now, when it comes to any type of water source, there's a couple of ways to tell that you're getting towards them. In general, converging animal trails, a drop in temperature, depressed elevation at the base of cliffs, at the outside of a turn of a river. You can dig down there, get water. There's a lot of different ways to get water. In tropical areas, you can easily drill into trees. In deserts, look for those either dried up riverbeds outside of the bend, or look for certain plants like sage, which you can easily use a transpiration bag to get that water. And in this case of dating right now, we can easily get to this water source right here. Now, water sources are a huge danger. People live because of water. You need water. Because of that, there's typically going to be people nearby or there, and it's bringing to just a dangerous situation. What we typically want to do here is get as low and slow as we can. So we're actually going to drop our pack about a solid 100 or so meters off our location of our water. Sash in our area. We're going to get our water source, or if you don't have a water source, we're going to drink directly from it. So then we're going to go ahead and approach our water source. We're going to basically do the de-evolution of man, from standing, crouching, to crawling. So we hear the water right here, and I see a lot of overhead cover going into these bushes right here. So I'm going to use that to get my water, also for drones. You have the thick vegetation, but often your overhead isn't so good. So we want to keep our time here to a minimum. When it comes to water, you'll want to look for those fast-moving water. You don't want still water. If you do still water, just purify the hell out of it. This stuff right here, no problem. Drinking straight from it. And if you're gonna get water in a bottle, don't hold it directly in the stream, hold it sideways. This is gonna help you not get quite as much junk in your trunk. Or just debris in your water, excuse me. Once I've got the water that I need, I'm simply going to crawl back away from this. And we're going to get away from this, basically initial move away from this water site. Now, what some people will do if you have two water bottles is you can essentially have a dirty and a clean one. So you can purify your water in our good old Aquafina right here. Once that's purified, if I have a bunch of debris, dirt, etc., I can have a clean water bottle that I work off of. So I'm simply going to take my t-shirt or any type of cloth material and make a little divot in it right here. And then you can very slowly use that t-shirt in order to filter your water. Now you're of course going to lose some, but if you have very dirty water, this works extremely well. Now, if you don't have a t-shirt or for whatever reason you want something more permanent, what you can do as well is you can actually use natural sources. So we can take like these grasses right here, and you can make a top layer that you pour through on the grasses, and then you can make another layer of rocks, and you can make another layer of smaller rocks, and you can make another layer of dirt and soil to help it seep through all of that. So you can actually make a purification source that's completely natural as well. So understand there's a lot of ways to purify. In evasion, we typically talk about methods that are quick and expedient because you're typically being chased. So understand that survival and evasion, although they are on the same side of the coin, they have some pretty stark differences, because when it comes to survival, we say, why survive when you can thrive? But when it's evasion, it's like, just live, holy crap. So, we talked about water, we talked about our food sources, shelter, keeping ourselves alive. The last thing that will kind of bring to your guys' attention is going to be your clothing, what we call personal protection. We don't recommend any type of fires when it comes to evasion. And so pretty much the only way you're staying alive is by the clothing on your back. So one thing we've always taught in survival is to keep off your knees. This came from an old adage from old BDUs. So if you look at Connor's BDUs right here, you can see there's no knee pads compared to like these Cry G3s. So while these are made to be nailed down upon, those, how many holes do you have in OCPs?
Oh, tons.
Yeah, exactly. So you're going to get holes in OCPs as you wear them. And that goes for survival. So if you don't have any type of knee pad, we generally recommend never having your knees on the ground. That's to keep your clothes intact, so you don't know how long you're going to have to evade. Maybe it's a couple days, maybe it's a few years. We just don't know, but you're going to do everything in your power to keep your family alive. So again, keep your clothes nice and clean. Clean off that dirt. Don't just be super dirty just because you're evading. You still have to take care of yourself. Make sure your clothes are getting that dirt off so they don't wear down. Make sure you're scrubbing your teeth. You can do something as simple as taking a dry stick, getting off that bark, chew it, kind of give those little bristles, and you can scrub your teeth with them up in the gum lines, and you get all that junk off. And then you can also take your finger, a clean finger, rub your gums as well, get blood in them. So those two things combined can keep your oral health pretty good. And that might sound silly, but if you're evading for a long period of time, you don't want a tooth cavity or a tooth infection to freaking kill you out in the woods. That'd be really stupid. Take care of yourself, wash yourself. If you can't wash yourself, one thing that we did a lot was a sun bath. You simply remove all your clothes and you lay out in the sun, and you allow the sun, the UV rays of the sun, to kill all that bacteria on you. So do what you can, but take care of yourselves, because at the end of the day, no one's coming. It's all up to you guys. Your ability to get home is going to be entirely based upon your training, your equipment, and your will to survive. If you just believe you're going to die, that thermal's going to see you and boom, it's over, and what's even the point? Well, there is no point. You're not going to make it home. But if you believe and you really try, tons of people who have gotten through in way worse environments. There was a aviator in the Vietnam War that when he ejected and landed, both his legs were severely injured and shot up from the explosion that took his aircraft down. Because of this, his legs were completely non-functionally landed. He proceeded to crawl for well over 50 miles with legs that were decaying and falling off his body until he got the friendly forces. It would have been very easy at some point during those weeks of crawling through the Vietnam jungle to just say to yourself, well, it's over, I'm clearly gonna die. And he would have, but no, he got home, and yes, he lost his legs, but he's home, and he's with his family, and he's able to impart valuable lessons, not just to his family, but to military members and civilians who could possibly be going through a very intense scenario. You might believe your life is over because you lost your leg, you lost your arm, but there's a lot more you can do for your country and for your family. Don't just give up. Have that will to survive and get through. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a topic that is near and dear to my heart. I hope you never have to use any of this, but if you do, God help you. I hope that today we at least got you a nice basis of evasion and survival so that you begin to study it more. When I would teach this, it would be at minimum, a month and a half of training for at-risk DoD members to go through survival training. I have maybe 40 minutes, so this is at all not nearly enough to make you proficient, but enough to scratch the surface, get some of that, those juices flowing for you, and get out there. Get out to the woods, spend some time with the boys. It's great being out in nature. Bring your family with you. Practice evasion, practice survival. You'll have tons of fun. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks so much for watching. For right now, we got nothing else for you, but promise we have tons more survival videos for you. Talk soon.
Today in Grand Thumb, we're going to be talking about a very interesting topic. The war in Ukraine has been going on for, at this point, a Today in Grand Thumb, we're going to be talking about a very interesting topic. The war in Ukraine has been going on for, at this point, a long time, and a lot of very important lessons have been learned, just like a lot of important lessons have been learned from the global war on terror. Today, we have a member who has served in the Ukrainian armed forces and can speak very heavily to his kit setups, both for direct action raids as well as counter drone work. So hope you guys will stay tuned as we talk and we delve into modern kit that is used currently in Ukraine and go over it. Now, before we get into it, we have a secret for you. The secret is that, you know, you might pay for internet, but this is free. It's content free. Now, it does cost you your time, but put my handsome faces here. Point is, let's give a big thank you to our sponsors that keep this content free, such as Primary Arms, giving you the best low power variable optics, the best pistol optics. You just can't thank them enough. In fact, if you email them right now and you say, hey, what pistol optic should I buy? You know, they're probably going to say the HCX1, and you just have to buy it at that point. There's nothing that you can do. I'm sorry. It's like a pact. If you don't, then you have to marry your mother-in-law. This is how it goes. Guys, there are other sponsors, of course, Bravo Company USA. We've recommended Bravo Company for a long time. It's a great, probably one of the best compromises between price and what you're actually getting. These are combat rifles through and through. We trust them. The MCMR is amazing. Make sure and give them an email and say, hey, what if you named it after like a furry? Wouldn't that be funny? I don't think they'll find it funny, but it'll be funny to me to hear a complaint from them about why they're getting emails about furries. Guys, you're looking to get a gaming computer to be able to game BF6 at over 300 frames per second, but still get killed by a 13-year-old just like me? Well, go ahead and check out Zydax. Their owner, I choked on a Pringle. Their owner is a huge advocate for firearms, and that is enough for us. They are awesome. We love them. Go and get those. And of course, final thing is going to be Last Shot Arizona for ammunition. Now, they're not a bulk ammo provider, but they provide that good defensive ammo, that good war ammo. We always recommend having at least 13 mags. Make sure you get it from them and give them a big thank you. Guys, a lot of talk from me. Let's hear from our gentleman who has a lot more real-time experience in Ukraine. Let's get him on. Hey guys, my name is Michael Jones. I'm a former Air Force Special Warfare guy. Served as a first SEER specialist, later as a TAC P. Right here, go ahead and introduce yourself.
What's going on, Mike?
How you doing, brother?
Good, good. I am an American, as you can probably hear. No Ukrainian accent here. I served over in Ukraine for about a year. I worked in a special operations detachment, primarily facing a role of direct action, and some forward observation stuff, as well as some heavy weapons, automatic grenade launchers and machine guns.
Now, obviously, if you guys have seen our previous video, you know that we talked a lot about the war in Ukraine, different tactics, CTPs, etc. But we wanted to do a separate video specific to kit. Obviously, at this point, you'd served a long time on the front, and you've modified your kit to work for you. Obviously, every soldier is going to be individual in their kit selection, so obviously, people are going to be different. But we wanted to hear what worked for you, why you set up your kit certain ways, what actually worked, how many mags. When I think of mags, I think of global war and terror. That's what I was brought up in. And we're talking max,
6+1, 7+1. Some guys definitely did carry 20 from time to time, you know, especially during some heavy firefighting, those Marines really pulling it through. But you saw a lot of really slick setups due to the amount of raids that were occurring. So I'm not going to take up any more of your time. This is your time to shine and to talk and give some very valuable knowledge over to my audience. So
Sure.
to you, sir.
Thank you. So I guess we'll start here with the plate carrier. It's pretty simple, and I'll address the common theme that you guys are going to see going through kit is from mission to mission, everything always changes. Pretty much, I have very rarely gone on one operation and then gone to another operation and something hasn't changed. Unless it is the exact same kind of layout of an operation, or if I'm just doing the exact same rotation once again, you know, things are changing. From my very, very minute things like changing the size of my dangler that I have here because I want to carry more snacks with me or anything of this sort. Pretty much everything is modular, and kind of in a previous video we spoke about, you know, always being able to modify not only your tactics, your kit is no exception. And so I guess we'll kind of start with the plate carrier here, and like you were saying about magazines, you know, how many magazines do I carry? That changes from mission to mission here. And a direct action capacity, say I am tasked with going and you know, clearing out a tree line with a fire team, you know, I am realistically going to be taking 13 plus magazines anywhere I go, and that's going to be really just because of the amount of fire suppression that is you know, occurring. You know, when contact is made, and especially in these heavily wooded areas, you know, you're not taking glamorous clean shots. You know, you are laying fire by suppression. And a lot of the reconnaissance that also goes along with these operations is recon by fire. You know, you've seen videos everywhere of like, you know, soft Ukrainians, you know, they're not really calling out, they're not clearing corners, they're not pieing anything. You know, it's grenades, 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 burst, 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 grenades, 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 burst, burst, burst.
I know it's easy to criticize that, but at the same time, these are hard lessons learned through, at this point, years of combat. This isn't something that they're just doing, it works.
Yeah, it works, and it's not only in an offensive capacity is it, you know, kind of the smarter thing to do, also in a defensive capacity and you know, a sustainment capacity. You know, this isn't GWAT like we previously spoke about. I can't get medevac out of here in 20 minutes. Yeah. Impossible. You know, there's some places on the front, you get injured, you know, if you can extract yourself, or at least get yourself to a point of extraction, you will die and succumb to your injuries on the front. And there's nothing that command can do about it. It's just how it is. And so not taking the risk of putting yourself in that trench and instead replacing it with fire by suppression, grenades, you name it, is, you know, it's a more preserving way of fighting.
I understand. Now, I do have one question on magazines. Obviously, you're using magazines that you have here with us because you had to fly in. Yep. But what magazines were you typically using when you were fighting on the front lines?
Yeah, so that's a question for your like S4. It just really depends on what you're issued. Unless you you know, buy your own magazines, which are incredibly expensive, just like any other piece of gear in Ukraine. Any kind of American or non-Ukrainian brand is going to be very, very, very expensive.
So like a typical Magpul magazine is like 12 bucks here.
Yeah. You find something for like 12 bucks here, like a PMag 30. That is going to be upwards of $25, $30, $40, depending on the store that you're going to get. Okay. And so because of that, you'll also find a trend of seeing a lot of look-alike gear. Some people will say it's, you know, fake or counterfeit gear. You want to let go of your pride and be able to replenish your kit. And that's, you know, kit is highly, highly, highly consumable in Ukraine with the amount of shrapnel flying around, with the amount of dirt and mud and wear and tear on things. Stuff just doesn't last very long. And so you're constantly replacing stuff. Actually, here's a great example. What this is it's a camber placard, right? Everybody knows this. It's you know, Pharaoh makes this.
Yeah.
It's the
not.
It's the four magazine holder.
Pharaoh's about to give me a call, be like, what the heck?
Yeah, it's a 4 magazine holder with a little GP pouch here in the front. And to get that in Ukraine, it's hundreds and hundreds of dollars. Yeah. And it's not accessible either. It's very few people that sell it, and it's gear importers that import it strictly for the, you know, for profit.
Now, so we've seen the magazines that you have in the front. Now, in that pouch, what do you typically keep in that pouch up front right there?
You know, it could really be anything. Of course. I kind of had to jump around with rolls. You can see I have a radio pouch here. A lot of the times I would carry a second radio. Like I had a local radio for my team, my fire team. And then also I had a HQ radio to talk back to my talk. Of course. And so it really depends. Sometimes I would keep a radio shoved in here. Sometimes I would remove this 4th magazine and have a radio up here. It really just depends on the mission set. Kind of like the theme we were talking about is nothing is ever set in stone. Everything always changes. But mostly in here, it would be snacks, a flag. Personally, I never took part in any kind of like liberation raids where we would truly clear out a village and then hang a flag, but a lot of guys will carry flags up here, anything of the sorts. Mostly it's going to be snacks or
You
a
think
phone.
snacks are like not a big deal, but snacks are a big deal. What we always say, it's like, you don't know when you're going to be able to eat, so eat when you can.
Exactly. Yeah, just little bites to eat here and there are going to be huge. And kind of, we talked about this prior, but like 1 pound turns into 10 pounds very fast when you're under stress, when you're under pressure, when you're tired, when you're exhausted. And so you can't carry. I found myself struggling with carrying. If I was going on a 7-day operation, I'm going to plan for 10, 12, just because of logistical issues and issues with exfilling, yada yada, or somebody else needs food.
You told me previously that you'd have like a 3-day rotation that would often turn into a 7 to a 10.
Yeah.
Very common due to the inability to exfil due to the fact that they mine routes, etc., etc.
Exactly. Due to remote mining, you would have mines being dropped on logistical routes routinely, and so I had a 3-day mission that I was supposed to go on just for fortification. All I was going to do is go to a trench system with my fire team, reinforce it, get some logs up, hammer some nails in, and call it a 3-day operation, and that's all. It quickly turned into 14 days. Yep. And so by the end of that, if you aren't preparing for absolute worst case scenario, you're not prepared whatsoever for Ukraine, because you'll find very often that Ukraine will constantly give you the worst case scenario, and you'll have to make do with what you have. And so carrying 14 days worth of water and 14 days worth of MREs, it's kind of impossible. I can't carry a 400-liter rucksack. I can carry, I typically had like 100-ish liter for, anything over a week. Anything under a week, I would have something like this, which is just a pretty, it's like a 3-day pack. And I would shove this full of water and food.
Was water given to you, clean water, or you keep like a filter on you to like purify water?
No, I never personally carried like an emergency filter. I know a lot of people that did. Water was pretty routine, it was accessible. Okay. And a lot of positions that say got encircled or something like this, they couldn't resupply. You had giant drones drop big water packs and food packs and stuff like that.
It truly is modern warfare nowadays. You throw it on the care package. And
seriously. It's like you throw a little thing down and a big giant drone will come and drop a big crate of water.
How wonderful. Looks like video games are now real life. So we've gone through the front of your plate here. Can you talk a little bit about the dangler and what you typically employ in there?
Yeah. So dangler is hugely important. One piece that's missing that's very crucial that I always ran, but I didn't bring it with me just because of weight, was your dick flaps. Your crotch protection. A common thing that you'll see in Ukraine is a lot of ballistic soft armor, and that's because of the shrapnel threat. It's massive. Shrapnel is everywhere. It's flying around. If you've ever, God forbid, been walking down a tree line in Ukraine in a contested area, every single tree, and this is one of the first things that I noticed, is scored up to hell. So much shrapnel penetration through tree trunks and giant holes through tree trunks from fragments from 120 and larger ordnance. It's everywhere. And so protection is very important. So like I always ran either 3+ or level 4 and soft armor plate backers. I always ran on any kind of direct action work. I would run hard plates, any kind of.
The decision is yours. Someone called the doctor?
Prepare for battle!
Buy my bones. Oh yeah, it's in the bag.
It's in the bag.
30 seconds to battle.
Yes, indeed. All's well. What? Yeah.
The battle begins!
Time for shots. On my round. All's well. A twisted path. Yes. Buy my bones. Yes. What? Yeah. Very fine. With vim and vigor, I grow stronger. I twist your back. Yes, indeed. Forward. Here I come. On my round. I twist your back. I'm under attack. All straight. Catch. Yes. Start initiation. Forward. Here I come. Open. Buy my bones. Let it go. What? Yeah. A twisted path. Very fine.
First blood!
With
The
vim
red
and
mist
vigor.
closes in.
Waxing off. And fight to war.
Like further back stuff, I would run soft armor, but like I said, there's a lot of redundancy here.
So side armor was always was a go-to every time.
Always. And you know, there's
a lot of really good medical literature to back that up, even as far back as the Global War on Terror.
Well, and you think about your hitbox, right?
Oh yeah.
Typical, what a typical like 10 to 12 will cover. You have that exact same surface area on your
Right
side.
here. Yeah.
Right here. It's a very soft soft place.
I mean, if you just get big enough with your arms, then it doesn't matter.
Yeah, exactly. But unfortunately, like me, I'm a scrawny little kid, so I don't have giant arms to block this. And like you have huge arteries right here up under your arm. It can cause a lot of issues if you don't have the proper protection in place. That being said, moving kind of down towards my waist, just staying on the topic of soft armor. When I would work in a less direct role, and I was kind of on an automatic grenade launcher, I would wear something like this, which is, you see this a lot in more slick setups. It's just a very simple mollied belt. No armor, nothing fancy. I think this belt by 5'11". It's just something that I grabbed quick and dirty because my last belt ripped.
We're here to announce the winner of the New Year's Challenge. This will be season 2 of the fitness program. We have Joshua Cool, which is a pretty cool name. He wins these incredible weight belts right here.
Yes, sir.
Let's talk about these, but the point is these are custom made. Who made these again?
Aesthetics, one of our local brands here in Idaho.
Give Joshua Cool a big old pat on the shoulder, tell him good job getting jacked. And we're now doing season 3. Tom, I know you wanted to introduce us. We're pretty excited about what we got coming.
So the next challenge we're going to be focusing more on mobility. So we really want to make sure we're breaking plateaus. We're not doing the same workout over and over again. So we're switching up the program again. This one's going to be more mobility based. Basically, every single workout is going to have its own muscle group mobility routine to go through. This is going to help with increasing recovery.
My deadlift, my hamstrings are so tight.
Yeah, this guy needs it the most. You're starting to put on muscle now. You're getting more stiff. So now we need to focus on mobility a little bit more. Again, another 12-week challenge, which we're going to launch this weekend.
Very exciting. And not to mention, if you guys do awesome at this challenge, and how's this one going to be ranked? Is it by workouts for this one?
So this one's going to be based on workout completion. So completing the most workouts, because there's a lot of different routines. You got your mobility routine for the day, your workout strength routine, and then your cardio routine. So workout completion is how we're doing this next one.
And we actually have a cool prize for this upcoming season as well.
Yes, sir. We got the Monarch duffel bag. This is like meant to be a 2-in-1 duffel. Also converts into a backpack on the bottom.
Just be the coolest person at the gym.
Oh yeah.
That's the way it goes. Now, to be clear, guys, if you are looking to work on other aspects of fitness, you can still subscribe to the earlier workout programs, whether it be the combat/survival related fitness plan, whether it be the High Rocks plan, which is a good kind of all-around cardiovascular fitness plan. So there's a lot of different things that you can tailor it to. And then Tom, I know you wanted to speak a little bit to the nutritional side of it as well.
Yeah, exactly. So basically for the next 2 weeks, as long as you purchase one of the programs, that automatically enters you in the challenge, and you will get the Nutrition Smart Meal Plan app for free. So as long as you sign up within the next 2 weeks, that component will come with your challenge entry for free.
Apps are made in the kitchen. Exactly, that's what they say. So guys, go check out season 3, get in there, get whatever fitness plan that you need, and don't forget to get in there quickly so you get that nutrition plan. Thank you so much, guys. We're excited to see who the winner is going to be of this season.
You want to talk about all the pouches that you got on here?
Yeah, of course.
I can see something that I love, which is M67 grenade pouches.
Yes. This is actually the only piece of kit that I was issued that I still actually run.
Is that ACU or UCP, excuse me?
No, it's Pixel.
Oh, is it the Ukrainian Pixel?
Yeah,
I can't even tell the difference.
Yeah, it's Ukrainian Pixel. Just as of everything in this kit, it's been hit with some kind of spray paint at some point, so it's blended in a little bit more, so it's not as ugly.
You have a multi-tool of some type?
Yeah, this is actually just a pair of Raptor shears.
Oh, nice.
Shears are so important. You always cut shit, especially if you're doing anything medical-wise, working on people, doing blood sweeps, you're cutting shit off people. And just general use, you're also just cutting everything. You're using them a lot. I would also typically carry, I have up here on my cummerbund, I have a pistol mag pouch, and it might seem weird, but these single pistol mag tacos fit a Leatherman perfectly.
Yep, they sure do.
And so I always had a Leatherman as well in case I ever need to actually have a pair of pliers or anything of that sort, an actual knife.
I'm not going to let you just get distracted. You got to continue.
Oh, yes. Back to the belt.
So right here we have the mag pouch.
Yep, double mag pouch. And like I said, it's kind of, it's hard to put 15 magazines on yourself and be comfortable. It's a lot of magazines to have on you, and it's not like kind of like what you saw in the GWAT days where you have these giant magazine bandolier placards with like triple stack. It's kind of, you can't do that in Ukraine just because of size. Moving in and out of vehicles, very small. If you've ever jumped inside of like an M114, very tiny little doors. It's not a lot of space. Trenches. It's hard to maneuver around.
I worked with strikers and Blackhawks and stuff, so
yes,
it's a lot of room.
Yeah, it's hard to move around when you're constrained by space and you have a lot of stuff. Another common theme you'll see with Ukrainian kits is the not lack of tourniquets that you have.
Yeah.
So I have 2 right here next to my IFAK. I have another tourniquet in my IFAK. Down here on my dangler, I have a tourniquet. Usually in both pockets, I would have a tourniquet as well. They're just kind of everywhere. I have another one here on the side of my placard. Sometimes I would stick one here to the Velcro of my kind of like
a lot of people say you only have 4 limbs. You probably have more than 4 friends, so you never know when your friends are going to need a tourniquet as well.
Exactly. And this is a very this is actually a great point because it raises an issue that I personally had on my team, and I know a lot of other teams struggle with is uniformity between kits.
Yes.
You know, it's extremely important. Obviously, you have to understand that everybody serves a different role, and everybody's going to have to integrate their kit to their role, and there's going to be variance. However, when it comes to medical portion of your kit, uniformity is huge. Not only, you know, seconds matter, right? If you you have a lot of mine threats, and a lot of them they won't kill you. They'll just maim you, and they'll take a foot. They'll take from your shin down, and when you have an injury like that, when you have a traumatic bleed like that, seconds matter. You'll bleed out. You'll go unconscious in 20 to 30 seconds. You'll be dead in 45, and so every second counts. And if I have to run up to somebody and I have no idea where anything is, or they only have 2 tourniquets and it's on the front of them, they're laying on their stomach, you know, it's going to be very hard for me to service this person and give them medical care without digging into my own reserves. And so I always carried an excess, because I knew that I was going to not be able to know where these people's stuff was. So I'm just going to use my own stuff. And I have a fully loaded IFAK here. It's actually like busting from the seams because there's about an IFAK and a half of medical equipment in there.
Oh, that's what do you typically carry in your IFAK? Is it like hyphen, chest seals, really bandages?
Yeah, it's really typical. It's really the usual amount of stuff.
Yeah, very typical of what you see.
Another tourniquet, you have an MPA, you have some trauma dressings, a couple thermal blankets, gloves. I know I'm gonna get hate for having black gloves. I don't care. You have a lot of like compacted gauze, you have chest seals, needle decompression, just really general stuff, you know, nothing out of the ordinary. And then if you look at the back of my plate carrier, I have in this, it's a Ukrainian version of a Roll 1 by
Once again, Barrel Concept's gonna yell at me.
And but in this, as you can also see, it's packed. And in there, I have about another IFAK worth of medical equipment in it.
I do often the same thing. I'll often have one on my kit, one for me, plus one for my, buddy or yourself, or just more IFAKs the better, in my opinion.
Yeah, the more the better. And the thing with is medical equipment, it's pretty lightweight.
Yeah.
It's not very heavy. It's not like carrying extra magazines. It's not going to be a huge, issue. And so having something like a traditional IFAK and then something like a Roll 1 that you never see or feel, it's just back there, it's, you're never going to do any harm by having it. So
100%.
It's better to have than to need.
When it comes to your IFAKs, did you have any trouble with counterfeit IFAKs in Ukraine, or were you getting pretty good like actual cat tourniquets and stuff?
Yeah, it's funny that you bring up tourniquets. IFAKs, when it comes to other medical equipment, I got pretty routinely like nice stuff. However, when it came to tourniquets, you have to be very careful.
You sure do. Yeah.
You have to be very, very careful. I have, there's a plethora of different companies, reputable companies that make good tourniquets.
North American Rescue.
North
I
American
always got to
Rescue.
throw it out there.
CAT, of course. You have, you have these guys right here, which this is, I can't pull it out for you, but it's called a Dnipro. Dnipro makes really good tourniquets. They're Ukrainian. They're quite actually affordable. And so it's really just, you have to be careful. And and kind of what I was speaking about earlier about a massive issue in the Ukrainian teams is there's not a lot of uniformity and there's not a lot of accountability. Typically in a medic role, you would take it under your responsibility to meet with each member of your team and make sure that the IFAKs are uniform, make sure everybody has a universal place for their IFAK, like directly, on your back or something of the sorts. But it would be the same across, and I quite frankly never saw that.
Yeah.
I never had a medic check my IFAK to make sure that everything was completely there. It was always something that I had to take under my own personal responsibility.
Well, kept you alive more than likely.
Yeah.
Now, next would we have a dump pouch?
Yeah, just a classic dump pouch. You go through these pretty quickly. They're kind of big and they rip a lot. Yeah. And so here, next to my IFAK, of course, I have a secondary tourniquet. And then next to the tourniquet is a dump pouch. I would keep this pretty folded up. It's nice because it has Velcro, and you can put it like that and forget about it. and then when you need to store something, very rarely it's ammunition. Maybe you'll remember this from the GWAT days, but I always took to learning to not rely on a dump pouch and replacing magazines in the place they came from, just upside down. And so I tried to practice that as much as possible, and so I would usually use this to carry just random miscellaneous stuff that
You just never know.
Yeah, I would throw a water bottle in here, I would throw radio batteries in there, anything of the sorts that I just needed to carry. Bringing back equipment like a Starlink, for example. It has a giant satellite, and then it has a huge cable that you need. So you bunch it up, wrap it, and shove it in there.
For a lot of my SATCOMs, I used to put them in dump pouches as well.
And so, of course, right next to that, another double magazine carrier, and then next to that is a taco for a quick access. I always drew first. My first magazine always came from the belt, and then I would move the plate carrier. Other than that, it's pretty basic. If you move to the back of my plate carrier, I just have a back panel. Inside the backpack would be just a hydration bladder. I can't tell you how many of these I popped. It's never my primary water source.
Because you fall back on them, like you like ruck flop and you just blow that thing open.
Yeah, and then your ass is wet. Everybody knows it that's had any kind of hydration pouch on their back. And then of course a shit kit. You got to use the bathroom on the front. It's not glorious, and so you always in here. I would carry like wipes and little bags for doing your business.
What is it? The military, we call them. They still call them wag bags.
Damn.
I know it's not just an Air Force thing. It was from working with the Army. Okay, I'll shut up now. Continue.
Over here on my other cummerbund, you'll see this with a lot of people. Actually, when you did your last video with some of the guys from Ukraine, you'll see a very common thing, which is a nods pouch.
Yep.
I just have an extra balaclava in here because I always lost those. And then I always try to find something that had at least some kind of foam or padding to protect nods. They get broken constantly. People don't take care of them. They get mistreated. When you get issued night vision, especially for the first time, it could be this amazing thing. It's the first time ever using night vision, and then you look through it and it is beat to crap because the person didn't take care of it before you. So I always made sure to take care of my nods, put them in a nice dedicated pouch until night comes and you put them on your helmet.
Yep.
Another reason that I would have this on is in a daytime environment, I would put a thermal clip on in this.
Oh, nice.
And so I always ran an LPVO on my weapons. And if I had a armor sidekick, the little clip-on thermal that I can put directly in front of the LPVO, I would address my zeroing beforehand, and clipping on and off, you're not going to have a perfect hold, but it's going to be okay.
Just so you know, every time you put a thermal in front, you're going to have a shift in your zero. There's nothing you can do about it. So you try to mitigate as much as possible, but
it's going to happen.
But the capabilities are good.
It's other than that, on my weapon, personally, I would run, if I wasn't running a thermal clip-on, I would run a dedicated big, we had AGM thermals that we were issued, so big old monsters, but they're really cool. Other than that, on my cummerbund here, I have another double magazine pouch, and this was kind of dual purpose. This would be either my 13th and 14th magazine, or this would be where I had a thermal monocular stored for observation. So any kind of recce I would be doing, or forward observation where I'm just looking, or on a mission where I'm sitting in a trench, I would have usually a pair of night vision here, like a pair of binos. We had AGM NVG 50s, or I have a personal bridge set up with my Arma sight as well as my PVS 14.
It's very hog hunter of you.
Yeah, I would keep that in here, and then next to that would be a thermal monocular. I just had like a Hick micro that I could throw up, scan, and just shove it back in my cummerbund and be done with it.
Absolutely perfect. By the way, what's with all the balaclavas on the Ukrainian front?
Yeah, balaclavas are really important for a couple of reasons. You have huge issues with OPSEC, and that is a monster that we can get into in and of itself.
Yeah.
So I have really white skin. So the issue with that is if I had no balaclava on and say I'm in a very lush environment that's very green, if I look up at a drone, I'm just showing essentially a big white target for that drone to find. And we talked about this in the last video. It's not about completely hiding from the drone. It's just trying to reduce your signature as much as possible, because the drone will find you and it's trying to extend the time that it's looking for you.
We were always told when we were in, it was like, so long as your face is camouflage, whether it be camo face paint or there be a balaclava. The issue I always had with balaclavas is when you have eye pro on, they fog your eye pro so easily. Is iPro not widely used on the Ukrainian front, or is it just something you kind of deal with, or is it just not an issue?
Yeah, so it's you know, that's a very it's a complicated subject. People are going to have their personal preference.
Of course.
There's some people, I'm sure that you've known as well, they just won't wear it.
Yeah.
They despise it, they hate it, they won't do it. And there's other people that swear by it, and they won't set foot anywhere with their kid on without iPro on. And I was kind of on the side of I didn't wear as much as I probably should have. You know, there's people that have lost their eyes due to shrapnel that, you know, if they were wearing iPro, they'd still have both eyes.
Oakley M frames 3.0.
and so it's really one of those things. It's like kind of like we talked about, you know, it's compromised. You know?
I get it. Everything's, you gotta compromise on it.
Exactly. And so, yes, like you're saying, though, wearing a balaclava does interfere with wearing that. The reason that I wear balaclavas and not face paint is because Ukraine, the climate is very humid, you sweat a lot, and I would get my face paint running into my eyes.
I get it.
And it's annoying as heck.
I understand completely. So we've gone through a lot of the kit here. Can we talk about your helmet now?
Yeah.
So I guess the first question is, what type of helmets were primarily used? I mean, besides the fact that they're high-cut, were these ops cores or just knockoffs?
Absolutely not ops core. I wish. We got a lot of, you know, made in China helmets, just typical green high cuts that you could probably find on Amazon. They are very, very heavy, and they're just a terrible product. I would recommend anybody that's issued a helmet to not use it. I used mine when I first went to Ukraine. I didn't have this ops core here, and I ran the issued helmet through basic training. And after getting out of basic training, I picked up an ops core, and it was a night and day difference. My neck, everything.
Ops core is kind of hard to beat. We're not ops core shills, but I guess we kind of are.
Yeah, I mean, I have friends that ran and that run Team Wendy stuff, and they love it. But you know, any premium helmet is going to be better than, you know, some issued Chinese crap. So yeah, it's just ops core. This model particularly is Fast HC XP Skeleton.
Yep.
Great helmet. I mean, I have beat the crap out of this helmet. It's been painted about 20,000 times. On the helmet, I just have a pretty general helmet cover. I think it's just unbranded. I think I might have picked it up in some store somewhere in Ukraine. Patches. I'll get flames for this. No, I never really ran, especially an American flag patch on any kind of kit. It's very important that you don't beacon yourself as a foreigner when you're in Ukraine, because you very quickly become a priority target.
Sure.
So I would run Ukrainian patches, and that's pretty much it. Nothing special. The smallest silhouette, the better.
Now, are these actual Wilcox P24 mounts, or are these just like knockoff ones?
No, that is a knockoff mount. I lost in a shipping adventure my actual genuine mount, and to buy an actual Wilcox mount in Ukraine, the mount itself costs about $1,200 because people marking it up and trying to, you know, nickel and dime people for gear. So that's an aftermarket one, or not aftermarket, it's a Chinese crappy one, but it does the job. You know, I always have positive retention also on any kind of night vision that I run. Sure. Yeah, my bungees. Moving over, I got a light, just a Princeton Tech light.
You're issued these also, they're great.
Yeah, they're great little guys. I used it all the time, especially in a blindage where it's completely dark from the outside. It's nice just to have a light on you, just to eat, make an MRE.
Absolutely.
Anything, make a range card. Moving forward, this is a pair of Comtacs, very common. Most people have either Comtacs, or you'll see a variety of Swordens being worn. I also have a pair of Swordens that I love. I just needed comm functionality.
When it comes to comms, I've always been of the opinion that Pelters, Swordens, ops cores, all great comms.
Yeah.
You're gonna be very happy with all of them, but you can never go wrong with a good pair of Comtacs.
Exactly. And they're very comfortable, they're very lightweight. I love them. I think I might prefer the sound profile of the Swordens a bit more. It's a bit crunchier.
I agree.
However, I love these. These are a pair of just Chinese arms that I picked up in a Ukrainian military store, just a pair of knockoff arms for them. And that was because I have an actual set of Peltor arms that mounted here. They were hit with shrapnel and broke. And I needed something before next operation, so I go to the store and pick up one of those guys.
Yep.
And on top of the helmet here, I have a little strobe. It's cool guy points. I've never used it. If you have a strobe on your helmet, especially if it's IR, you should probably take it off before mission, just in case it's accidentally activated. It's a huge liability.
Nothing more annoying than an activated IR strobe in there.
Yeah, it's terrible. On the back of my helmet here, Many of you will recognize this looks like an Agilite counterweight bag. Not an Agilite.
Once again, now Agilite's gonna yell at me.
Yeah, but you'll see the theme here is that there's a lot of off-brand stuff being used, and even in the best of the best units, this is a common theme, and it's because of availability.
I feel like yes.
You're gonna go to a military store. You just got off rotation. A bunch of your kit is battered and destroyed. You have 72 hours until your next rotation goes out. You have to have something now. I don't have the time to go onto American eBay and have something shipped here for 2 weeks. So I'm just gonna go and I'm gonna get the next best thing. I never really usually ran a counterweight. Funny enough, I would always usually have a pack of cigarettes in there or something. Extra batteries for a PVS 14.
Sure.
Something of the sorts. But that's really the helmet. Nothing too crazy. I also, worth mentioning, Ukraine is very humid. It's a very humid and hot environment. So I have kind of a weird setup with my pads. I have these goofy little 3D printed squishy pads here.
Yeah, I've seen them quite a bit actually. I know a lot of guys really love them.
Yeah, I don't think I tried to run the entire helmet with them all the way around, and you miss out on how comfortable the OpsCore padding is. Like the OpsCore pads, especially these guys are here, so soft and comfortable.
But giving yourself a little bit of airflow.
Exactly, and that's exactly why I just did this top line. So when I am sweating, I do just get a bit of airflow, and it's a lot more comfortable, especially wearing a balaclava.
Yeah, understandable.
But that's really it. Stock harness, nothing aftermarket about that. And yeah, that's pretty much it for the helmet setup. And moving back to my back here, you would always carry sustainment in Ukraine. Always, always, always. It's one of the most important pieces of your kit. And Ukraine is no exception. You're faced with long rotations, unforeseen circumstances, and you kind of have to really pack your entire life into these backpacks here. Typically, this is something like a 3-day pack. This is something that I would use for anything under like a week-long rotation, up to 7, 8, maybe 10 days. I would run it. I would live out of this backpack here. Primarily, I would carry boxed ammunition, so reserve ammunition. We are also typically tasked with carrying between 6 and 10 grenades per individual as well. So I have room for 4 grenades on my kit as well, and the rest would be in here in my backpack.
Backpack full of grenades.
Backpack full of grenades and ammunition. Yeah, that's great. In a world full of drones. And inside the backpack here, of course, in my main compartment, I would typically have this thing full of water, food, snacks, maybe an extra, creature comforts like hand wipes, stuff like this.
Oh yeah.
Things that make a big difference. You'd be really surprised how big just wiping your hands off at the end of the day.
Oh yeah.
It's huge. Extra pair of socks is massive. Foot powder, massive. Underwear, long johns if you're dealing with wet kit, cold kit kind of thing.
Snivel gear.
Very, very important. Also in here, I would carry this, which is a leaf suit. This is just a Viper hood. It's made by Lapa Gear. It's probably, I had a number of leaf suits from various companies in Ukraine, and Lapa is probably the best offering to kind of the space. It's just an amazing product, and if you want to speak to, I know you have experience.
Oh yeah, no, I actually love these guys. They're great. But just be able to break up your outline is huge. Talk about all the downward facing Ds on your body, especially when you get the long one cape. That's always a mission specific thing. But being able to really kind of add that 3D element to your camouflage is going to be extremely important. In addition to this, when you add that standoff off your armor, off your body, although it's not protecting you against thermal imaging, it does make it slightly more difficult because the background's not just all cold and then you're the only hot thing. Trees are hot, rocks are hot. So this definitely does help your field craft. You're blending in, your individual camouflage matters a lot. A lot of people think it's just like boom, thermal, dead, but it's not the case. There's a lot more to it.
Yeah, and that's why you say like thermal. It's not about hiding from thermal. Thermal is not an end all be all issue. There's ways to mitigate thermal, and that's really a big thing on the front nowadays is mitigations from risk. And a leaf suit is a big part of that, as you said, for breaking up your silhouette and avoiding detection.
Absolutely. Well, I think that brings us to the end of the gear here. I mean, we've gone through a lot of kit, and it's funny how your kit definitely differs from what you typically see in the GWOT because the war has obviously evolved in a different way. Kind of coming to the end here, is there anything that you want to add when it comes to your kit that you feel is important for our viewers to know?
Yeah, of course. Ukraine is a quite dynamic climate. The summers are quite hot and humid. The winters are brutally cold and snowy and wet. And so most people are going to have an array of kits. Everybody's familiar with the typical Ukrainian guy wearing the level 7 big puffer jackets, big puffer pants in the wintertime. That's great. However, you also, in the summertime, it's brutally hot. It's very hot. It's very humid. So you'll see guys wearing. You'll see a lot of nowadays. The trendy thing is to take a typical combat shirt and cut the sleeves off, run it short sleeve. Boots is a massive, massive, massive thing. I know it's been spoken about a lot in Ukraine, but trench foot is not fun. Having wet feet is not fun. And something as small as having a wet foot for a couple days will hinder your ability to do your job.
100%.
And so selection of boots is very important. I ran these pretty exclusively during the winter months and spring. They're actually Vans. They're the MTE Gore-Tex boots. They're great. In our last video that we filmed, we were walking through the river. My feet are completely dry. No water soakage at all. They're great. They're lightweight. In the summertime, I would definitely advise against, usually a pair of Solomons is pretty good, something that's very breathable, almost like a tennis shoe almost. That's probably gonna be your best bet, but really controlling your temperature and dressing in layers, and dressing in layers properly is another big thing that I think it's worth mentioning. You see a lot of photos of guys, like I said, wearing that level 7 puffer jacket under their plate carrier. It's a big no-no because you start sweating in it and then you can't take it off without removing your kit. And if you're operational, taking off your kit is not really an option. So you'll start to succumb to the effects of being hot very quickly. And so just wearing your layers properly, I know it looks cool to have your plate carrier in full glam outside of your jacket, but wearing your jacket over, your outer layers over your plate carrier.
style with the cape.
Exactly.
You know, it looks very cool actually.
Yeah, I think it looks cool. I think it looks cool. But that's really it. I think that's probably the most notable thing. It's just medical equipment, wearing your kit properly, and having kit for the correct environment.
You know, when I first got into the military, and, you know, earned the beret and all that kind of stuff, in aspect war, the thing that was told to me is your plate carrier has 3 main things. It's stop holes, plug holes, make holes. You know, maybe we're a little bit obsessed with holes, but you know, we do. But I always felt that was very true. It's just different ways to set up your kit to do that exact thing. And that definitely holds true. I really appreciate you taking the time first to bring up all your kit that you had. It was very cool to be able to see how you changed your kit from what we typically see. Very valuable information. I can't thank you enough. Thank you so much for coming out. Guys, thank you so much for watching. We got tons of things coming for you guys. I guess the final thing that we'll leave you with, guys, is always going to be a little bit of dad advice. I think that's a little bit important. As crazy as the world gets, it's important to remember what's the most important thing to focus on. And that is going to be family. Take some time and spend time with your family. Get that good time. Obviously, you need to be training, but you can also make that fun. I frequently take my kids out and train them in survival, and it's good family time. So spend that quality time. It is going to matter. Final thing for you guys can be Patreon. If you guys want to play some video games with me and Sawyer and watch us get slaughtered, we play some really fun game modes and we have a good time, and it's all the weird behind the scenes stuff. Guys, thank you so much for watching. We got nothing else for you.
Yeah, I know.
It might seem silly to learn this type of stuff, but throughout time in history, people have learned that learning about warfare, about being ready for warfare, isn't silly at all. People have found themselves having to defend their homes, their families, and their countries. Today we're going to be taking a stark look at the Ukraine war, and specifically what has been occurring, what the reality of it is like. There is nothing that was beaten to me more as a military leader than to always to listen to the man on the ground. Today we're going to be learning from the man on the ground as we take a look at the reality of warfare in Ukraine. And of course, all this information is kept free. We really do have to thank our sponsors. Primary Arms keeps this information free, and they have done so for years at this point. So give them a big thank you. Give them an email, ask them for a good recommendation, an LPVO or a pistol optic. They have it all, and we cannot thank them enough. Guys, we always are happy and proud to be sponsored by BCM. Bravo Company USA is a great balance between price and the badassness of that rifle that you're actually getting. And this is a rifle that has been used all throughout the world. We're always going to recommend BCM rifles. Of course, guys, if you're looking for a gaming PC, you want to be able to
get those skills up a little bit more in your combat war simulators, we have Zydax. Their owner is a huge gun fanatic, and we love that. Go ahead and check them out. Finally, guys, all ammunition is provided for by Last Shot Arizona. You should always have go to war ammo, and they specialize in that high performance ammo such as 70 grain TSX. Go in there, check them out. Always have at least 13 mags ready. With all that being said, talk is cheap for me. What we are really here for is to hear from our subject matter expert. For quick introductions, my name is Michael Jones, former Air Force Special Warfare guy, served first as a SEER specialist and then as a TAC-P. Now, with all that being said, go ahead and invite on our guest right here. Can't thank you enough for coming out here today.
Thank you for having me.
Go ahead and introduce yourself. I'm sure people are expecting a Ukrainian accent, but here we are.
Yeah, I'm an American. I went over in Ukraine and fought for about a year. Prior civilian, whilst in Ukraine, I was in a Special Forces detachment and worked primarily in a direct action role. And I also did some subsidiary work as a GMG operator doing heavy weapons.
So quite a bit of experience, and you spent about approximately a year in there. Correct. On that time, you were from heavily contested areas to less contested areas. You ran anything from recon missions to counter drone. You pretty much did a large gamut of different operations within Ukraine, if I'm to understand everything, correct?
Correct. Yeah, most of the operations were going to be just general position holding, fortification stuff. I also was only the exclusive team shotgunner for the back of trucks, so a lot of CUAS stuff. I was the guy on the back of the truck that you see in the videos on Instagram shooting the drones down with a shotgun.
Now, for my audience who's not familiar, what does CAUS mean?
It's essentially counter drone for layman's terms. Anything unmanned, that's kind of what I would be dealing with at the back of the truck, whether it's a recon drone like a DJI Mavic or a similar platform, or it's something like an FPV via fiber optic or just true wireless.
Well, I can't wait to go over so many different things today. Thank you so much for coming out. So with all that being said, let's go ahead and let's delve into it.
Let's do it. What the fuck do you think I'm looking through, man?
I understand one of the first things you want to talk about is just everything that we've kind of heard about Ukraine with this trench warfare. What's the reality of getting into a trench, of moving between trenches? What is it actually like on the front right now?
Yeah, so in a typical role, when you're going to be holding a position, you're going to be in a trench. The times of warfare where you being outside in a tree line, moving around, it's over, right? Cover and concealment is your best friend, and with the current kind of threat profile that we have on the front, which is going to be all drones, cover and concealment is very far and few between.
Now, when you say cover and concealment, are you saying that there's constant coverage and ISR surveillance on your position at all times?
Correct. It may seem dumb, but the way I like to think about it is like you're in a department store and you see all the dome cameras above you, right?
Yeah.
Every square inch of that store is being watched by a security team.
Now, what are Russians actually employing? Are they having a drone watch? Are they swapping out? How's it working on their end?
Yeah, so you have a plethora, a big spectrum of different, aerial ISR that's going on in the front. You have really big fixed-wing aircraft, like the Super Cam is a very famous example, but more so that the personnel are going to be dealing with are going to be a smaller platform, mostly quadcopters like a DJI Mavic performance surveillance. And so what that looks like is the entire front is sectorized.
Okay.
And so because it is sectorized, it is also watched every single second of the day. You have a Mavic holding a position. So if we're in a trench like we are now, right, anywhere above us, there is some kind of drone, usually a Mavic, watching us. They're looking for movement. They're looking for any pixel that looks out of place on that screen. And when the flight time exhausts, which is usually about 30 to 40 minutes, another Mavic will come and replace it in that exact sector. So there is not usually a portion on the front line that is going to be outside of surveillance 24/7, 365, night or day.
Now, as far as what's their standoff that they have those drones at, so they can't be, I guess, engaged by you guys to be able to keep that surveillance?
Yeah, so typically they are usually always moving, either flying some kind of formation over the position that you're in, or more commonly, you're going to be surveying a tree line. So there's going to be, say, maybe a kilometer tree line, for example. It's very common, where there is 2, 3, 4 different positions. And essentially someone responsible for that sector is going to be either flying laps or doing S configurations or orbiting said positions. And so always in a state of movement is how they're going to avoid being shot down. And they're always going to be hovering probably, I'd say, anywhere from 100 to 250 meters off of the ground. That makes it a really small target. I mean, you're talking about a drone that's maybe a foot by a foot in size.
How far from the ground do they have to be before you can reliably hear them?
I would say being in Ukraine, you developed kind of a slight tuning in your ears,
Sure.
you know. I would say you start to hear them anywhere under maybe 150 to 200 meters.
Okay.
You'll start to hear a tiny little buzz, and you'll be able to identify that there is, in fact, a drone over you.
Interesting. So we're talking about being under constant surveillance. So if we're looking at this trench right here, so what everybody's interested in is, should warfare devolve in wherever area that they are, whatever civil war occurs or whatever, what are some things that you guys have done to keep yourself concealed within your trenches as you move?
So on positions that are further away from, I guess you can consider it the gray area or the point of most contestment, when you have a little bit better access to logistics, right? Because logistics makes the war.
It does.
You're able to bring in logs. Usually you'll see, about foot in diameter logs are trucked in 1, 2, and 3 meter in length, and you'll lay those over the top of the trench and completely close it. So you'll cover it with logs and then usually polythene, and then maybe, if possible, up to 12 inches to 3 feet of dirt to
What's
hide
the
yourself.
point of the polythene?
The polythene is to waterproof it.
That makes sense.
Ukraine, just like the climate we're in now, is very wet. It's very muddy, and so it's not fun to exist in these conditions, as I'm sure you know.
Oh yeah.
And so any kind of mediation to keep water outside of the trench is a good thing, because a trench very quickly becomes a swimming pool in the springtime when the snow melts.
Now that makes sense. Now, as far as depth of the trench, I'm sure everybody's wondering. So right here, our trench is at about 4.5 feet or so.
So what's the typical depth of trench that you'd see in Ukraine used?
We would try to dig them as deep as possible, right? The deeper, the better. I've been in a lot of trenches that were about yay high, about up to the chest level for me, which is what, maybe about 4.5, 5 feet.
Yeah.
You know, in a perfect world where maybe a position is a bit older, it's been fortified, it's really had time to dig in, you'll see 6, 7, 8 feet deep trenches. But I've also been in trenches that are just maybe 2 or 3 feet off the ground that are very new. So it really just depends on how hastily the position was built.
Okay. Now, the entire time you're in trenches, I guess the question is going to be threats that in the trench. So suppose we can kind of move over to there. So you're being spotted by these drones, which I would suppose is great targeting information for that. So what's their typical targeting procedure that you see, that you've seen when you've been in trenches?
Yeah, so it's really a matter of, and I've spoken to some drone pilots on the friendly side as well, and I've asked them kind of, what do they look for? What do you guys look for? So when I go onto position, I can have these things in my mind to prevent kind of a leak of my position where they see us. The first thing for most is stay hidden. Don't leave the trench. Don't be walking around outside the trench. You know, you get onto position and you stay in it. Unless you have any kind of forward action or you're exfilling, all of your work can be done inside the trench, and that's where you remain.
And I understand you said somebody once came out to piss or something, and how long did it take for mortars to come in on his position?
Yeah, so realistically, anything you do, like I said, because the position is constantly being overwatched, right? They're just sitting there looking at a screen in a hole, and they're waiting for a pixel to move on that. And so it really doesn't take a lot of time for them to see you. They radio a mortar or an artillery team, and within usually, I would say 45 seconds to 2 minutes, you'll start hearing outcoming or incoming mortars start popping off, and you'll hear the whistles and they're coming in.
1,000 bullets. 1,000 bullets.
That's insane. Now, what does it take for them to actually target you with FPV drones, with more targeted munitions, I suppose?
Yeah, so earlier in the war, when drones were a bit rudimentary still, the drone teams used to be very close to the front. They were 1, 2, 3, 4 kilometers away. Because modernization of the drones and technology, we're able to push that further and keep our drone units safer. And so now you have maybe a 10, 20 kilometers before they're even crossing the threshold into enemy lines. So you're seeing maybe about a 10-ish minutes, give or take, response time from radio call to the drone being put out by the sapper and the pilot flying to your position.
Okay, so we've gone over a lot when it comes to that. So I suppose the thing that we should really break down now is let's talk about the different types of drones that are out there that they might encounter, and the types of threats that those drones pose. Up to you, man. Tell us about the different types of drones out there and what their capabilities are, what you typically see.
Right, so as I stated previously, you have a wide spectrum of drones being used on the front. Stuff that's being employed for the first time, experimental stuff, tried and true things, long range, short range. The most common things that you're going to see is very high altitude ISR being conducted, looking for military installations. Those are going to be your big fixed wing aircraft like Supercams, are the most famous Russian example.
Those are the ones where you see Russian Ukrainian prop planes, and they'll be shooting at them with rifles, trying to blow them out of the sky and stuff, right?
Yes and no. So a Supercam is going to be strictly for ISR. What you're thinking of, like the very famous videos of the guy ripping an AK outside of the prop plane. Yeah, that's going to be like a Shahed. So that's just going to be an unmanned, Iranian drone that is targeting very, very deep targets, several hundred to 1,000 kilometers away.
Gotcha.
The things that we're going to be dealing with as personnel on the ground are really going to consist of Mavics. Mavics being used as an ISR form, as well as dropper drones. If you move a class up from that, you have a heavy lift platform like a Vampire, a Baby Yaga, and those things can carry anything from multiple mortar system. They could also carry, I've seen TM62 tank mines strapped together with a VOG taped to the bottom of it so it explodes on impact. I've seen those drop and leave a giant crater. And then you have FPVs, which, like I said, is a very big spectrum. You have everything from early war stuff, like 7-inch propeller with the classic, you think of a kamikaze drone, it's that 7-inch drone with the RPG warhead under it.
That's what I think of, zip tied on the bottom and just zipping around.
Exactly. We haven't moved terribly far away from that. Things have just gotten a bit bigger. So now you're starting to see really common 10-inch, 12-inch, and even upwards of that with big, big payloads. And the reason they're doing that is the bigger the propeller, the more efficient the drone, the longer it can fly, and the more time that they have to get onto target. So because of that, you can push the team back further, keep them safer. You can carry a heavier payload like a thermal barrack charge or the number of improvised devices that we use on the front. Other than that, key differences now in the last couple of years is going to be thermal fiber optic. So with fiber optic, of course, it renders electronic warfare moot.
Yeah, so we've been seeing a lot of that. So let's explain it a little bit to our audience. So our typical drones are running off of, they're using a signal. What's the typical signal range of a drone that it's operating off of? I can't even think of it off the top of my head.
Yeah, so in the consumer world, right, when this is very rudimentary, EW really wasn't a thing yet in the early war, we used consumer products.
Yeah.
So everything was flying on a control frequency of about 2.4 gigahertz, and your video link was connected via 5.8 gigahertz.
Okay.
With the implementation of EW, we have now
electronic warfare to be able to jam that.
Exactly, jammers, for lack of a better term. Because of that, we've had to migrate around with frequencies. So you have to think, the higher the frequency, the shorter the wave, right?
Yep.
So less penetration. If you want more penetration, more range, you're going to drop frequencies. So now you're seeing control frequencies get into the megahertz side of things. So you're going all the way from 2.4, I've seen 1.2 gigahertz, 900 megahertz, and we're pushing it as low as possible. And same with video, we fluctuated around. And of course, there's a million different video systems being used, whether it's digital systems, whether it's analog systems. So video fluctuates, but most commonly, you're going to see control frequencies try and get lower and lower and lower for more range, more penetration, and trying to avoid the circumstances of electronic warfare.
Sure, and so that's where the fiber optics. Essentially, you have a giant spool attached to these drones that's uncoiling a fiber optic line as it flies. Now, I understand there are some limitations to the drones due to that. Is that correct?
Yes. So fiber optic, it's kind of a double-edged sword, right? So you have a drone that is now hardwired to the user, to the end user. So the pilot has a ground station with the fiber optic plugged in, and it's direct to their goggles or direct to a computer monitor where they're watching the footage from the drone. And so the issue with that is, however, it is hardwired. It makes the drone heavier because of a big spool of fiber optic cable. Because of that, multiple things happen. The drone is bigger, it's a bigger target. Also, it has to fly slower, just because of the fact of the fiber optic cable. It's about the thickness of your hair, of one single hair. And so it's very fragile. And so if anything is to rip, pull apart, stretch, or damage that fiber optic cable in any way, it's a complete loss of signal. You lose control signal, you lose video signal, the drone is gone. It'll kind of just linger off and explode in the distance. And so you can't fly very fast because how does the drone fly? Big spinning propellers.
Yep.
And that is, a very big kryptonite to the tiny little hair-like substance that a fiber optic cable is.
So I'd imagine if they dropped altitude really quick or maneuvered really hard, it'd be very easy for those blades to catch the fiber optic line and sever that guy.
Exactly. So they're very limited to flight speed.
Okay, so we've talked about some of the different drones, from the Mavics dropping to the FPVs to the fiber optics. So we talk about some counter drone procedures that you've done in the trench and how we can counter that. Like, is there any way to counter it?
Camouflage is probably going to be your biggest thing, right?
Okay.
Is not being seen. The biggest way to avoid any kind of threat is not being detected in the first place.
Agreed.
So the most important thing you could do is remember CNC, cover and concealment. It's taught all across the board in every other military in the world as being a massive priority. And drones, it has only become more of a priority. Because, like I said, everything is under surveillance constantly. If you can avoid detection, you've already won most of the battle. And so, really, you're going to be seeing things like leaf suits being worn, full ghillie suits, even for guys just running logistical routes and moving around the tree line. I always, even if I wasn't going to do any forward movement, say I was going back 2 kilometers through my tree line to pick up ammunition and bring it forward to the position, get a Starlink, whatever, I'm still putting a leaf suit on and trying to minimize my signature to any kind of drone.
Do you have that leaf suit that you use with you?
I do, actually. We have to toss it on.
Let's go take a look at it. Okay, so right here we have the leaf suit on. First off, where is it from?
Yeah, it is a leaf suit by Lapa. They call it the Viper Hoodie V7. They make different variations. They also see some people have the long cloak. I would kind of lean away from running the very long cloak in most circumstances unless I was like really doing deep movement, just because it catches on everything. Here it's really cool because you have a detachable Viper hood that you can kind of just wear over your kit and at least have some kind of cover and concealment from directly overhead.
And I see these are very common among I would say both forces.
Yeah.
Seems to be pretty much the standard and the norm right now.
Yeah, pretty much every kind of special detachment or special forces unit inside Ukraine, whether it be foreigners, whether it be Ukrainian nationals, are going to be wearing some kind of leaf suit for cover and concealment.
Is that due to the amount of fighting that's happening in heavy vegetation? Because I would imagine, like, you know, in some of the more desolate areas, it's not so much necessary, or is it just worn in general?
It's worn in general in more forested regions, say up in the north, like Sumy, for example, where you have big overgrowth. It's extremely useful. It's vital. You'll see guys wearing the Viper hood, the back cloak, as well as the gaiters and pants as well, just because of the amount of vegetation around you. You're walking through bushes, so if you could become the bush, it's a big help. But even in a more Charlie Brown Christmas tree-like environment down in...
Do you want to explain the Charlie Brown Christmas tree?
Basically just tree stumps, you know, trees that have been berated for the last 4 years now with mortars and indirect fire, drones, fires, you name it. Every tree in Ukraine in a tree line is pretty much a near waist-height stump, or the remnants of a tree. And we would still use something like this, just this, no gaiters, no cloak or anything, just to provide some kind of additional, cover and concealment against a drone, just something to break up your silhouette. And that's the biggest thing against a drone, is breaking your silhouette up and not looking like a human.
And I know a lot of people are quick to point out that, like, thermal technology is obviously very good at seeing the human heat, but even still, field craft is very important, and the more clothing that you do have on, the more standoff you have between clothing, definitely helps us heat signature it well. It's not like a human being is the only hot thing on the ground. Rocks, trees, everything also has heat. Being able to break up your signature is incredibly important. So pretty much, would you say whenever you exited the trench, you'd have something like this on?
I would try to, yes, as much as possible. You know, if they're extremely lightweight, they don't add too much to, cumbrance to yourself. You can still move freely in them. They're very breathable. They're a mesh fabric underneath the leaves, so you're not really taking any loss by wearing one. It's something that's just, you should do it. If you're leaving the trench or outside operating, you should have it on.
So we're inside the trench now. You're obviously going to get struck by drones while you're here. What are some just tips, tricks, things that you've learned from your time?
Yeah, I can't say it enough, covering concealment. And probably the second biggest thing is, it's not a shock that war is loud. And so most people are going to default to thinking they're going to have to wear ear pro, whether it's a pair of OpsCores, a pair of Peltors, whatever. The fact of the matter is nobody really wears ear protection when they're operating on the front. Maybe under extreme circumstances, if you're a machine gunner or you're operating a GMG or you're a mortarman, I understand. But most guys that are doing any kind of forward work close to zero line are going to have their ear protection off.
Interesting. Mm-hmm. Why is that?
The reason is modern hearing protection, at least the stuff that we can use, is not great at picking up the frequency that drones emit. So where your ears are finer tuned for a higher pitched frequency, active hearing protection is trying to drum out that noise. And so there's a big detection difference between whether you have ear pro on or not. And that's probably the main reason, is being able to detect drones.
So when you would hear a drone, when you were told the drone was coming in, what was your standard procedure that you guys would do in the trench?
Yeah.
If you're able to speak to it.
Of course. If you are, there's a plethora of SOPs, but if you are, say, in a very, crappy, no offense, trench like you have here.
Oh, this is a crappy trench, I agree.
It's very open, you don't have a blindage. All you can really do is try and identify where the drone is. So if we have a drone flying exactly that direction at us, I'm gonna try and find a wall that is against the drone and try and reduce my signature as much as possible.
Gotcha.
If you do have the luxury of having any kind of cover, a blindage, you have overhead covering in your trenches, or even an open part of your trench that has some vegetation growing it, you're gonna look for overhead cover, and that's probably the biggest thing that you need in Ukraine when it comes to cover and concealment is overhead, because that's where your threat is.
Now, you were telling me earlier about you'd often put camo netting up, but you said that there's a very interesting counter to that was being used.
Yeah, so I've been in a good amount of trenches where they're resupplied with big camo tarps, and whether they're homemade from like NGO organizations or they're off-the-shelf camo netting, they get hung up, and within 24 hours the camo net's gone. And the reason is most of these camo nets are some kind of synthetic plastic material, and once they catch fire, they go. It's just like a wildfire. They burn super fast. I've seen Russian drones being used in a position that I was in, burning camo net with FPVs specifically made with big 1 liter water bottles underneath filled with gasoline. So essentially they impact your trench, and it flings fire everywhere, and it burns off all your cover and concealment.
Interesting. I think early, I would say maybe about 2 years ago, we saw a lot of those videos where they'd take those thermobaric grenades and they point them down. Was that the reason for doing that as well? So burn out like cover concealment, vegetation, etc.
Yeah. I've had experience with thermite being used as well. It's very, very good against the biggest piece of armor of a trench, which is going to be logs, right?
Yes.
So I've seen a lot of FPVs say you have a very, very well built blindage, which is a 2 meter deep hole. Over the hole is big logs. But over the logs, what we do to cover them, to hide them, to cover and conceal them, is backfill it with dirt.
Yeah.
So it just looks like there's level, and you'll even throw grass and foliage over it.
Yeah,
so it just
naturalize the terrain.
Exactly. So what?
It's your days.
So what teams will do, actually, it's very smart, is they will hit the tops of these blindages once they identify them with standard explosive drones to blow away the dirt and expose the wood. And once they expose the wood, they send a drone with thermite on it. They drop the thermite right on the wood. It burns straight through it like it's paper.
War is hell.
It is hell.
So we've talked a lot about trenches, dealing with the drones. I think the big question everybody wants to know is, at some point or another, you're going to have to go, you have to recon, you're going to have to get ammunition. Can we talk about leaving the trench, movement techniques, and what you've seen? So at this point, you need to exit the trench, because if I understand, supplies are not just dropped right to you, they're dropped behind lines, and you have to be able to get to them.
Correct, yeah. Nothing is rarely, just like the personnel themselves, you're never infilled to position. Infills are always going to be a mix of mounted and dismounted, and that's the same with logistical stuff too. Whether it's logs being dropped off for reinforcement, or it's ammunition, Starlink, you name it, everything is going to be anywhere between 1, 2, 3, 4 kilometers, etc. back. You're going to have to leave your trench system and go fetch it and bring it back.
If I'm not mistaken, the first time you infilled in, you had a pretty stark reminder of what the war was like the very first experience. If you're able to share that.
Yeah. It wasn't necessarily my first infill, but it was my first infill in a new AO, an AO that was much more complicated and harsh than the previous AO that I worked in. We're going through big mud fields. It's very muddy and deep and mucky out there, and so there was a final maybe 500 meter stretch of open terrain before our final tree line, where we were going to dismount and then do our dismounted infill. And as we're steaming through out of this tree line and now into this open field, there's a few specks out in the distance, kind of moving around, running around like ants. And as we got closer, I was able to identify that these are Ukrainian soldiers as part of a motorcycle assault team, and all of their bikes were stuck in the mud. You're talking about knee-deep, waist-height deep mud, tank tracks. It's just a mess. And so imagine trying to ride a tiny little dirt bike through that.
Ain't happening.
For them, obviously, it didn't go very well, and all of their bikes were all the way up to the engine and gas tank in mud and completely leaned over, and they're fighting for their lives trying to pull them out of the mud. As we drive by, I'm watching them struggle, and as we're about, maybe 20 seconds out from our tree line, an FPV comes in and just takes 3 of them out. And the fourth guy, a part of that team, just ditches the bike and runs.
Stark reminder.
War is hell.
So, exiting the trench, dangerous. So, tell us what we're looking for.
Yeah, so in this scenario, if we're leaving a trench that is very outside of cover and concealment, you don't have a tree line that is running alongside or through the trench system to provide overhead. There's not a lot you can do, but there's still some general SOPs that you can follow. The first being, have your personal camouflage on. Personal protection is very important. Wearing your armor, wearing soft armor and stuff like this. I would say arguably, any kind of camouflaging gear that you have is arguably just as important in this conflict, because like I said, if you avoid detection, you avoid any kind of threat really, unless it's some indirect fire. And so really you want to focus on cover and concealment. You're looking around, you understand the route that you have. Say if we need to move exactly this way from the trench opening to go retrieve a dropped a bunch of goods, whether it's ammunition, fuel for a generator, you name it. I'm going to be looking for the route and looking at a map and seeing where there's thick foliage that I can move through, you know, what I can do to minimize my exposedness to the sky. You know,
a little bit of route planning before leaving.
Exactly. And a good rule of thumb during route planning, especially when you have tree lines, is sky. You know, you want to find a route where you see the sky as little as possible. Because if you can see the sky, then what's in the sky can see you.
What do you say? Do not trust the sky?
Do not trust the sky, yeah.
Now, so we're going to start exiting, but what concerns do you have beyond the sky that you should be looking for on the ground?
Yeah, a big thing in Ukraine, it's pretty much everywhere across the Eastern Front, is ordnance. Whether it is unexploded ordnance from mortars, artillery, a drone that lost signal and didn't detonate and is laying outside your trench, as well as the more obvious answer, which is landmines. You have small anti-personnel landmines like the very famous PFM-1 or Butterfly, Toe Popper, you know, it has a million names. You also have, we've seen recently Bouncing Betties come into employment. Those are being used more now. And so any kind of ordnance, you're always going to be kind of looking down for. And so
I'm tracking that they're actually dropping those from Mavics behind your lines. So even with a forward line, there really is no safety at any point.
Yes, and this also comes into factoration in route planning, right? Because once you plan a route, typically that route doesn't exist for another 24 hours thereafter that, because you may do a reconnaissance of a route, and I've done this multiple times where you go out on a small fire team mission to do some reconnaissance and look for kind of a way to get your troops into a position for an assault, right? And so you spend all this time going out onto position, taking a risk, going through this minefield, going through this aerial threat, and you hear back 2 days later that after you have been detected moving through that sector, Russian mines, whether it be Russian drones, whether it be Mavics carrying butterfly mines, whether it be heavy dropper drones like the Baby Yaga or Vampire style drones, big multi-rotor drones carrying a big plethora of butterfly mines spreading up to 100 at a time over an AO. And this could be very, very complicated because you can walk the route 20 times, and the 21st time it'll have ordnance on it that you didn't see before, and you're 2 or 3 kilometers away from any enemy personnel. And it's the fact of the matter is Ukraine just becomes an entire minefield. So you have to treat leaving the trench as if it's your first time ever leaving the trench. Like I said, even if you've done the route 20 times before, that 21st time you'll find new things because stuff is constantly dropped from the air.
Perfect. Let's show us what it's like.
Yeah, let's do it. As I'm moving outside of the trench, I'm going to be looking at the ground. And it's a very confusing thing because, the air is so scary in Ukraine. It's a terrible thing. There's drones everywhere. The ground is just as dangerous, right? And so I'm constantly scanning. And it kind of changes the way a patrol is typically done because, you're taught, especially in like Ranger file scenarios, you are kind of at ready, looking forward, maybe scanning the ground. Whereas in Ukraine, it's a much bigger priority to constantly be scanning the ground. Very famous in my memory personally is one of my good friends as well as teammate lost a foot in one of our AOs just because there was a drone threat. He decided to run and not look at the ground. And what does he do? He takes about 5 steps through a route and steps on a PFM-1. Keep in mind, this route was previously clear of any ordnance and it had been dropped the day prior before we did any assault work. So you're always, a big emphasis is looking at the ground, looking at the ground, looking at the ground, looking at the ground, looking at the sky. Other than that, all you can really do is look for cover. This is a very scary example of where movement would be taking place. So in an instance like this, we're gonna kind of blur the lines between SOPs and kind of just keeping ourselves safe by really increasing our movement tempo. So if we were ever subjected to a very vast open space like this, of course I'm gonna be thinking about looking at the ground, looking for mines, looking for places to cover. If there is no places to cover, like I'm standing in a very big open field, which this does happen, or a section of your tree line has been taken down, whatever, I'm gonna be running. I'm gonna be running, and I'm gonna be assuming the risk of stepping on a mine to get away from, an inherently larger threat, which is the sky. And so really running is your only defense in something like this. If I'm in a more wooded area like a tree line, I'm gonna be looking for cover. I'm gonna be always staying by the stumps of trees. I'm gonna use you as a stump of a tree here.
Yep. Actually, we can move over to the tree line now.
Yeah, we can do that.
Let's do that. Okay, we are now in a little bit more overhead cover, so you can better show Rapson techniques.
Yeah, and as I was stating to you just a few minutes ago, a lot of the SOPs that are used, you would think is common sense. But of course, with the fog of war, with stress, with being on the battlefield to a unknown enemy, you forget a lot of these things. A lot of these things slip your mind. And so, the most notable is what I'm doing right now, which is a huge issue. Because if you look directly above me, open sky. And anywhere that is open, that a drone can see you, is a problem. And so, in most cases, because as we talked about earlier, coverage is quite stark in some tree lines. You're gonna be looking for concealment where you can. You're gonna kind of take what you got kind of thing. And so in an instance like this, I'm gonna just make a brutal obvious assumption that I probably shouldn't be standing under a direct open sky. And so just moving to somewhere like this, underneath a tree, is a good option. And like I said, it's kind of take what you get, right? And so you can't have it all. You can't, this isn't a, war is not this perfect world scenario. And Ukraine is a shining example of that. And so I'm breaking a big rule here by being bunched up with my teammate. And it's an issue, but as we stated before, cover and concealment is a priority. And so if you have to kind of blur the lines in some areas, like being bunched up to ensure that concealment is achieved, and your signature is as small as possible, it's the sacrifices that you have to make.
Well, should we do a little bit of movement and show them what that will look like when we call a halt and go into cover?
Absolutely.
All right, let's do it.
Drone. So after moving to that tree line, you can kind of see how you got to work with what you've got, right?
Yep.
And breaks in formation, spacing issues, bunching up, it's all normal, it happens. And I'd like though to highlight one of the things that is a big issue with a lot of the new guys is when you call a drone hold, when somebody sees more often they hear it before, and you stop the formation. What you're trying to do when you stop a formation is not necessarily, become invisible to the drone. You're trying to take advantage of the drone's weakness, which is it's 400 feet above you. And so when it's looking down at you, they're not necessarily looking for a guy walking through the trees. They're looking for movement in the tree line. They're looking for silhouettes, they're looking for shadows, things changing. And so stopping the formation to hide or take cover from a drone is not about necessarily disappearing, it's about just holding still. And the biggest mistake that I see people do, that I was guilty of in the beginning, was when somebody calls a drone, you look up at the drone. And what you're doing, although you may think you're acquiring a target or you're looking for the threat, is very, very detrimental, because what you're doing is you're showing a bright white face to the drone. In a bunch of foliage and things that's green, brown, you're looking up and there's a big set of white eyes looking up at the drone. It's very easy to see. And so the best thing you can do, if you do have a Viper hood, which you should, is have your hood on. Somebody calls a drone hold, and you just try and reduce your signature. So tuck your gun up, bend down, and just listen. And that's probably the best thing that you can do to just avoid detection, is really just try and pretend like you're not there. Because if you move, if you're panicking, if you're trying to cover yourself with foliage, this is stuff that I've all seen. Ultimately, you get seen not because of what you look like or the appearance that you have on the battlefield. It's because of the movement that of your signature. You're moving around, you're causing shadows to change, and that's what gets you seen. So the biggest thing being, don't look up at the drone, just remain still, hold until further instruction is given. Most likely your team leader or whoever's leading your patrol, or the person that spotted the drone in the beginning will remain looking at the drone, spotting the drone, and that means nobody else in the formation has to do the same thing. Everybody just needs to focus on hiding and staying covered.
Awesome. So really good information there. So from here, we're going to be notionally in the forest, just so you can see his movement techniques as we follow this little path up. It'll be showing you how he moves, what he's looking for with his feet as he's walking, and we'll be speaking to spacing so much as you can make it happen. Obviously, things get a little funky sometimes, but we'll see how it looks. So please, sir, after you.
So as we continue to move through a tree line, as we stated earlier, I'm not necessarily looking forward. If I understand where my threat is, say if I'm moving between friendly positions, I'm not necessarily focused primarily on a threat in front of me. Although still important, I'm more so prioritizing up and down. Down meaning ordnance, up meaning drones. So as I'm patrolling, I'm looking down and scanning up. Looking down, scanning up. And a very, very, very important thing to do when moving through any kind of environment is periodically taking a break, holding your squadron, holding your patrol, taking your ear protection off, and listening.
Stop, look, listen, smell.
Exactly. I mean, SILS is ever important, especially in an environment where you hear a lot of leaves crunching, sticks breaking, people talking behind you. You forget that tiny, tiny little buzz of a drone hovering above you. And so it's been many times first-handed where I've stopped, taken a look at my patrol, looked back, take my ear pro off, and sure enough, there is a tiny little buzz coming from the sky. And you look, and sure enough, there's like a Mavic sitting a few hundred meters away, just watching you. And you get up, you begin to move again, and what does it do? It just slides over.
There's a Mavic over there. You can hear it like 300-400 meters that way somewhere. Just hovering, it's probably watching us.
It's one of those things, it's not a if, it's when. Like I said, the battlefield is so plagued with surveillance and aerial ISR that there is really no way out. You will get seen, you will get attacked via kamikaze or FPV drones, you will get dropped on via drone droppers, and you will be watched. For sure, 100% you will be watched at some point during your operation. The first thing you're gonna do, once you acknowledge the drone, you never panic. They've seen you. Running around, running away is only gonna exhaust you. And so what you really need to do is focus, understand that there is some kind of threat. And whether you don't know what this threat is, which can be panic inducing, it could be confusing because you don't know whether this drone pilot is on the phone with a mortar team, on the phone with an FPV team, or if there's actually no active heavy weapons or artillery or anything, and they're simply performing ISR. And so you don't want to panic, you don't want to freak out and run around and make a bunch of movement. You need to just keep your composure, remain camouflaged, and maybe change your route a bit. So I see that I'm kind of in the open here. I can maybe stand up. I'm gonna keep my patrol held. I'm gonna look for a new route. Once I identify something, formally bring them up and begin movement again. And what you're gonna try and do is look and find the best spot to possibly get away from this drone. Because you have to keep in mind that the drone sees you now, it knows the direction that you're moving, it's gonna be there. It's not gonna go away unless you can shoot it down. It's not gonna go away. So the biggest thing to keep in mind is these ISR drones like DJI Mavics, they can fly for roughly 20 to 40 minutes. And you're gonna be on the shorter side of that because they've already commuted the 10 kilometers, 5 kilometers to the front line. And so you have to think in your head, okay, I understand this drone can probably only stay airborne for maybe another 20, 30 minutes. So my job for the next 20 and 30 minutes until that drone goes away, and you will see them fly away, you'll hear them leave, is I need to prioritize
by the power of Goroth. Axe is impressed. Fiends take you. Moraka. In Your soul to crush. At my command. Mordekar. Kor Mordekar. Feel me.
Back, please.
Avowed. Dominating! Double kill!
Fall at my feet, peasant.
Really? You just did that? Can you believe this?
This will come in handy.
I step from the shadows. By the power of Goroth. By the power of Goroth. Kar Korzan. Zan Korabos Kor Koramord. Minion. By my demon staff. Astride the night. Join me. Karabos Kor Koramand.
The Legion is grateful.
I command. Karakazan. Mega kill! By the power of Goroth. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. At my command. Radiant structures are fortified. The enemy has a bone to pick with your middle tower. Avowed. Your middle tower is under attack. I go. Will return. The enemy has a bone to pick with your middle tower. Your middle tower is under attack! Your middle tower has fallen! It could be worse. Or could it? The enemy killed their own top tower! That is dedication! Your top tower is under attack! Summoned forth. Your top tower is being hacked to pieces! Mine. Your top tower is being hacked to pieces! I go. Your top tower is under attack! Dire structures are fortified! Sworn of shadows. At my command. The enemy's middle tower has surrendered to gravity! Your top tower is under attack! Fear me. Your top tower is being hacked to pieces! Your top tower has fallen! Axe wishes it was you instead! Your top tower is under attack! Summoned forth. Arise. Summoned forth. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your soul enslaved. I'm under attack. Unstoppable. Karaka. I go. Karkor. The enemy's middle tower has been denied. Tend to your wounded, or put them out of their misery. By the power of Goroth. Oh, yes. I feed you to my fiends. Fiends take you. Avowed. Oh. Hear my word. Axis glad that your bottom tower is not Axis problem. Your bottom tower is under attack. A new fire embers. The smoke thickens. You summon the summoner. Fiends forever. I'm under attack. Killing spree! Your bottom tower is under attack! Axe has seen ruins that look better than your bottom tower. The fiends will welcome me. Axe is glad that your bottom tower is not Axe's problem. At my command. Hear my word. By my demon staff. I command it. Fiend's tale. Fear me. Sword of shadows. Summoned forth. Your soul to crush. Sazan. Indeed. Sha sha. Haste. Gather darkness. Bestride the night. Dyer's courier has been slain. Axe does not believe in killing innocent couriers. Killing courtiers is fine, though. Go. Like Axe, the dire structures cannot be hurt. Gyre of evil takes you. Your top tower is under attack! Goroth. Zankor. Scepter. By my demon staff. The stride. Killing spree! Monster kill! Hear my word. Godlike! Double kill! Avowed. At my command. Mordakaramon. Indubitably. More pages for my black grimoire. By the power of Goroth. Torn a page you die. I'll take that. My grimoire opens again. Your middle tower is under attack! By the power of Goroth. Under pain of death. Encircling dark. Hear my word. Avowed. Oh, yes. Indubitably. Another name in my grimoire.
Moving to a place where it just makes it hard for the drone to see me. And so moving into a terrain like this, down here, you can see how I stick out against the background. You know, I look like a soldier, but if I move into an environment like this, it's much harder to see me. And again, if I practice what we were talking about earlier and reduce my silhouette as much as possible here, I have my hood on and I turn down, it becomes much harder to detect. And that's the drone mitigation and being seen by ISR. You know, the mitigation is not getting away. It's kind of making do with what you have and just practicing SOPs to remain as hidden as possible. you also have to keep in mind that a big point of a Mavic is to call in enemy fire. So if you are on a team, a direct action team, and you're moving through a tree line, and a Mavic sees you, what do? They radio another drone team, a kamikaze team. And you have to keep in mind these cameras on these kamikaze drones are much, much, much worse. It is a very grainy, very low resolution footage, typically under 1080p. It's very, very low. You have to keep in mind, maybe the Mavic sees you, but that FPV that's gonna be coming over the tree line in maybe about 5-10 minutes, it's gonna have a harder time finding you as long as you practice those SOPs that we were talking about previously in the video, which is hiding as best you can.
Now, with the exception of mortars and some of those more common indirect fire that we know from big military days, when it comes to your FPV drones, and even your drones that are just dropping grenades, is it best to stay within a tree line to help mitigate that?
Yeah, you typically never move outside of the tree line unless things have really gone wrong.
Sure.
Off the top of my head, I was a part of 47 combat missions on the front. I had one instance where I left the tree line and ran down a road with my team. And the reason for that was because we were taking IDF and we were taking cluster.
Okay.
Shortly after the cluster started dropping, we understood that things were going very, very wrong on this exfil. We were seen. We were trying to move during the twilight hours, kind of the shift between, kind of that golden hour,
Yeah.
the shift between thermal cameras and regular cameras.
That's a great time to travel.
Yes.
Actually, that's something to speak to.
Of course.
So as you go from nighttime to daytime, daytime to nighttime, that sunrise, sunset, it's that thermal crossover. It's a hard time for both cameras. It's a hard time for your daylight cameras. It's a hard time for your nighttime cameras because for the nighttime cameras, like thermal imaging, everything is heated up. Trees are heated from the sun. Rocks are heated from the sun. Earth is unevenly heated. It's much harder to detect a human being during that time compared to like the dead of night when everything started to cool down a little bit more, although it's still a little bit cluttered. So that's what he's referring to, and it's a great time to travel.
Correct. And thank you for explaining that. That's kind of what we try and focus on is moving during these like thermal crossover periods. However, an issue with that is repeatability and a routine.
Sure.
It's very, very, very digressive to always move at the exact same time because if your enemy is watching you and observing you, performing ISR on you, they understand that this is a repeatable thing. And if it happens over and over and over, if it happens 20 times, odds are you're probably going to exfil at that same time the 21st time. And so you always try and fluctuate and kind of, like I said, with this war, it's kind of making do with what you got and doing what you can and being flexible. And this instance where we ran outside of the tree line was because we decided to leave an hour earlier than thermal crossover and it was still dark. And so we're under night vision. And if anybody has ever walked with night vision through a very, very densely compact tree line, it's not fun. It's very difficult. It's annoying. Your night vision's never focused on the right thing, and you're bumping into stuff. We started taking indirect fire. It started out with some smaller shells, and then it moved into cluster. And so we began to pick up the pace a little bit. And as we did that, we're snagging the rucksacks on more things. We're dropping stuff. We're losing pieces of kit in the tree line. And soon thereafter, we started taking SPG. And SPG is a terrifying thing because it flies so fast. Whereas, you can hear mortar and artillery coming. You can hear the incoming shots. And so you kind of know, if you're paying attention enough, you can hear the incoming mortars and you can begin to take cover. SPG doesn't really give you that time. It flies much faster on a direct flight path. And so once we started getting hit with SPG, we kind of determined just in the moment that it was just time to go. It was just time to move as quickly as possible. And we made a judgment call and assumed a huge risk. We left the tree line and ran down the road as fast as possible. And like I said earlier, you're gonna have to kind of, just like bunching up with Mike here when we're trying to hide from a drone, you're going to have to compromise a lot of your SOPs and kind of blur the lines between them and find middle ground. Because in that instance where I'm running full speed from SPG fire, I'm not focused on ordnance on the floor. I'm not focused on there's a thermal FPV above me. I'm just running and trying to get out of there.
Absolutely. it's definitely a very complex environment. So I suppose one of my last questions were, if we get into tree land right up here, can you show us general things that you do where you're being targeted by an FPV or say a fiber optic drone? Maybe speak to that a bit.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Let's do it.
Back out of the tree line here.
You've been targeted by FPVs. You're already in the forest. What is your go-to as far as mitigating that, making sure that they either can't get to you or to protect yourself more?
Right. So you've kind of found yourself up Schitt's Creek, right? You have been detected, and now you've been not only detected via ISR, you've been detected via an attack drone, a strike drone, an FPV, or even a dropper. And so it's kind of it's a series of hard questions you have to ask yourself. Is it escapable? And the only real way that you can answer is if it's escapable is if you have a visual of the drone, if you see what kind of drone it is, or you can hear, because you can hear the subtle differences between like a kamikaze and a Mavic.
Yep.
And with a kamikaze, you have very little time to react. With a Mavic, say if a Mavic hovers, 30, 40 meters above us and drops a grenade, unless it's a VOG, which is not as common anymore. If it's a standard, tongue-released grenade, you're gonna hear that fuse pop.
Okay.
And so once you hear the fuse pop, you figure you have 3.5 seconds to leave wherever you're standing and try and find some kind of shelter. When it comes to a dropper, the best thing you could do, like I said, counterintuitive SOPs, is if you can determine it's a dropper, keeping an eye on it and understanding where it is, because you could see the drop happen and you understand where it's falling, and you could run the other direction or try and seek shelter the best you can. When it comes to something that's faster moving like a FPV, it's a hard thing to deal with. It's a very hard thing to deal with. I think we're all familiar with the kind of force multiplication that a drone has against a standard member of infantry. And so really the questions that I ask myself are not how do I eliminate this threat or how do I completely get away from this threat. It's how can I give myself the best chance of survival against a superior firepower. And so I'm going to adjust my vision here and start looking for things like tree trunks, rocks, natural formations that you can, kind of hide behind, just like earlier in the trench where we kind of took cover behind that berm, the wall of the trench. It's the same kind of logic. You're trying to compact yourself and hide because really the threat that you're facing is not necessarily blast damage, it's shrapnel. And so you're trying to get behind things that could potentially stop or slow the travel of this shrapnel to mitigate injury or like prevent you from becoming a casualty essentially. Gotcha. And so I'm going to be looking for things like tree trunks or thick vegetation like we have here, or a rock, or even something like getting behind down in this forest here that's really tight and has a lot of hanging sticks.
Sure.
To try and get as far away from a potential blast, because I can think that an FPV is here, it can easily fit through the gap that we're talking about here to the sky.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe it's going to have a hard time getting through this tiny little a circle of trees that we have around here. And so, something like this, as small as insignificant as it is, this single thing can save your life against the drone. And so thinking about the terrain and just understanding that, you're kind of in a bad position and you just need to think about minimizing and reducing risk. And, kind of going back to cover and concealment, it's getting concealment, it's getting cover, it's wedging yourself into a tiny little nook and cranny of a tree. It's something of the sort.
Awesome. I mean, no matter what, it sounds like you're always having to break some rule in order to survive. It sounds like it's always kind of weighing every option that you have.
Right.
Now, we've gone over a lot at this point, so I figure what we can do now is we could go ahead and wrap this up, give our final thoughts and stuff. Any further kind of little tips and tricks? Ultimately, this is just going to be a primer for these guys, but we can't thank you enough for coming out here. So let's head back and let's finish it up.
Sweet. Thank you, Mike.
So we've gotten here to the end. We've gone over a lot of information. It's been a huge information dump, a lot of videos, etc. So here at the end, is there any general information that you'd like to give to people? Any final tips and tricks before we kind of finish things out?
Yeah, definitely. It's kind of, you can see a theme during this video is modularity and not being stuck in your ways. And I think that's one of the biggest lessons taught by this conflict, is that old practices from prior conflicts, some practices work, some are very detrimental. And so you can't be stuck in your ways. You have to be flexible. You know, cover and concealment, first and foremost, above pretty much everything else, is going to be your main priority. And just staying alert. Little tidbits like removing ear pro, practicing sills, you know, stuff like this is the stuff that's going to save your life. It's not a very glorious war where you're kicking down doors and clearing rooms. You're really trying to survive most of your time out there on the front.
It is interesting that from war to war, things change, things go back to the same. We're seeing a lot of old techniques being resurfaced. We're seeing just a complete changeover. Just like there was such a change from Iraq to Afghanistan to Syria, just like you're going to see a change from Ukraine to whatever future war there is, but there's always going to be something that gleans from every single conflict, because beyond that, the technology evolves, drones, then the tactics will evolve. So I can't thank you enough for coming out here and giving us a kind of a little taste of how things are and how things work for you. Obviously, this is a very short primer for you guys. This isn't going to replace training for you guys at all. This isn't going to replace experience, but at the very least, it can help you a little bit in your training regimens with your friends and be able to give you a little bit more information. Obviously, I got to give you a plug a little bit. All my friends hate drones. Got a little IG page. You got to check it out. But that being said, we've gotten to the end here, guys. Thank you so much for watching. We always got great things. And I guess the final thing that we have is what we always do, give a little bit of life advice. So outside of war, where's a little bit of life advice you'd like to give to our audience?
You know, we'll use this outside of
dad advice.
We'll use this outside of war and also inside war as well, just like we talked about in this video, is, you know, always be able to be flexible. You know, never be stuck in your ways, because you know, failure to assimilate, failure to, you know, acclimate to any kind of environment is going to be a failure. Whether that's in your personal life, whether that's working, whether you're a guy behind an office, behind a desk at an office job, or you're on the front trying to survive drones. Never be too comfortable in your own ways, and never be too ignorant to adapt to those ways.
Love it, man. Thank you so much. Guys, stay tuned for great stuff. As always, you got to check out the Patreon. We have all the best stuff out there. And if you're looking for a little bit of lighter fare, we do play some fun video games, so you don't have to focus on all the doom and gloom of being struck by a drone and blown up. And we'll have a good time, guys. Thank you so much for watching. Tons more great things coming. Talk to you later.
At my command.
Well, that sucks. Warfare has changed very heavily in the last 5 years, and nothing has changed it more than the introduction of drones. Both hovering drones for ISR, FPV drones, everything has changed. And more so now than ever, countries, militaries are looking at counter-drone technology. But oftentimes for the guy on the ground, there's not a whole lot of options to use. So in today's video, we're going to be taking a look at the actual weapons that you can carry, the ammunition that you can use that could provide a good defense against drones. Now, to help us with these videos, we have two individuals on here. So go ahead and introduce yourselves, please.
I was a American national. I fought with Ukrainian Armed Forces for about a year. I worked in the direct action capacity, primarily on infill-exfil, doing counter-drone with a shotgun.
Sir?
I'm also American. I fought in the ZSU, a couple of different units, initially with trench assaults and then with developing drone systems and aerial repeaters.
So we have some really good experience here to be able to take a very practical look, and we're also taking a look at some very interesting new developments in anti-drone rounds. I hope you guys will be interested and that you will stay tuned as we delve into this very important topic today on Grand Thumb. Now, little secret for you guys, you might not know it, but you actually don't pay for this content. You pay for it with your time, which we're very appreciative of. But we got to give a big thank you to our sponsors for keeping this content free. Now, the biggest sponsors, of course, Primary Arms. If you're looking for pistol optics, you're looking for rifle optics, they literally have it all. And more importantly, they actually care for you directly. So if you email them and say, hey, what should I buy? They'll probably give you a pretty good suggestion, and they might like send a little heart emoji. You never know what you're going to get. You're probably a little bit lonely. You're going to feel good about your life. So give a lot of support to Prime Arms. And of course, guys, if you're looking for a rifle, we cannot forget about BCM, Bravo Company USA. They are the best little, teeter-totter between price and excellent components. You have a solid combat rifle that is not going to break the bank. We always recommend them. The MCMR is awesome. And if you email BCM and you say, Grand Thumb told me to email you and say that I love you very much,
maybe they'll say I love you back. Maybe your life will be complete. Guys, if you're looking for a game computer, don't forget Zydax. You can be just like me, play at 300 frames per second, but still die to a 13-year-old online, and it is wonderful. And finally, of course, if you're looking for ammunition, Last Shot Arizona, they have all of that defensive war ammo that you could possibly need. Go and check them out. We always recommend a good 13 mags of that really good war ammo, so give them your support. With all that being said, talk's cheap and drones are, well, I imagine they're expensive, but I'm not paying for them today. So the first thing that we're going to be talking about here is some of the common weapons that are used in Ukraine. Now, I understand you have quite a bit of time as a counter-drone guy on your team in the back of a truck. What's typically used right now?
Correct. So right now, as we kind of spoke about in a previous video here, you're kind of subject to what you're issued, right? There's a wide range of weapons. Some very prestigious units have things like Benelli M4s. Some units aren't as fortunate. Typically what I would see and what I would be using is something very similar, some kind of semi-auto bottom load shotgun. Also very commonly used, and what I used primarily throughout my career was actually a Turkish bullpup.
Yep.
Of course, you want to speak to like magazine limitations and things like this.
Of course, you know, so the problem with any type of shotgun is going to be the amount of rounds that you can hold in it. Now, obviously, shotguns are great for what they do. They're great for nailing birds out of the sky. A lot of the shorter shotguns, like you see with the Benelli M4, do really heavily rely on the round being used to keep that pattern nice and tight. So you do have a limitation. If any of my trap, skeet, and bird hunters out there know, you're typically not hunting with a Benelli M4 because, well, your range is fairly limited. This is why you see a lot more of these full-choked, full-barreled shotguns being used quite often. But you still have limitations on magazine size. Probably you see a lot of the Turkish shotguns used. Now, in your time using them, how did they perform?
Not great. Of course, you know, shotguns can be quite finicky, especially if you're moving into any kind of magazine-fed shotgun.
Oh yeah.
They're very, very finicky creatures. They don't like to cycle, especially if you start introducing an environment like Ukraine where you're subject to mud, lack of cleaning, you know, just poor maintenance throughout the shotgun service life. And so you start to encounter issues with that, as well as you're limited to, you know, the 5-round magazines that I always had to run in my Turkish shotgun, in the bullpup. Anything over that, if I got issued 7 and then 10-rounder extended magazines, and it would cycle maybe 2 rounds and jam. So you're limited on ammo, you're limited on range, and of course the effectiveness of the shotgun cycling.
How close would the drone have to be before you could engage it effectively?
Yeah.
We talked about this a little bit of a pucker factor here.
Exactly. So like your responsibility when you're on the back of the truck is to obviously take down the target and neutralize the threat that's coming towards you. Of course, your sight is going to be much more effective at range than the shotgun is that you're holding. And so, like you said, it's a big pucker factor with having to wait for the target to approach you and letting you get a clear shot. And so it's you're seeing typically between 30 to maybe 50 meters at a maximum distance with a 12-gauge shotgun.
You know, and those drones, we're talking like a 7-inch drone, a 10-inch drone, which we'll talk about in a moment, guys. We're talking 50 to 90 miles per hour with a payload on them. That's closing in at 30 meters to you very, very fast.
Yes.
That's not a whole lot of reaction time.
No.
Now, obviously, you've made it work, and soldiers in Ukraine have made it work from what we've seen so far. But obviously, carrying a shotgun with you, carrying that ammo, there are some limitations to what you see with shotguns. So one thing they'll also be introducing today is going to be the drone round. So the drone round simply fires out of your typical 5.56 rifles. Here's a drone round right here. Looks like a 5.56 round, but performs like a very high performance shotgun. So what's really cool about these guys is obviously we have a military variant, but we also have a commercial variant that, as of filming, should probably be fairly close to being released, which means that you can have your very own drone rounds. So we've talked about this a little bit, but why would this be so good being on the front lines?
Yeah, kind of like we talked about again in an earlier video, we talked about kind of the soldier's payload, right? Mm-hmm. And you're already expected to go out on mission and kind of prepare for
Right there! There's a Ukrainian! Прикрывай!
My entire life, I'd been really drawn to being in the military. I spent a lot of time outdoors as a kid. After I graduated high school and went to college for a little bit and realized that it wasn't really what I was interested in doing, the military was something that really spoke to me. And so that plus kind of my interest in things that are happening on the global stage, the ways that certain countries behave as far as their attempts and desires to build empires and to steal the lands from other people really is what kind of gave me the final push to join the military and then later to come to Ukraine. My name is Nick Tho. I'm originally from the United States, and I've been fighting in Ukraine for almost 2 years now, a couple months to go till 2 years, with the 3rd Assault Brigade. First, I was in the 1st Assault Battalion, and then I transferred to the Rozvedka Battalion, or the Reconnaissance Battalion, for the 3rd Assault Brigade, now the 3rd Army Corps. During COVID, I joined the Marine Corps. Originally, I was under the impression that China was going to invade Taiwan. However, when Russia invaded Ukraine, I was similarly very drawn to the conflict, watched the news a lot, and kept up with the events. And so, after I left the Marine Corps, I worked a couple jobs here and there until I saw the documentary 20 Days in Mariupol. I didn't even watch the whole documentary. It was just like the first couple minutes. And then the next morning I sent the application online to come to Ukraine. I sent an application to the Foreign Legion website. I had really done any good research, so I didn't know that foreigners could join a multitude of other brigades and even outside of the ZZSU. And so when I sent my application, it just happened to be that the 3rd Assault Brigade accepted it. And so from there I was going to go to the 3rd Assault Brigade, not really understanding very much about it. I did a bit of research, mostly on YouTube, and watching a lot of the videos and stuff that had been taken and posted about prior fights, mostly at that time Bakhmut. And at the same time, I was working in a gym, and this was the same time that the 3rd Assault Brigade was in Avdiivka. And I remember seeing on CNN actually footage from Avdiivka with the 3rd Assault Brigade emblem, which was pretty interesting to see that the unit that I was going to had their footage posted on CNN at a gym on the other side of the world. And then I was brought inside of this training base, and it was a very surreal experience because I have this big duffel bag and like 2 backpacks, and I'd struggled carrying it through all of Europe. I was kind of so tired and jet lagged, but it felt kind of very powerful getting there and walking with him down to the main building. And then from there, he just took me to his office and we did like sort of an initial physio test. And then he brought me to the barracks and I dropped off my things and I was just sitting there. And then some of the other Ukrainian recruits came in, start training and really learning how everything works and the whole war. It's like this whole small little bubble of a world that no one outside, the rest of humanity doesn't understand. And so you just get there and all of a sudden your mind is just bombarded with all these new things. Sometimes I wish I could go back and experience it all over again. So all of my my first year of combat was all in Kharkiv Oblast. We were pulled off of positions early, like the very beginning of August in the first week. and we were told that we were going to be part of an assault operation. And then once we got back from position, we had like a small day off, maybe a half day, and then everyone was gathered together, 1st and 2nd platoon, and we did sort of a rehearsal of getting out of the M113 and assaulting with the vehicle, kind of just getting everyone refreshed on how to work around the M113. The next day, we were given a lot more of the detailed information about what was going to happen. Kind of at night before we left to the safe house. And so, as it was explained to me, this forest area, very close to the front line, was being used by the Russians to fill it up with people. They had like a dispersed network of positions and dugouts that they were filling with their and the idea was that they could, from this forest, build up a sizable group of people and then use that people staged in this forest to then further assault our positions. And so it was I guess the basic term would be somewhat of a clearance, to just clear them out and get them out of this forest so they can't use it to attack us further. The morning that the battle would start, we were woken up and then kind of hurriedly rushed to the M113s that had been staged. And at this time there had already been and was currently like 2 or 3 or maybe even 4 other waves of people that had entered the forest and had started their movement to either side and had also made a cleared area for further reinforcements to come in.
Давай, 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 давай.
I'm not sure exactly what was going on, but we ended up sitting in the M113 for what felt like damn near an hour. We had trained quite a lot throughout the whole summer to prepare for it, and it's kind of like being strapped into a roller coaster, especially when you're a kid, and you're very, very nervous but excited, but regardless, like, that's it now, like, you're going. And so we started, finally we were given the order to start actually moving out, and you could feel kind of the roar and shake of the engine, you know, going over like bumps and everyone's moving around and stuff. And all of a sudden you're given kind of like the 1 or 2 minute warning that we're about to be at the, you know, we're about to be there, get ready to get the hell out. And then, you know, it was like, not the same as like Saving Private Ryan. It was significantly less dangerous, but it's kind of that same like feeling. You can feel the vehicle pull into the forest, and you hear the tinging of bullets hitting the side of the vehicle, and then the door opens up, and then you get out.
Тікайте, тікайте, тікайте! Тікай! Сука, всіх 300 до туза! Что зі мною? Собирай своих людей, чтобы давай туда, давай, Дед, давай. Только 300 и саперы. Hey, Valentine! There's someone right there! Right there! There's a Ukrainian!
Getting out was one of the most insane things ever, because when you're doing it in training, right, it's very orderly, everything kind of makes sense. It's also not, it'd be impossible to replicate the kind of chaos as what it's like to get out during battle. But I guess I didn't really understand that that's how it was going to be, because it kind of for a moment took me off guard. Because the door opens up and you get out to, like, you're in a gunfight. So you're immediately, like, shit's happening, machine guns are going off, people are yelling, and I'm kind of holding my bag that I overpacked, absolutely overpacked, with grenades and a bunch of stuff that I never used. And, you know, I'm tripping over the forest is on the ground. And so I have to, like, pull my bag over trees and then kind of face plant into the dirt. And then, you know, you kind of collect yourself a little bit. And I just realized that we're just shooting at the trees. And the trees are shooting at us.
Прикрывай! Прикрываем! Пригидайся, кулемет працює! Дистанція невідома! Падайте, блядь, сука! You see anyone? Работа! Давай, давай! Fire! Фок! Хорош! Вылетай! Стоп! Эй! Вылетай!
Your top tower is under attack.
Hey, do you see anything?
Your top tower is.
Anything?
No, nothing.
Hey, do you see anything? No, I don't. Карта! Береш американців, чуєш? Туда нахуярят. 26-й, блядь. Мы отчаялись.
Сейчас, я просто слухаю, сейчас.
Дали, как принято.
Що там в тебе по БК? Да. Є. Да! А? Да! Не чую!
Куда навалили? Титро. Титро.
Пайк, підтягуйся до мене і туди хуяр!
Hey, hi. Are you able to move up some? We got 2 Ukrainians ahead of us on our left. Okay. Just stay down, like move slow.
Your bottom tower has fallen. By my demon staff. The enemy's top tower has capitulated to superior force. Axe brought his berserk.
Hey, hi. Hi. Back. I'm gonna take your spot, alright? Hey! I'm gonna move the pipe spot! Yeah, go, go on, Mike! Lay down! Nice and left, Mike!
Що там він? Статус 4-5-0. Сюди, сюди, сюди.
Метр 30 от вас, метр 30. Хопна лінія. Хопна лінія, прийняв?
Плюс, плюс, будемо їбашити. Пайк! Пайк! 30, скажи йому, треть. 30 метрів, 40, окопна лінія. Хай накриває нахуй. Сітро, Сітро, прийняв, будемо хуярити. Обережно, обережно. Пайк. Лівий фланг. Лівий фланг. Лівий фланг. No. Трейд, об'ясни йому, хай лізе на лівий фланг і 30 метрів буде окопна лінія, 30-40. Хай туди хуярить звод.
Окей.
Качан, да. Ну, туди тобі треба лізти. Всі цілі. Всі цілі. Плюс. Що там? Давай, 30 метрів, 40. Давай, насипай туди, нахуй, насипай. Швидше, блядь.
Watch the guy right here. No, right here, right here. Yeah, just be careful.
Shot a couple mags off.
because that's what everyone else was doing, until somebody kind of shouted to like, save your ammo, which was true.
Блять, ви зараз вистрілите все бика нахуй, ёбаний в рот.
And then the rest of the day, to be honest with you, it was pretty much just it's pretty much just following the people that knew what was going on and just doing what they said. I wish that I had more like concrete details about what was going on and where everyone was. Well, literally got lost in translation, but also just as a consequence of the way everything was working, you'd have kind of people pocketed together in different places. And so the Ukrainian sergeant or sort of acting sergeant would obviously know what was going on, but he wouldn't necessarily tell me that. I'd just be told, you know, hey, you need to go join Stakhan here.
Блять, візьмите америкосів, 762, блять, одного типа, блять, і все. Да. Де, я не бачу, блять. Дос! Дос! Давай. Давай, кидай. Заберіть, блядь, той зелений дим, киньте, блядь, що? Де? Дос! Грін! В поле! В поле!
На поле!
На поле!
Hey! Cover fire! I gotta throw smoke! Okay?
Файт! Дос зараз киде!
Моб возле меня! То есть туда, сюда!
Дос! Туда, туда, блядь! Що?
Все назад! Откат! Откат!
Скажи откат! Откат! Скала! Пайк! Валентайн! Стрейт! Стрейт! Прикривайте їх! Дос! Прикривайте! Вони відкачуються! Крийте! Давай, скала! Скала! Давай!
There's this weird thing that happens, perhaps not for everyone, but certainly for me, where like in those kinds of situations, time sort of distorts itself a little bit. Scorpion was hit. To the best of my memory, it was an FPV and then a mortar. Or certainly just a mortar, because shrapnel from the mortar that hit then went and hit Valentine, a British guy on our team. And so he got hit while he was reloading the machine gun. And then we kind of had, it felt like everything was explained in English, but I know they were shouting at me in Ukrainian. I just kind of understood. And so we pulled back a little bit, and I remember Pike and I were trying to do first aid on Valentine, who was completely conscious and talking and shouting at us because we were trying to pack the wound on his shoulder. But he kept telling us to stop, it hurt, just let him fucking walk over to the medic. Thankfully it wasn't a serious wound, because at least at that time I think that we were a little bit too ratcheted up to kind of bring it down and properly do you know, the procedures. But we did good enough to kind of have him go over to the medic, and a professional took care of it. And then I remember kind of we moved back a little bit and took up sort of a defensive perimeter. And somebody called me over to go collect a casualty from the other side, from the left side of the forest. And man, that was, just going over there was like a battle in and of itself.
because again, like throughout the whole forest, the trees were on the ground. And so just getting over there with, I overpacked, I had too much weight on. We have to crawl like in between the gap in trees and stuff just to get over there was pretty rough. But then we make it, and they seem to be kind of in a similar position that we were in. Again, not really getting all the information just based on my lack of Ukrainian. Just from what I remember kind of observing, they were kind of in a similar sort of temporary pause. And when we got over there, the medic was treating Bertz, the casualty that we would then carry back. And then finally they said, all right, we're going to take Bertz back and you carry the stretcher. And that was, I felt really sorry for him because he had both legs were tourniqueted on like above or below the knee somewhere. But I think he had 2 broken legs or like major injuries in his lower legs. And the way the forest was, every time we'd have to go over a tree, either his feet would bump it or, somebody would kind of lose their strength and his head would hit the tree. And so the whole time he was just screaming at us. And, you can't really blame him for that. It was pretty rough. I felt really bad for him. And then we got back to that kind of right side where there's this clearing. And then I got sent to kind of another place with people kind of holding up with Stakhan. Kind of the same thing. We were just in this big underground blindage, and he'd make me every once in a while go out and check and make sure no one was crawling through the ravine. And that was kind of the most of the afternoon. There wasn't much eventful going on. Then about, as nightfall was starting to approach, I got called to go join the guys on the furthest most point of the push. And I remember arriving there with Scala. He was kind of guiding people around, I guess, or at least he guided me there. And we're in this small trench, like very small, certainly even for a shorter person, kind of crouched down. And there's from first or second mechanized battalion, there was a guy there who said, we got some guys here now, we need to make another push. I remember kind of feeling like it was maybe not the best idea because it was starting to get dark. And obviously with night vision and things like that, you can perhaps use that to your advantage, but we didn't have anything like that. I don't even know if we had thermals. And nevertheless, we still pushed on. And I remember as we're moving, this other soldier started screaming, like yelling really loudly, push, storm, divide. And allegedly from that position we were in, about 100 meters away, there was a Russian position. So as he was yelling, he immediately kind of alerted them that people were coming. So they started shooting at us, and we started shooting at them. But again, it was that same problem where like you're just kind of shooting at nothing. And so we ended up kind of moving to the right a little bit, which, because we were on the right flank, the right side of the forest, we moved to the right, but moved out in front of the azimuth of fire, the direction of fire for the position, in like a completely open field. And we kind of go out there and hide behind like small little like micro terrain in the ground. And for like 20 minutes, we just kind of laid there, and whoever was in this trench would kind of stick a rifle up and shoot, and then we'd shoot at them, but nothing was really happening.
Miasnik was one of the guys in my platoon, and he came with us on this endeavor. And I remember seeing him kind of right outside of one of their, you couldn't really see, like it was getting very dark, but it was like a bit of a berm or like the parapet of a trench or something to that effect. And I remember seeing him sit there on both of his knees, and it just kind of registered in my mind, like, why is he there? That's very weird. And then like a second later, I just saw like, poof, an explosion go off right in front of him. And I don't know what it was, but something in my mind told me that he was still alive. And so I remember we're sort of spread out somewhat sporadically. I remember kind of getting up and running around and running up to him and like flopping on the ground behind him. And once I got there, of course, like I was like, oh, well, what the hell do I do now? And I remember kind of smacking him on his back and like trying to get him to wake up. And like not yelling, but saying like, you know, like if you're awake, like you gotta wake up now. And at the same time, on the other side of this berm was some Russian who was, I don't even know if he knew I was there, but I could hear him talk. And he was saying something, I don't know who the hell knows what he was saying, but he kept like popping his rifle up and shooting. And then like the trench kind of went down. So like I remember looking out and seeing like the muzzle flash coming from over there as well. And so, you know, smacking on Miasnik, trying to get him to wake up. And then I remember he just kind of shuddered. I was like, okay, he's alive. So I like pulled him backwards, and his face was just fucked. Like I remember the rim of his helmet had like pieces of his eyeball and stuff. And I didn't really know what to do. It was just like so much was going on at once, and I couldn't move him because he was bigger, like he was pretty heavy. And that's why training is so important, because everything went blank. The only thing I could think of doing was trying to pull him, but I couldn't. And so I remember getting up and kind of running back to the group and trying to get one of these guys, like, someone needs to cover fire and someone needs to come with me to pull him back, to pull Miasnik to safety. But it was like something it was like in the Twilight Zone. Like, while all that was happening, there were so many like little weird things that were like happening at the same time. Like, there was another casualty. No, it was before that. Some kid, and I keep calling them kids, but like another soldier, kind of got on his knees, and it looked like he was about to throw a grenade. But then almost like in slow motion, like he got shot. And I remember just like the way he moved, it was like everything just kind of like slowed down. And like I'm trying to tell this other Ukrainian, he probably had no idea what I was trying to tell him. And then like either bullets or something went off again by me, like another grenade went off or something. I remember seeing it, and I was like, well, there's nothing I can do now. But then like there was just another casualty that people were dragging right next to me. And so I got on a knee to try and take this casualty, and that's when like some asshole in the trench shot, and I felt like the bullet hit. And so I was like, oh, well, now I'm injured. And so like I got onto my back and put on like a tourniquet. And then, you know, everything just kind of like became like crystal clear again. The rest I remember vividly. Like at that point, I was like, okay, we're leaving now. This is not a workable situation. So I remember like the Ukrainian came back and I kind of explained, because there was another guy. There was like separate from the group, hiding in like a bush. It was like far away. That thank God nothing happened to him, but if something did, like no one could have gotten to him. So I was like, okay, right, we're gonna suppress fire, tell homeboy over there he's gonna run here, and then we're gonna half suppress, half move, and then get out of here. And there was another, either to the right or left of me, there was a guy with a PKM. And I remember telling him, like, perfect, open up, open fire with that thing. And he was like, there's no bullets for it. We ran out, either they only carried like a small amount or it got lost or something, but the PKM was down. And so we just shot with rifles and homeboy joined us. And then I'm like, okay, same thing, half like you suppress fire, we're go over, there was like the forest started not far away from us. So once we got to the forest, we'd at least be concealed. So I'm like, okay, they started shooting and I get up and go into the forest. And then once I enter the forest, I realized that I'm by myself, no one else came. So I'm screaming at them to like, come on, let's go. And then yeah, finally I see them like come through the trees, you know, count them 1, 2, 3. I think there was 5 of us total, and then we make it back to the this trench, 100 meters or however far away it was, and yeah, I got there and I was like, okay, I'm injured. I'm gonna go see a medic. And then I went to, fortunately our medic, Vibi, was like very close by with Stakhan and mops. Skala led me there again. He chauffeured me over. And unfortunately, well, it ended up being very fortunate, but at the time I was devastated because we got to this small blindage and I crawled in. And you know, what happened, what's going on, where are you injured? You're asking me all these questions. And then some asshole from the other side of the forest fired an SPH, and it hit right outside of our blindage. And I thought it killed Skala. So that was really sad. But then, yeah, you know, wound packing, everything got sorted, and then I walked back to the that start point that was created in the forest, which was a hell of a journey. Because when I'd entered and made it this far, there was a forest, though very destroyed. Coming back, it was like walking through hell, because the entire forest had not only been put on the ground, but it had then been completely burned. So you'd be walking by and you just feel like an intense heat on your legs because of the thermite or thermobaric. I'm pretty sure it wasn't thermobaric, but the fire grenades, whatever the hell they're called. Then we had to wait for extra, which ended up taking a long ass time. And so we were just kind of sitting in like a small blindage. No real cover or anything over our heads. And I just kind of kept coming in and out of consciousness, hallucinating a lot. And of course, you know, blood loss, drop in temperature in the night, not packed for cold weather, it was extremely cold. And then I remember hearing kind of the rumble of the M113 at a distance, and everyone starts kind of, you can hear them gathering together to get ready to go. And I vaguely remember the M113 arriving and the infill team getting out and kind of going where they need to go, and then getting onto the 113, and then just like the red lights when the doors open up, all the medics that were there had red lights, and I just remember all my stuff being taken off, and ended up in an ambulance with Karta, who also spoke English very well, and he talked to the medic and stuff like that. And then yeah, pretty much just woke up in the hospital in Izium, and that was that. I think to kind of bring it back down to the individual or the smaller scale, I think that I think it's very important for everyone, whether you're, you know, high up in the military or not, to try and find solutions to little small problems and to be creative in their approach to doing things, rather than getting stuck in their habits and their ways, but also the mindset that, oh, I'm just blank, therefore I can't or I'm not able to, you know, whatever it is. I don't think that there's any reason why an infantryman cannot try and figure out or experiment with some new thing or some new tactic that may help not only make their lives easier or safer, but also make their operations more effective, if that makes any sense. I grew up in an area of the United States on the East Coast that was one of the original 13 colonies. And so I think that people see America now as this big monstrous Goliath, but that wasn't always the case. And at one point in time, the United States was in not exactly the same, but pretty damn close to the same situation that Ukraine is in now. And so I think that just because a country or even a colony or even a small state or city-state is small compared to the aggressor nation, that doesn't mean that they should be subservient to or in any way threatened by that larger nation. However, at the same time, I feel what compels me so much to stay here isn't necessarily the big highfalutin ideas and things like that. It's simply just the people that I've met here. And you know, everyone, I feel like every foreigner, when they first come, they have, you know, if it's for ideological reasons, they have some grandiose idea about why they want to do it for the freedom of Ukraine. Nothing wrong with that. But I find for a lot of the people that stay, and have stayed even longer than I have, you just start to get to know people. And suddenly, the war becomes very personal to you because it's affected people you personally know, if that makes sense. So it's not the motivation, ideologically speaking, has been kind of the same the whole time. But what's really changed for me and what keeps me here is the people and hearing their stories and, you know, in really saddening times, watching them die or hearing about them dying and not being there, or, you know, and then the positive side of that as well, having to stay an extra day in position because the other guys fucked up and left too late. So you're there an extra day and you're just kind of sitting there in the blindage. Someone will crack a joke and it's like the funniest fucking thing you've ever heard. Or, you know, you get told that you have to dig some preposterously large amount of the trench, and so everyone's in a bad mood, but you're all making fun of your commander and shit. But it's both. There's a certain odd duality to it. But nevertheless, I say what really motivates me more than anything has to do with the human connection now.
for now. You're never going to get a job that is going to pay back what you are spending on that degree now. Listen to this hatred. Every day, Daniel Friedman, for the rest of your life, will be worse than the day before yesterday. All the possibilities that were spread out before you have narrowed to nothing. You are blank in ways you are not capable of comprehending.
F word. Yeah, we're blurring it out. We're a Christian organization, but you are F. And then go ahead.
Every day for the rest of your life will be worse than the day before yesterday simply for saying you didn't want to work with us. This is the paranoia. What's happening again in America? We talked about this when we talked about the black problem last week. Identity politics are coming back. People have noticed the patterns of black people, the patterns of white people, the patterns also of Jews, and they're beginning to realize we're not actually completely the same because you have an in-group, and Antonio, you can back me up with the statistics. Jews are incredibly in-group selective. They hire other Jews, live around other Jews.
Right, say this real quick.
Yeah, I mean, I would just start at the outset to say all people are in-group preferential.
Well, pretty much all of them except for white people.
Except for white people, right.
Literally, statistically, white people are the only racial group, the only ethnicity that has virtually, it's very negligible, virtually, and especially by comparison to every other ethnicity, virtually zero in-group preference.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
It's true. But the point being is that this is a natural proclivity. God has made us in such a way that we actually do desire to favor people who are like us.
We desire familiarity.
Right, exactly.
Oh,
But
I know you. There's something that like Antonio. Okay, so it's, all right, those of you who are watching the video, it's pretty obvious. You have eyes. Antonio is half black, half white.
What?
What? Oh
I'm
my
just,
God.
I'm just learning this for the first time.
This is like a Dave Chappelle skit, where he's like the blind KKK leader, and he takes off his mask. He's like, no! Like an Uncle Ruckus. But like, Antonio, we're good friends. But one of the reasons we're good friends is because he loves history. He loves politics. He's conservative theologically. And we have a lot in common, even though he's half white, half black. So when he came into our orbit relationally, we immediately hit it off because there was something familiar. So there can be familiarity outside of ethnicity, right? I'm not saying that's the only familiar category. There is ideology, there's politics, there's religion, there's faith, right? And so we have something that binds us together. A shared love of our country, a shared love for history, a shared love for Reformed theology and all these different things. But there's got to be something, and the first thing, I'm not even saying it's the greatest thing, but it's the first thing that you witness, that you see on the surface, tends to be someone's ethnicity.
Right.
That's what you see. And everybody, pretty much, except for white people, have this natural initial inclination, hey, you look like me. Therefore, I'm more inclined, sure, I'm going to investigate. Sure, I'm not going to make the total decision right now, knowing nothing beyond your ethnicity, but I have a higher proclivity towards trust because you look familiar. Every ethnicity practices this. This is natural, except for white people, because white people don't do what is natural to everyone else, because white people in particular, Western civilization has been taught and indoctrinated over the last 70, 80 years not to do that.
Colorblind. Yeah,
right.
Colorblind.
And just, I want to say one more thing. When Wes mentioned identity politics, and that everyone's doing identity politics except for white people, essentially, on the religious side, every religion does identity politics except for Christians. On the racial side, every race does identity politics except for white people. Here's the deal. I just want to be clear. Our position is not that identity politics is fantastic and wonderful and absolutely great. Our position is that politics is by nature. All politics is identity politics. That's not a prescription of what we think should be. That's simply an observation of what is. And politics, the art of politics, is the realm of the possible. Well, it's not just the realm of the ideal. You're not doing politics when you and your friends who are exactly like you are getting together and dreaming in the 17th dimension of all the hypotheticals of how cool something would be in some hypothetical scenario that's never going to happen. That's not politics, right? That's just daydreaming, right? Politics is what can we accomplish given the lay of the land, given the actual circumstances on the ground as things are today. What is the best outcome that we can actually achieve? What is ideal, but also coupled with what is the best outcome that we can actually achieve? What is ideal, but also coupled with
realism, realistic, achievable, winnable. And here's the deal. When you're living in an identity politics world, and you have to understand, young white Christian man, the entire world functions with identity politics. Everyone, except for you. And when our own team, okay, I'm going to be a little intense here for a moment. Bear with me. I'm not going to name names. I usually do. I'm not going to in this case. But when leaders, not just team members, but leaders of our team, picture it like a basketball league, and this is the coach. When your coach of your team says, listen, guys, the rules of the game are that you have to dribble the ball down the court before passing or shooting a basket. You can't just hold the ball and run. Okay? This is basketball, and the original rules of the game, and we are principled. We are purist. The original rules of the game is that you cannot run with the ball. You cannot travel. You have to dribble. Now, we are in a particular basketball league where every other team will travel. And we've been reliably informed that every single one of the referees in this league allow traveling. But you, I, as your coach, I'm telling you, you're not allowed to do it. Mm-hmm. Well, that coach is essentially, translation is, he has just told his team, I will ensure that you lose. I will not allow you to win. You will be principled losers, beautiful losers. That's actually not a good coach. That's not a good coach, because politics is not the realm of the ideal. Do I think it's ideal that we have a country that is not beholden to identity politics, but sees our country as a whole? This is my fellow American, right? This is my brother, my kinsman, and views the whole nation in that light, that there's something in the American ethos that binds us together, aside from skin pigment, aside from political ideologies where we can sharply disagree about certain things, but at the end of the day, we share a country together, we share traditions, we share this common, cohesive, binding effect. This is my national brother. Do I wish that that was so? Yes. Is that an ideal? Yes. Is that the reality? In other words, is that the rules of this particular league? No, it's just not. I wish it was. It's not. We are giving you an observation, not a prescription of what we think should be or what we even want to be. We're telling you what is. What is. And politics is not daydreaming. Politics is not mere inspiration of what could be one day, 1,000 years from now. No, politics is the realm of the possible. And current politics, and it really always has been, and it continues to be for everyone in the world except for one group, us, politics is identity-based. And that identity is forged most prevalently by religion and also by race. It's not just ideology, left versus right. It is racial. It is religious. These are the boundaries, the barriers that form groups, that then serve as factions, that then compete against one another. And if every minority group, racial minority and religious minority in our country, focuses and operates with an in-group preference, and we live in a raw democracy with universal suffrage, and that's how leaders get elected, then you are simply on a conveyor belt with the inevitable outcome, not if, but simply a matter of when, time, towards losing your country. That's where we are today. Mm-hmm. Jews think in these terms.
Absolutely.
Everyone thinks in these. It's not just Jews, but all the way back to how we started this, correct me if I'm wrong, but statistically,
significantly higher. Jews are studies. I'm going to quote a couple studies here, but this is a study found through the National Institute of Health. It's titled, just for people who want to look into it, The Complexity of Ethnic Identity Among Jewish American and Emerging Adults. And this study basically found that Jewish Americans rate significantly higher on ethnic identity measures than general white Americans. Another study from the Pew Research Center, it was a study of Jewish Americans, found that the vast majority of U.S. Jews, about 8 in 10, that's 80% of Jews, feel a strong sense of belonging to the Jewish people and have primarily Jewish close friends. It's also important to note, I'll cite another study here, that this isn't necessarily religious. It's actually what they would call a social or ethno-cultural. cultural tie. And so it's not that we all attend synagogue, and those are those who I feel most identified to. Again, it's an ethno-cultural bind. So this is a Jewish Community Study of New York noted that cooking and eating traditional Jewish foods was about 82% of Jews who identified with doing those things. Following Jewish news and podcasts, 51% of Jews in this study found that to be a much more common practice than, for example, a religious interaction or a religious engagement like attending synagogue. So this is just the point to say Jews in particular, they exercise this kind of in-group preference to a much higher degree than white Americans, but also most other ethnic minorities in the United States.
Higher than Hispanics, higher than
and now here's the point I just want to add to this, which isn't evident from these studies, which is Jews also disproportionately reflected in positions of what we would call power or authority or influence. And so the in-group preference, when that preference is exercised, it's a lot more impactful or influential than, for example, a black in-group preference. It's like, okay, I have an in-group preference to my black friends or my black neighbors, but I'm also not the mayor of the city. And so I can't divvy out favors. I can't divvy out preferential
Think about
treatment.
the three most powerful centers of Jewish power: the finance scene in New York City, South Florida, Palm Beach area, and then in media in Los Angeles.
Hollywood.
Incredibly powerful centers of commerce, of money, of media, of influence. All of our culture is downstream of those
Also,
areas.
don't forget the other one, Washington, D.C. Congress.
All the money flows into there to send your politician to DC from New York, from LA. They're in these very powerful areas, exactly to your point. Like, hey, my friend Bubba runs the Gumbo Shrimp Place and he can hook us up on Thursdays.
Right.
That's great. Goldman Sachs, on the other hand, now we're talking real power.
Let's be honest. Black supremacy, it exists.
Right.
And if we're talking about per capita, which, let's be honest, it's sometimes a difficult concept for some blacks to comprehend, to understand. But if we're speaking per capita, there are more black supremacists than white supremacists.
Okay.
Hands down. Not even a contest. However, the point that we're making, we're not trying to disparage blacks, because this is also true in comparison with whites. But in terms of proportion, Jewish supremacy carries more weight than black supremacy or white supremacy for the 17 white supremacists that exist throughout the 350 million people here in the United States. White supremacy or black supremacy does not have the same effect as Jewish supremacy for two reasons. Why? Because Jewish supremacy is more prevalent in terms of percentage of Jews, higher percentage. That's what Antonio just expressed. Secondly, though, Jews also occupy the halls of power to a greater degree. And therefore, their in-group favoritism has a greater effect, right? A bigger carrot and a bigger stick. A bigger carrot to their friends and a bigger stick to their perceived enemies. That's the point of the episode. We want to keep this one short because we want everybody to be able to watch it and digest it. We want it to be a one-stop shop for understanding world Jewry, Jewish supremacy, with a particular case study. In this case, as it comes to Daniel Friedman, as it comes to Gabe Einhorn, and as it comes to Austin, remind me his last name.
Austin Franco.
Austin Franco. Okay. That said, I want to point you back. There was one commercial that we had right in the middle of this episode, and I just wanted to add one cool piece of information because it has to do, it's relevant with the episode today. Right now, if you download the NXR Plus app, it's a brand new app. We spent months working on it, lots of hours, lots of time, lots of talent, and it was expensive. We're losing money on it, but it's a resource that's valuable, and we think it's worth it. We want to resource you. If you go to your app store and download NXR Plus, search NXR Plus and download the app, you'll get all the benefits that you just saw in the commercial earlier on. But one more is that we are making one of our audiobooks available for the free tier. So even if you don't subscribe as a paid subscriber monthly, and you simply download the app and use it for free without giving us a single dime, you will have access to one of our many audiobooks. And the one book in particular that we're going to make available is On the Jews and Their Lies, written by Martin Luther. And it's a banger. It's worth your time. So download the NXR Plus app, search that in your app store, download it, and even for free, get into the ecosystem, start taking advantage of the free content and one premier piece of that free content that we're unlocking today, making available right now, is the audio book, the whole book. You can listen to it, close out the app. It's a great user-friendly app you can listen to On the Jews and Their Lies by Martin Luther right now today for free. Thanks for tuning in. We hope that this episode has been helpful for you. And we will see you on Tuesday with American Glory at 5 p.m. Eastern Time with Dale Partridge.
What's going on? We're pinned down by 50 cal fire. No problem. My plates are 50 cal rated. Preston, no! Preston! Preston! No, don't do it! Preston! Preston! Preston, no, you're not 50 cal rated. Why'd you have to die so silly? Today in Grantham, can you make a wearable plate that can actually stop a 50 cal round? But more importantly, what about an armor piercing 50 cal round? Now today we are working with Crash Makerspace and Oshcut, and they have made these incredible 50 caliber rated plates that they say will stop 50 caliber armor piercing and Rauthus, which we'll talk about in a moment. I can't wait to see if they actually do. Preston, you think they're gonna stop it?
Ain't no way. Absolutely not. There's no way this is gonna stop it.
Well, you earned your 20 bucks for today. Today on Grantham, can these plates stop armor piercing 50 cal? Now, of course, we have great sponsors that make this type of content free. We, of course, have Primary Arms, their excellent HCX1, and their new long-range optics. My God, are they incredible. And, of course, if you guys are looking for some great gear, don't forget G-Code, all made in America. And more importantly, they are cool as heck, and their holsters are actually pretty dang nice. Go and check them out. For a great rifle, go ahead and check out Bravo Company USA. Great bang for your buck. In fact, they are our gold standard for combat fighting rifles. Finally, all ammunition is provided for by Last Shot Arizona. Not only ammunition, but they also got 37mm flashbangs, all that cool stuff. Go and check them out. All that being said, talk, it's cheap, and 50 cal Rauthus is about $200 a round, so let's get into this. Now, these plates were made by Crash Makerspace. You might wonder, well, how'd they make them? Lucky for you, he made a video just for us explaining the process.
I've started building armor plates to be able to stop the 50 BMG AP with near zero backface deformation. And in this first test, the round was completely obliterated in just the first few layers here. And that was at 50 yards with a full 29-inch barrel. But the problem is that I only have iPhones to film with. So today, of course, we're actually gonna hit these in proper slow motion. And I made a heavy plate and a medium plate. Both of these guys should be able to tank that 50 AP without a problem. Now these plates take a ton of work to do, which is why I did run the build in tandem. These are multi-step builds ranging from functionalizing the steel with sanding, etching, and heat treating it.
So using the abrasive sanding technique, we're gonna make the surface more abrasive.
Then using custom toughened epoxy through a high pressure composite to reduce fracturing, and that also is a multi-cure cycle. And not to mention the tiles eating through multiple ceramic saw blades.
Sounds like the blade was struggling on that last one.
Yeah, that thing is cooked.
Yeah, it's totally polished.
You can see it's all gone.
The cores tearing up our cutting discs, and all of the temporary clamps and retainers that get broken away or ruined in this process. But everything still has to be done extremely precisely. But what's actually going on in these plates to make them so strong? The cores in each of these guys are made of sheets of SR500 steel. Very similar hardness to AR500, but these are much tougher. Now I just needed these guys cut into varying thicknesses and of course in the sappy shape, which I had Oshcut do. I simply made a CAD file and dropped it on over to their software to do that. And they can cut these guys all the way up to a full 1/2 inch, which is pretty insane. But it really makes them a great option. Well, actually the only option for getting custom SR500 inserts. Sandwiched and in front of this are boron carbide tiles, which is one of the hardest man-made materials, right below that of diamond. And it's significantly harder than tungsten carbide, which is crucial for being able to blunt and shatter those tungsten carbide penetrators that are often found in serious rounds like the Raufoss round. But it really starts to get interesting when the round hits the steel. So it doesn't actually bend and deflect and then tear through the steel like you might expect. This is full half-inch SR500, and you can see that it actually just punches a clean hole right on through. And that material was not displaced. What's happening is that the round is actually shearing through the steel, essentially punching a core of steel right on out the other side. And it's essentially wrapped in that steel, which is acting like a ductile cap to help the basalt fiber catches to be able to tangle up and effectively stop that round. And these layers are repeated to allow for an extremely wide dispersion of energy all within this plate, ultimately allowing this, some 12,000 foot-pounds of energy, accelerating through a 29-inch barrel, all to be stopped within that 1.5 inches of space of these plates without backface deformation, like you see on even the thickest level 4+ plates, where they end up with quite a dent in the back with regular AP rounds. Now, sadly, my sewing machine was giving me all sorts of issues right at the end, so the pouches didn't get the proper stitching job that I wanted, but we'll see if these hold up okay. And I've given Garantham the clear to shoot both of these guys with whatever rounds he wants until failure, to just send back to me to analyze the results to build an even better plate for the next iteration.
There is a lot when it goes into this, so let's break down our setup right here and what we got going on. So obviously, I think you could probably make a plate that can stop 50. What's cool about these is that they are, obviously, as you saw in the video, using some fairly advanced techniques, but something that they couldn't quite replicate is going to be ballistic dummy. So this ballistic dummy is going to be approximation for human flesh and tissue and organs. It has bones, it has a heart, it has lungs, has fluid. So we're going to see what that impact is going to do to the human being, because like we saw with Preston, while the plate may be 50 cal rated, what about you? When I was in the military, we had these like really nice plates that they said would stop Russian 50 cal, which is that 12.7 millimeter. But the thought process was always, yes, it will stop it, but you know, it's not going to stop you from going to the forever box. But that being said, one of the reasons he contacted us is we have this awesome Phantom camera. This is a TMX 7510, one of the nicest Phantom cameras out there. It can do up to 1.5 million frames a second. If we even do this at like 150, essentially we take a second of footage and we make it into like 5 hours of footage. That's how slow this camera gets. Now we'll be shooting a variety of different 50 cal rounds. Let's go talk about them. So right here we have the Barrett M107A1. This is the anti-material rifle, which is what makes this test so crazy. If you don't understand, 50 BMG is ginormous. 50 BMG is specifically made to defeat materiel. What is materiel? Materiel will be things like light armor, light armored vehicles, equipment, satellite dishes, generators, all that kind of stuff. But today, we're gonna see if they can, you know, if you can protect yourself from it as a person. So this isn't exactly made to shoot people, but you know what? Preston, warfare gets a little crazy, right? You played some Modern Warfare 2. You get it.
Yeah, I mean, like we said in the past video, the zipper counts as material. So
yeah, your zipper is material. So how we're going to be testing this today is we're going to be using our standard 50 cal rounds that you see. First, we have Swiss training ammunition. Then we have your standard Desert Tech long range with a Hornady AMAX round. Finally, we'll be going to some real. So right here, we have some pretty devastating rounds if you want to come up and take a look at them. So we have Raufoss. So Raufoss is widely considered to be just one of the really excellent 50 BMG rounds. And what makes 50 BMG so good is that it can carry a payload. What that means is within this round, it can carry different types of materials to enhance its capabilities. In the terms of Raufoss, it is an armor-piercing incendiary explosive round. So what's going to happen is it can get through the armor no problem. Once it's through there, it will begin to ignite the incendiary capabilities, and then about millisecond after impact and getting through the armor, the high explosive within the round will then detonate. As you can see from this video, it's quite deadly and devastating. All that talk, you know, doesn't matter. So finally, we have two plates, guys. We have one that's simply for 50 cal, and then we have one that is for armor piercing 50 cal and weighs a little bit more. Those plates actually aren't too heavy. I am so excited to find out if it goes through. First off, do you think it's going to stop your standard AMAX round? Sawyer.
Yes, I think it will stop AMAX.
I think it will stop AMAX. Preston, will it stop AMAX?
Yeah.
Why are you standing not in front of the camera?
You're right, my fault.
Preston, do you think it will stop AMAX?
Yeah, I think it's got AMAX.
What peptides are you taking, dude?
BBC 169.
I thought you were walking funny.
So right here, we're in our death lane. Protect ourselves from whatever's gonna happen. We got our 50s. It's go time, baby. 3, 2, 1. Well, you know, the dummy actually looks okay. He looks fine. Let's go check him out. Look at that. Let's look at that. That is wild. I can feel parts of the, and that did not, that was totally fine. No back face deformation. Can you believe that, Preston?
I can't.
Yeah.
Consider me impressed.
Consider you in Preston. Dude, it did not crack the sternum. I'm pressing on the bones. And like, it shook him. But like, I don't see any rupturing, any bulging. Okay, there we go, right here. Come take a look. Right there, we did crack ribs. Opposite end is intact, so it looks like most of the force spun it to the left slightly and cracked ribs. Well, that's gonna really suck, actually. That's really gonna hurt. Death? No, but you're certainly gonna have some pain breathing. Okay, so we've watched that training round impact, and we say training round, but that's still about 660 grains of pain going into your body. The thing that I think was surprising is you see how much of that rib.
The Israelites, an ancient and prophetic people that have captured the minds of theologians, scholars, and historians alike. They lived in the modern-day Levant, and their history survives in the most consequential book of all time, the Bible. They lived, struggled, peaked, and eventually declined all throughout their lifetime, but left behind them a treasure trove of wisdom that influences most of the world well into today. But what if I told you that we was Israelites? Folks, welcome back to The Narrative with me, your host, Will Sexton, the host with the most and the most spikes on my outfit. I think you can tell from the title, thumbnail, and intro that this is an episode about the Black Hebrew Israelites. Now, I wanted to do this episode because, one, it's a fascinating topic, and two, I see a lot of misunderstandings going on about them. I see people constantly conflating them with the Nation of Islam, a group who I actually did a whole episode on that you guys seem to love, so I guess you can consider this a follow-up, but they are two different groups with two entirely different theologies, and while some groups overlap, the Black Hebrew Israelites are much older and arguably the same amount of insane. Now, the story of the Black Hebrew Israelites, though, is fairly interesting. In many ways, it really is a story of America. It's an American story. It's one that centers itself around key American events and real historical conditions. And while it's funny, yes, to laugh at the theology, something that we certainly will do throughout this video, it is interesting to consider it as an American story. I mean, is it really so different from the American story behind Manifest Destiny, i.e. Mormonism?
Hi, I'm Kai.
These are all questions that will be asked throughout the video, and they're questions you should ask yourself. But moreover, I think we're all here for one reason, which is to figure out a little more about the Black Hebrew Israelites and what exactly they believe. But before we jump into all that, be sure to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and comment below what you want to see next. Folks, I really need you to comment, like, engage, all these things on the videos. I have a whole analytics guy, and he's telling me I gotta do a harder CTA, that I have to do everything but jump through the screen and get you to do it for me. So I ask, if you please at home, be sure to like, subscribe, and let me know what else you want to see on the channel. But with all that out of the way, we start our story not south of Mesopotamia, not north of Egypt, but in the south of the United States, in the blessed and ancient holy land of Chattanooga, Tennessee. Now, in order to understand the rise of Black Hebrew Israelitism, you have to understand the conditions from which it was born. See, in 1886 is when we have the first instance of real, true Black Hebrew Israelite theology. Mind you, 1886, this is less than 30 years after the end of the Civil War. This is peak post-Civil War South, okay? This is a hard time to be a Black person, to say the least. It's actually a period of time that I spent my last video talking about, granted from the more metropolitan and more white perspective, but here in the South, while all that was going on up north with Teddy Roosevelt and the bull moose, down in the South, things were a little bit different. Now, obviously during slavery, slaves weren't allowed to read. And so one of the first things that a lot of formerly enslaved people did was learn to read. It was a very cheap, simple, and easy way for them to kind of enjoy their new freedom, as many of them, again, were sharecroppers. So they weren't really like that free. They basically went from like working as slaves and then living on the property to now they're working basically unpaid so that they can live on the property. Do you see how it's just kind of slavery again? And like, yeah, okay, is that messed up? Sure, but like, can we give them credit for fun? Like, that's some shady shit. They really got him on that one. Like, can we, like, come on, can we give the devil his due? Anyways, as many sought out reading, the book that was easiest for them to get was the Bible. The Bible was everywhere in the South, and at the same time, people are coming from the North to evangelize the new South because Reconstruction era largely failed. Like, the South was not in a good spot, something that I definitely want to make a video on. And so this is the South at the time. You have recently freed Black people, carpetbaggers from the North, that being opportunistic businessmen looking to profit off of Reconstruction. You have preachers coming from the North, and you have all these white former slave owners who are now farm owners who own all the sharecroppers. It's a fascinating time and a very, very hard time, but one man in 1886 would stand out from the rest of the people around him, that man being one Frank Cherry. Now, Frank Cherry was a Mason and just basically a Protestant Christian of like a very mainline kind of contemporary form at the time. And actually very little is known about his original life, but we do know that he knew Hebrew and Yiddish, that he somehow managed to teach himself the language of reconstructed Hebrew and Yiddish that modern Jews were speaking at the time. Eventually in 1886, he claimed to have been granted a vision from God. Christianity wasn't the true religion. Christianity was an evil falsehood placed upon the Black people to take them away from their true faith being Judaism, the Israelite religion of the Old Testament. This is because he was told by God, supposedly, that Black Americans were the true descendants of the biblical Israelites, and that the Exodus narrative from the Bible, a part of the Bible that now a lot of formerly enslaved people are reading, that was actually written about them in advance. So the prophets of old write Exodus, and they write about this enslavement, but all the things that actually happened in Exodus happened later in America to Black people. And that's their main ideology here. He also believes that white people are evil, that they are inherently evil and were brought by Satan onto earth to take the Israelites away from their true covenant with God. And this is an idea that's actually kind of going around the Black community because, like I said, they're just now really reading the Bible for the first time. And you have to understand that the Exodus narrative was removed from most Bibles that were given out to slaves or read to slaves by those who could read at church services for slaves. So they weren't aware of the Exodus narrative. And so now they're given complete Bibles and they're able to read them, and they're seeing a lot of themselves reflected in Exodus, which that on its own isn't that crazy to say. Like, that's not crazy to say that there's like a historical similarity between the enslavement of the Israelites under the Pharaoh and the enslavement of Black Americans under, well, everybody else. But see, Prophet Cherry is the first time in which a bloodline claim is made, where the guy says, no, we're not spiritually connected to ancient Israel. We literally are ancient Israel. This is the first time it gets said and gets preached to people. Now, the idea doesn't stay in the South very long, because if you know anything about American history at this time, this is very shortly before a wildly important event in American history. One that would come to define everything from American music, education, voting patterns, culture, food, everything in America. That being the Great Migration. Now, the Great Migration, like, a lot of things happened around it, and I have thought about making a video just specifically about the Great Migration before, but it's a wildly important event in American history that people don't seem to understand, which is that after slavery ends, not like, it's not a good time, okay, to be a black person in the South. And so a lot of the like smarter ones decide, yeah, we probably shouldn't stick around here. And mind you, at the same time, all this immigration is happening in the North from Ellis Island. And so now they kind of see an opening. They go, okay, if we show up in New York, we show up in Philadelphia or whatever, we're not going to be alone as the outsiders, because there's Italians and there's Irish people. And so we're all going to just kind of show up, and we won't be completely outnumbered by WASP white people. Because mind you, at the time, that's who was like definitively considered white. And so at that time, a lot of black people from between 1910 to 1940 all head up north. And one of these people is Mr. Prophet Cherry. He moves up north to Philadelphia and starts the now famous Church of the Living God, the pillar ground of truth for all nations. It's also there that he further studies his theology, having even more prophetic visions, such as revealing that the earth is square and professing that in 2,000 years, Jesus would return to start a race war. You have to remember that this is a time in which other, like specifically black ideological voices are starting to form. And it just so happens that while all this is going on, over in New York City, a quick train ride away, is one Marcus Garvey. Now, Marcus Garvey deserves his own video in every sense of the word. He is a profoundly important man who, like history, largely forgets.
Behold the race. By my decree. 30 seconds to battle. King is here. Wise counsel. Tis I. The battle begins! My swagger. The wraith will be... Who's it now? Questionable. War is torn. By any measure. As you advise. Come, let's be about it. Keep your thoughts to yourself. First blood! Axe is impressed. You are enough. I'm under attack. Treason. Tis your honor. Who's in charge here? Every coin counts. King by my decree. Prostrate yourself. You are in my presence. Tis your honor. king moves of his own accord. Wise counsel. By any measure, I think not. I walk among you. Questionable. Tis I. Wraiths, your king is here. War is torn. So what if I swagger? Behold the wraith. Keep your thoughts to yourself.
Blessings upon a loyal warrior.
I'm always at my best. There are wraiths. As you advise. I'm under attack. I'll consider it. I want it all. It's your honor. Behold the wraith.
Hands to yourself.
By any measure. Who's in charge here?
Thanks.
So what if I swagger? There are wraiths among you. Timid? Wraiths, your king is here. Age of Kings has ended. Alert the heralds! I'm back! Consider it illusion! We are in agreement. By my decree, you are in my presence. Keep your thoughts to yourself. Your king moves of his own accord. Deny frustration. War is torn. As you advise. Take a knee. A king. Wise counsel. I'm under attack. I'm always at my word. tower is being hacked to pieces. Regeneration. Bow to your king. Your top tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified. Super fortified. Like you can't even imagine. I walk among you. As you advise. So what if I swagger? What a Your middle tower is under attack! Who's in charge here? Your top tower is being hacked to pieces! Now, it's someone else's turn to die. War is torn. All mine. Killing spree! Double kill! Submit to the Great King's rule. Wise counsel. Wraiths, your king is here. By my decree. Axe is glad that your bottom tower is not Axe's problem. Your bottom tower is under attack. 'Tis I. Your bottom tower is under attack. Behold the raid. By any measure. Dire structures can take all the hurt Radiant cares to heap upon it. I'll consider it. Your bottom tower is under attack! Tis your honor. Your bottom tower has fallen! There are wraiths among you. Keep your thoughts to your by my decree. Killing spree! So what if I smack? I'm under attack. War is torn. Your king moves of his own accord. By my crown. Go to. Behold the wraith. Mega kill! Soon, perhaps I'll choose a queen. Unstoppable! Double kill! Who dares look upon the wraith? The enemy has a bone to pick with your middle tower. Who's in charge here? Your middle tower is under attack! Stay peasant. I'm always at my best. Your middle tower has fallen! Tend to your wounded, or put them out of their misery! You are in my prison. Great! Your king is here! So what if I swagger? Prostrate yourself. Let's be about it. Submit to the great king. The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. Axe is getting misty-eyed. We are in agreement. Keep your thoughts to yourself. Bow before me. Go to. Your middle tower is under attack. Killing spree. Irony is rich. Radiant's courier has been slain. Radiant structures are fortified with 12 important vitamins and middle tower is under attack. 'Tis I. Your top tower is under attack. I walk among you. Your top tower is under attack. What a... I give you permission to fall?
Loyal warrior.
Your top tower is under attack! Questionable. Behold your king. I'll consider it. Prostrate yourself. By any measure, for the treasure. Axe is glad that your bottom tower is not Axe's problem. Your bottom tower is under attack. is over. War is torn. Wicked sick! Dire structures are fortified. Who's in charge here? Behold the wraith! Wraith! Your king is here! Keep your thoughts to yourself. So what if I swang? By my decree. Take a knee, peasant. I'll consider it. You are in my presence. 'Tis your honor. Axe is glad that your bottom tower is not Axe's problem! Your bottom tower is under attack! Like that, the dire structures cannot be hurt! By any measure. So what if I swang? By my decree. Radiant structures are fortified. The enemy has a bone to pick with your middle tower. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack! Your middle tower has fallen! The kingdom's gone to hell while I was away. Questionable. Keep your thoughts to yourself. Your bottom tower is under attack! You are in my presence. Your tower is under attack. Unstoppable! Much like Mid. We are in agreement. Your top tower is under attack. I'm always at my best. Wraiths, your king is here. Killing spree! War is torn. Poor timing. The enemy's middle tower has been denied. Who's in charge here? The enemy's top tower has capitulated to superior What is the size? Like you said! Monster kill! Double kill! The enemy has a bone to pick with your middle tower. Dire structures are fortified. Super fortified. Like you can't even imagine. Flesh and bones. Both are a hindrance. You are in my presence. Prostrate yourself. We are in agreement. The enemy's top tower has fallen! Surprising, given the lack of axe. Questionable. Your king moves of his own accord. By my decree, what's a king without his scepter? So what if I swagger? 'Tis I. I'll consider it. has a bone to pick with your middle tower. Axe would shed a tear for your middle tower, but Axe does not cry. For the treasure. Timid? Tis your honor. As you advise. I'm always at my best. Questionable. Be about it. At my word. Keep your thoughts to yourself. Submit to the Wraith King. Wraiths, your king is here. War is torn. Go to Holy shit! Wow. Your bottom tower is under attack! Your bottom tower has fallen! Axe was not involved. Dire structures are fortified. Mega kill! Explain to us, why are your middle barracks standing there undefended? Double kill! I'm under attack! Someone in my swag! Prostrate yourself! Your peacenik bottom barracks refuse to defend themselves! Your bottom barracks have fallen! They could be worse. Or could it? Behold the wraith! I walk among you. Wise counsel. You are in my presence. Who's in charge here? There are wraiths among you. We are in agreement. I'll consider it. 'Tis I. Leave while you can. Killing spree! By my decree. By any measure. War is torn. Take a knee. What are you afraid of? We are in agreement. Behold your king. I am your liege. It's a king thing. Questionable. By my decree. Wise counsel. What are you afraid of? You are in my presence. The Radiant now pick through Roshan's bones for shiny objects. Your king moves of his own accord. I'm under attack. I walk alone.
Blessings upon a loyal warrior.
Bottom barracks are under attack! Perhaps more axes called for. As you advise. Your top tower is under attack! Puny Radiant hides behind their fortification! Dragon Hill! Your top tower is being hacked to pieces! Your top tower has fallen! For that treasure! 'Tis your honor. Your bottom bottom barracks are under attack! I walk among you. Your bottom barracks are under attack! Behold the rain! Come, let's be about it. Behold your king. Even rains have come. Your king is of his own accord. Prostrate yourself. You are in my presence. I'll consider it. Wise counsel. Who's in charge here? So what if I slack? I'm always at my best. Tis your honor. Tis I. The enemy's top tower has fallen! The enemy's top barracks has fallen! That was done in the spirit of Axe! Your peacenik bottom barracks refuse to defend themselves! Your bottom barracks are under attack! Axe cannot bear to watch. So brief interregnum. War is torn. Radiant's towers are fortified, just like Axe. As you advise. Wraiths, your king is here.
Invisibility?
Flee while you can. By any measure. You broke the enemy's bottom tower! Axe approves! Reigns have you all. At my word! Questionable. Your king moves of his own accord. Wise counsel. There are wraiths of all mine. is torn. We are in agreement. I'm always at my best.
Blessings upon a loyal warrior.
You are in my presence. Tis your honor. Consider it. Who's in charge here? Dire structures can take all the hurt Radiant cares to heap upon it. Your bottom barracks are under attack! Be more axe-like! Unstoppable! The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Take a knee, peasant. The enemy's middle tower has surrendered to gravity. The enemy's middle barracks have fallen. That was axe-tacular! The enemy's middle tower has fallen. More like that, please. The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Still I rise. By my decree. Dire